2015, then the man should be scored. Good, and he's already scored.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you were going to say
yes, I was going to say, if you look at the issue of June 12, the June 12 did not materialize because of, from the above. The Southwest governors put in pressure through individual efforts at their state levels.
Yeah.
First of all, they declared June 12 public holidays at the various states.
Okay.
They were making noise
before the national government recognized June 12.
I support what Doc has just said. Down here, we should galvanize ourselves, starting from Ajali, local government, Anambra State, Southeast, you know, and make the noise. It was Zebediah that used to say, if you don't say you are, nobody will say that you are. If you don't say I am, nobody will say that you are. We have to start here to recognize him as one of our own before we can now sell him outside. We won't expect that respect to come from outside. Let's do something within us. So I think the Southeast governors, even Anambra State government, should take the lead to immortalize this man.
Yes. Thank you very much. Our leaders in the Southeast, you know, you have heard us, you have heard the suggestions that have been made, and it's up to the governors to, you know, come up with a program on how to immortalize late Professor Humphrey, who was especially, I mean, since everybody, almost all Nigerians, even those in abroad, have agreed that this gentleman, professor of political science, you know, organized the freest, most credible election in the country. You know, if the federal government refused, that's why I asked Dr. KJ whether he thinks that President Tinubu can redress the situation. But let's hope that President Tinubu will intervene, and you know, because you don't even need the you don't need the approval of the National Assembly or the Senate to accord national honor to anybody. The president can you know, rename any of the national universities after Professor Wosu, or any good road, you know, or any institution in Nigeria. So, like we are appealing to the Southeast governors to do something to immortalize. I think that's the best approach to it, whether the national government does anything or not. You know, Professor Wosu was our son, and he'll continue to be our son even at death. Yes. So we must do something to recognize him. Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions. You know, we move over again to the Natasha issue. Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan. There is a move by people who describe themselves as her constituents, a move to recall her, you know, from the Senate. We know the story of, you know, how we got how she got to where she is today. She was suspended for this. The Senate alleged that she disobeyed Senate rules, but well, on her own ground, she said she was being punished because she was sexually, you know, she pronounced that she was sexually harassed. So her constituents, we understand, have gathered a petition and signed petitions addressed to the National Assembly, I mean to the INEC, to recall her. That happened this week. I think it was this week, Tuesday, that petition was submitted. And INEC raised some questions about the authenticity, you know, of the petition. There were some irregularities, you know, some of them have to do with the missing phone numbers and name and addresses in the petition. But the surprising thing is that within a period of, in less than 24 hours, those missing information
were supplied.
You know, were supplied, and it's you know, a lot of, so many Nigerians have asked the question: how come it that the petitioners were able to gather the numbers, the phone numbers and addresses of the people who signed the petition in such a short period of time. So, Dr. KJ, can we have your views on these development?
No, Mike, we are on the same trend, actually. When a system works well, you don't need to tell people that it's working well. If you look at the Electoral Act and the one talking about recall, it says these are the steps you will take to recall somebody. If you miss any of the steps, the petition ends. If the representative did not put his phone number and address, how did INEC get to tell them that there were missing materials? So that first statement by INEC was a rejection. Now, because it was a public statement, it's possible for the representatives to hear it. It is now de novo. Start all over again.
Okay.
INEC cannot amend what it has rejected. Because if you applied for a job, when Ngoke was in Radio Nigeria and he was broadcasting about Rangers, Spartans, and working with David Ihessie, Kevin Ejiofor, if I wrote a letter to be employed in Radio Nigeria to Rap Opera, and I didn't put my name and address, I cannot be called. But if Ngoke on from ENUGU Township Stadium at the time says the right winger for Rangers, Stan Ukeje, even applied, but he didn't write his name and the address, and I then write again. That's a new application because people have been shortlisted on the basis of the first one. I know Rap Opera as an elder. He attended the University of Ibadan. I know him. If he now rigs it and now says Director of Administration, put 2 kg, Ngoke may also come on the radio and say, yes, the right winger now has been returned to. The audience will say that, hey, Radio Nigeria is rigging. Are you sure you can even believe their broadcast? So, I think that is where we are. People forget that that Natasha was in the House of Reps. Many people are seeing her now because you know, she's beautiful. She was in the House of Representatives, I think, for 2 terms.
For 2 terms.
There are some trending video of what she said about her Jokuta state plant. It was when she was in the House of Reps. Secondly, the issue that brought this katakata of expelling her from the Senate. Let us say that people from Bende are holding a meeting and all the communities come. No group can ask people from Alaye to go away. Mm-hmm. If they go away, the meeting has ended. You can't ask a senator to go away. Suspend him. Is he your employee? Parliamentary rule, even if you have parliamentary system, is if somebody is not properly dressed or use an abusive word, you ask the sergeant at arms to ask the person to go out and come back. If you walk the person out, it's already a humiliation. But the person is entitled to come back. So, when you rig in the open, sometimes when I see all these things, I wonder, why is it that government really condemn thugs? The actual thugs are in government. I mean, just watch it. I mentioned he's the person controlling the Senate. But we are not in a parliamentary system. There was a day he told Akpabio that some people want to take away his seat, that he's holding it for him. In other words, that's what I'm telling you about this principle of inequality. He is they are in charge now, so he's put Akpabio is sitting there on their behalf. Yes. Any day you offend them, yes, they will dump him. Yeah.
By his mercy.
Because when the lady was speaking, Okoyemi Bamidele and somebody raised a point of order. But if I was the chairman and somebody was speaking, the point of order will be against what he said, not his speaking. If you raise your hand, I will recognize you. When the person finishes speaking, yes, a point of order that this person shouldn't have been speaking from his or her seat. It is not for the Senate President to talk to the person anyhow. You see, Sergeant at Arms, did you tell Senator Natasha that the seat has been changed? Sir, I forgot. I was carrying the mace when, all right. Honorable Distinguished Senator, effective after today, please speak from seat number. And there must be reason why you change the seats. Is it that the microphone publishes the name of the speaker? You don't just throw people up and down. Because I even had Senator Irechi Kingibe saying she had been changed from one committee to the other. In the United States Senate and the House of Reps, you don't change people anyhow. Because that's why they say they have ranking members in committees. And Nigeria Senate has more committees than the US Senate. Why? Because they want to share posts. Chairman, deputy chairman, everybody's collecting money. Somebody can be chairman of more than one committee. Can you be effective?
No.
What the US has is subcommittees of maybe foreign relations committee, subcommittees of, but it's the same people who are there as subcommittee members. So, whether she is recalled in a Wayo manner is already in the open. Do recall that when she was elected, the former governor of Kogi State tried to obstruct her. It was very late that
even before she was elected, you know, I understand that the road leading to the headquarters of INEC in her locality was bulldozed, so that there will be difficulty in transporting electoral materials.
In fact, you may discover that the former governor and his traditions in APC will use her to reconcile. That's why I'm telling you that the talks are in government. That former governor was not the candidate that Tinubu wanted to succeed Audu after Audu was killed. I will say killed because, I mean, there was no need that Audu would die after leading in the election.
Yes.
There's somebody who is from the States, but he was representing the Keja constituency. He's still in the House of Reps. That they wanted to run for the office. This fear of influence, the same thing that Buhari did. If you have a Fulani man in ENUGU and you are nominating minister, you will take him. Anywhere you find somebody from the southwest that is loyal to him, he will pick him and forget the majority from the states. That's what they're doing. So the man may now say, surrender this girl, so that his case file in EFCC will be taken away, and then they will reconcile. That's why you can find, you know, you invite people to come and take palliative, and then in the midst you ask them to thumb print.
That's exactly the point I was going to make.
Yes, we nearly missed that aspect.
The deceit in the whole exercise. You called people to come and take palliatives, but you had a hidden agenda. You received them into signing, sign that you have received, whereas they were signing for a recall.
Yeah, but can anybody do any, do anything, against, how the so-called, petitioners deceived, the public? Can anybody go to court?
That's a hope. But like Zebudaya used to say in one of his drama, that the airline that is already in the air, that the pilot should open the window so that he can wave to his people. It's not possible. The only opportunity for such things is the judiciary.
Yes.
But if the Chief Justice of Nigeria currently was the person that gave a ruling that Uzodimma won the election in Imo, where do you get the hope? That Deputy Commissioner of Police, so-called, nobody, after that day, I've not heard of his name. Has he been promoted to Commissioner? AIG? In which police force was he? But I'm sorry to say that the eastern region that I knew as a child is better than Nigeria of today. Because in that eastern region, there was what was called the Evidence Act. Oh, you know how all kinds of acts, they call it Administration of Criminal Justice. It doesn't contain half of what the Evidence Act of Eastern Region collect. Before you say you are a Deputy Commissioner of Police, the court will ask you, can we see your deployment letter to Imo State to serve as an observer in INEC? As Deputy Commissioner of Police, were you in all the police stations? No. Who supplied you with these figures you are presenting? This is evidence. You cannot come and say, I'm Deputy Commissioner of Police. I know that some of these votes were not counted. How did you get it? But I've told you about spheres of influence.
Yes. Mike, you know,
you just answer.
Yes, you asked the question whether it was possible to challenge that decision.
Yes.
Well, in Nigeria of today, it's difficult because we are dealing with people in government that are ready to achieve anything, no matter what it takes. We are dealing with electorate that are illiterate. And we are dealing with where money is what matters in this country.
Yeah.
The populace in Kogi are poor. They wanted to receive money, to receive palliative. They have been cowed into doing things. So it is left for the activists, political activists, not those villagers. They cannot defend themselves. They cannot rise up. It's left for journalists, for political activists to rise up and move and establish a point that these people were cajoled into writing those names. They didn't write it because they wanted him had to be.
Yeah.
To be
And that takes me to another issue about the docility of institutions, of associations that are supposed to speak against some of the wrongs, that we are witnessing in Nigeria. The nuns, for instance, the nuns used to be a very formidable, powerful association.
Even Labour.
Even Labour, but no one is willing to. None is not speaking. Labour is not speaking. They tell us that they are going on strike. At the end of the day, they tell you that they have reconciled. What is really happening? How come it that nuns that remember what's this name? This general Ali must go. Ali must go. Ali must go. After that, we have not had any demonstration, any protestation, that has any coloration with Ali. What is really wrong with the institutions that should come up and oppose, or not even oppose, protest what some of the things that we think that is going on wrong in this society? Is it that everybody have been bought over? Is it that everybody is now poor?
Is it really buying over? I think it is that people have been cowed.
Okay.
Because money is a language that people understand now. They use money to achieve. Okay, see what's happened about the state of emergency in Rivers State. It is not very alleged that so much money passed to the hands of those legislators for them to approve that declaration. People now work for money in this country.
Okay.
People now no longer talk about even the duty that doctors spoke about. No longer duty. It is what comes into my pocket, what comes to the table. That is what influences people to work in this country. So even those who are courageous enough to come, the agents of government go after them. Nobody wants to die. Only very few want to stick their neck. You have families to feed.
Yeah, but somebody must die for us to get an improved society. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you for your contributions. So far, we are going on a short break. When we return, we continue with the program.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
To our exciting program, Signature Television Unscripted. Yes, a few days ago, Dr. KJ, the governors of the PDP-controlled states dragged the federal government to the Supreme Court to challenge the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State. And unfortunately, so many people have lost confidence in our judiciary. Do you think anything good will come out of this expedition?
Well, like I told you, the entry point for grievance settlement is the judiciary. But if it has been compromised, I think there's something being circulated in the social media where somebody was sitting like this and saying, many business ideas have come into my head. The latest one is setting up a federal high court. I don't know whether you have seen it.
I've not seen it.
Quite instructive.
Well, very instructive indeed.
Solomon in the Bible was praised for asking God for wisdom to judge. What the people in office now are asking for is the power to oppress. The Constitution is written. I will go back to this dangerous principle of spheres of influence. In 1962, there was state of emergency. It was the Southwest that was involved. Both the Attorney General of the Federation and the Attorney General of Western Region were from the Southwest. The contestants were from the Southwest. In the Second Republic, there were, and this current republic, there was state of emergency. Obasanjo.
Yes.
He's from the Southwest. I mean, nobody's a saint. He removed the governor of Plateau to please those people who put him in office, because he was not a member of PDP. He was just brought in to displace Ekweme. But he's a man of good conscience. But he gave Ekweme an impossible task to become the Senate president. How can somebody, after being vice president, come down to be Senate? And he wasn't even elected to the Senate. And when the Christian Association of Nigeria from Plateau challenged him, he said, "Can my foot." Today, we now have another state of emergency. Tinubu. That is why I'm telling you that if you disclose yourself, don't say that somebody has informed about you. That was in the Bible, Hezekiah. He prayed to God for extended life. But when the king of Babylon sent people to condole, to comfort him, he showed them the armory and where he stored gold. Isaiah came back and say, those people who came, what did you show them? So I showed them everything. He said they will come back to collect those things. But foolishly, Isaiah said, Hezekiah said, if it doesn't happen in my lifetime, it can happen. Instead of begging God that he is sorry.
Yes.
But this was somebody who cried for extended life. So when somebody is telling you, Ompringosu is bad, Agbambo is bad, tell them that Prince, the current Attorney General, they have joined a bad group of people. All the sympathy that people have for the Southwest about the state of emergency declared by Abubakar is disappeared. Because those things you condemned in one person, you are repeating. Something should be wrong, not people.
Okay.
Something should be wrong. That is why there is law. You cannot make law against one person. You cannot say Ngoke is too tall to be in this committee, that is taller than Mike and Stan. That is not law. You can say that saying something against somebody who is not present is bad. That's an activity.
Yeah.
So everything has been annulled. It's not just Abiola's election that was annulled. All the claims of unrighteousness in the First Republic against Zik, NCNC, Abubakar, Ribadu, it has been annulled by what Tinubu and his urban gang have been doing. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
How can you? The law says these are the conditions for
Declaration of a state.
one of the fighters, you are holding him in the week. Every day he goes to Port Harcourt to go and stimulate trouble, and you now say you are protecting. If you want to stop a fight, stop the man that is close to you.
Yeah.
If your son is fighting, when you come, you say, John, why are you fighting that fellow? Even if he was right, people will say you are fair. You have called your son to stop fighting.
Yeah.
He will tell you I was injured.
Sorry to cut you short because of our time.
Yes,
Do you see the possibility of the PDP governors getting justice from the Supreme Court against the backdrop of the fact that our courts have been accused of, siding the government? And we're talking about Rivers State, where Wike is also accused of having bought over the judiciary. Any hope of getting justice?
I would not like to give you a yes or no answer, but I would rather say that it might be difficult to get justice in this particular case. It is still possible because there's nothing God cannot do.
Yeah.
You see, what the PDP governors have done is what the mother hen did or does when the kite carries its kitten. It shouts for the world to hear his voice, not because it was the kite to release. They will go ahead and do the noise, go to court, litigate everything. But the court, being controlled by the government, can still do what they want to do. Yeah. So I don't see, with this present situation we have in this country, with the minister in Abuja being in charge of almost all the judges in this country, I don't see the PDP getting any justice. But let them try.
Okay.
It is possible that maybe a miracle will happen.
Okay. Well, hoping for that miracle to happen, really. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Our time is up, and I do thank you very. Today is a cleanup exercise. I don't know whether you observed the cleanup in your area, but notwithstanding the cleanup, you were able to make it on time. Really, I thank you for coming, and I hope that we'll make this conversation a very stable and interesting, exciting one. Thank you very much.
It's my joy sitting between the two.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
The gurus of journalism.
Thank you, Doc.
When we are journalists, we are not muscle. That was when we were.
So, our listeners, thank you for listening to us, and we do hope that next time you also tune to Signature Television for the continuation of this exciting program. Thank you very much.
Hello, friend.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I think it is very important to commiserate with families of victims that have been involved in this unfortunate incident. I therefore want to, in my capacity as a Nigerian, a human being first, say to families whose family members, friends, and fellow citizens who have been involved in this unfortunate incident that our thoughts and prayers and sympathy is with the families. We are hopeful that by the grace of God Almighty, those who are still in captivity will be found and rescued. And we stand with the families of those who have been killed, and we pray to God for the repose of the dead. Having said that, it is important for us to state clearly and unambiguously that there is no government in the world that takes pride in watching its citizens being killed and slaughtered unjustly. No government will take pride in that. Now, beyond this, wherever you find that incidents of this nature go unabated, unchecked, and uncontrolled, or even untamed, the reality is that you would find that it is one of three issues that have basically played out, if not a combination of all three. The first is that you would find that it is either as a result of the incapacitation of the government, meaning that it has reached its depth and can no longer prefer solutions or find innovative ways of addressing the situation. Or that, secondly, the standard operating procedures, the doctrinal issues, the personnel issues, the command and control structure within the military hierarchy and the architecture are ineffective in handling the situation, and in which case there is the need to ramp them up and ensure that there's an overhaul to put in place efficient and effective systems. Or that thirdly, there is saboteur within the system. So like I said, it is either one of these three reasons or a combination of all three reasons. Now, in the context of the situation which you have spoken about, you see, the security, what we call the security circle within the realm of security and strategic studies, speaks to four basic components that make up the security circle. One of them is what is called detection. The second is what is called verification. The third is what is called reaction. And then the fourth is protection. This is how you get to secure an environment. Now, when you look at all that we have just said within the forum of these components, you will come to find that intelligence gathering and intelligence sharing is one of the key components of attaining security within the state. But beyond that, there is also reaction or action, where government is seen not to be taking action in certain circumstances, then protection will not be guaranteed. Now, you can further break this down into two broad categories. You see, the reality is of our security challenge in this country currently is that there are the sociological issues that accompanies it, and you also have the military issues on the other hand. In the realm of the sociological issues, you have the social-psychological conditioning of the average Nigerian man, which is basically a part of what is fueling this crisis. The lack of patriotism, the indiscipline amongst our people. And by our people, I'm talking about the followership and the leadership. On the flip side, you also have the socio-economic issues as well. There is the widening gap in wealth distribution and income inequality that has basically created the deepening insecurity issues that we're faced with, not just in this country, but on a global scale. And that has to be addressed, because the frustration aggression theory is real. Where people are frustrated, they will react. So therefore, that is one. And on the flip side, you have the military issues that must be addressed. And within the realm of the military issues, you have the condition and number of our personnel. Condition is very crucial. How have we been able to equip these individuals to be able to arrest the situation that we have on hand? Are we politicizing it? What exactly do we have the political will This is speaking to those in position of authority. And if that is the case, have we been able to look at the hierarchy of the army and all of the security apparatus and coercive apparatus as we have talked about? What have they done in addressing the situation? Again, to allude to what Governor El-Rufai in his wisdom said, the government or the military knows where the hideout of these terrorists, and we have designated them terrorists for a reason. It is not just about nomenclature, moving them from bandits to terrorists. It is because we're trying to adhere to international standards and international best practices in taming and decimating certain individuals who have seen themselves as being stronger than the state. That's why we have tagged them terrorists. And so actions should be taken to match the terms that we have dubbed these individuals to be. And rightly so, they are terrorists. So therefore, there's the need for us to interrogate, to investigate what are the things that are on ground in terms of equipment. We are at a time where information technology is ruling the world. Have we been able to deploy the use of robotics and artificial intelligence? Have we been able to deploy the use of drones to ensure that we find the hideout of these individuals, to be able to arrest the situation, to be able to bomb? Because that's what we should be seen to be doing. You see, while there is the need for us to look at the sociological issues, i.e. the ideological underpinnings that have driven all of these issues, and they're enormous. There are a lot of them. There probably is the religious angle to it. There's probably the economic angle to it. There's a social angle to it. But all of that should come after you have been able to decimate and have reduced the capacity of these terrorists to conduct this sort of dastardly acts that they carry out on innocent Nigerians that go around about their normal businesses. So government must be seen to be in the forefront. And when we speak of government in this context, it is the central government's responsibility. And why is that so? Because of the current structure we have in place in the country. So government is or has not shown capacity, not well enough, in addressing the current security challenge we have in the country. And so therefore we must see the federal government led by the president himself, because by virtue of being the president, he becomes the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, meaning that he directs or dictates the direction of the security apparatus in the country. So the president has obviously fallen short in meeting his responsibilities, and that's why you're getting the reaction you're getting from average citizens. And of course, it is also very crucial and important that he leads from the front. When we talk about leading from the front, we're not saying, Mr. President, go to the theater of war. We're saying wherever there are cases of attacks, we should see the president address the country. We should see the president align himself with citizens who have been inflicted by these acts. The social media is good, but not good enough. The traditional media is still in the lead. Let's hear speeches from the president, address the nation, and talk about these issues so that people do not feel commonized, because it is simplistic and reductionist for us to have this level of insecurity in the country, attacks here and there, day in, day out, and lives are being claimed, and yet you hear silence, deafening silence from the corridors of power. It is not very helpful. That's one. This is in terms of the citizens. In terms of boosting the morale of the army, it is also very crucial. He used to be a soldier himself. I don't think he's a stranger to this. You should be seen to speak to the army. We are fighting war. This is a wild war. And we're fighting a war on several fronts. We're seeing emerging threats to our security architecture, to the territorial integrity of the state.
Welcome to Top 5 Stories on Signature TV. It's the trendy top 5 stories all across Nigeria and around the world. On this show, we bring you the top trending stories of the day and give you the rare opportunity to share your thoughts live by calling into the studio. Yes, you have the opportunity to call into the studio to make your reaction known to any of the stories that are trending across Nigeria and around the world. The number to call +234 912 520 7370. That is +234 912 520 7370. So don't miss the chance to have your voice heard. Now let's dive straight into the top 5 trending stories of the day. In the headlines, ENUGU ex-Guber candidate Edoga dumps Labour Party. Mosque gives away $2 million checks to Wisconsin voters in high-profile judicial race. Details shortly. So a few weeks after he met with the leadership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Chijioke Edoga has finally returned to the party. Edoga left the PDP after the party's primary elections and defected to the Labour Party, where he put up a strong fight against the then candidate of the PDP and now Governor Peter Amba. However, the PDP chairman in the state, Martin Chukwuemeka, visited Edoga in his Enugu home and prevailed on him to return to his political family, the PDP. Prior to the visit by the PDP leadership, the APC in the state had also prevailed on Edoga to join their fold. Indications that Edoga has settled for the PDP became clearer last week when he met with the Labour Party stakeholders in issues of local government area and threw both options to them. The stakeholders said they were more disposed to his rejoining the PDP. Today, Edoga finally arrived at the PDP secretariat in Enugu, describing his return as homecoming. Edoga appreciated the state chairman of the PDP, Chukwuemeka, for midwifing the process of his return. He stated that the governor, Peter Amba, has demonstrated rare and uncommon leadership since assumption of office as governor of Enugu State, breaking new grounds and repositioning the state. He noted that his decision to rejoin the PDP stems from Governor Mba's obvious commitment to development and upliftment of the state, which aligns with his own vision for the state, had he been declared governor. Edoga had in his part, it is happy to return to PDP, noting that his driving force in politics is the passion to serve, and since the governor is doing well, he has every reason to support him in the interest of the state. Quite interesting. This is unprecedented. So many persons are reading this to say that Peter Obi and the Labour Party are losing grounds in the southeast. And beyond even that, we have also heard that a whole lot of persons have been clamoring for Peter Obi to have some of these meetings. There was a meeting that was held of the stakeholders forum some few weeks back where Peter Obi actually met with senators and House of Rep members from Enugu State in Enugu. And it also was one thing that people call his attention to, given that they foresee that these kinds of things would play out in the coming days or even in the coming weeks. We're also hearing that not just Edoga, we're hearing that maybe some House of Rep members, some even senators might join the fold of the PDP in the coming weeks or even in the coming days. And we have also heard that even the State House of Assembly, some of them are mulling the idea of defecting to the PDP. So that would in some way whittle down the interest, or if you like, the roots that the Labour Party has had in the 2023 elections when Peter Obi was presidential candidate of the Labour Party. So I don't know how far this would go, but again, you have the chance to react to any of the stories as we go on. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has urged Igbos to prepare for self-defense following the killing of some northern hunters in the Uromi area of Edo State. IPOB warned the Hausa community to steer clear of ethnic tensions that could be detrimental to them. The spokesman for IPOB, Ima Powerful, alleged that some Arawa groups are inciting violent assaults on Igbos and Christians in the north due to the killings in Edo State. Quite an unfortunate incident that happened in Edo State over the weekend. It was terrifying to see. In fact, as at the time I was seeing those headlines, there were headlines that I thought was even inciting. Headlines like 16 northern travelers killed by vigilantes. When I saw that, I said, no, this cannot be the headlines we should be promoting as stakeholders in the media sector. I mean, if there is an issue that has happened, treat it as though it's an issue, all right? Like, for instance, I mean, if you say 16 travelers have been mobbed or maybe have been mistaken for armed robbers or mistaken for kidnappers, you know, but when you put an ethnic coloration into it, it does seem like you are trying to pit the North against the South. And what is even more shocking is the fact that some persons in the North are saying that after the Ramadan fast and the Salah celebration, they are going to start reprisal attacks because they want to, you know, revenge what it is that has happened. But even more so, worse of it is that some people are now pointing towards the Igbo ethnic group as the people who perpetrate that evil. And we're wondering, first of all, Edo State is not even in the southeast. Uromi is not a town in the southeast. In fact, predominantly Uromi is more of Bini people, and then even the Hausas have a population in Uromi, axis of Edo State. So when people from the north start saying that, oh, the Uromi is populated by the Igbos, and because of that, they're going to retaliate whatever it is that has been done to the 16 persons or 10 persons, as the case may be, on Igbos in the north, it becomes, you know, scary, because it does look like Igbos have become the punching bags when these things happen. And I like what the Kano State government is trying to do, trying to mediate, all right? Because the Kano State government has constituted a high-powered delegation to visit and engage with the Edo State government over mob action and killings of the 16 northern travelers in Uromi. Kano State Commissioner of Information and Internal Affairs, Ibrahim Waya, who disclosed this, said the delegation is saddled with the task of engaging and collaborating with the Edo State government in efforts to identify the perpetrators and ensure justice for the victims. Waya said the incident has caused great concern to the government and the good people of the state. So we're seeing that the Kano State government is not sitting back at home or in his office and releasing statements, is sending some high-powered delegation to Edo State to meet with the governor and also to meet with the Hausa community in Uromi axis with a view to, you know, basically quell some of the heightened tension that this has brought. But again, this also highlights some of the breakdown in law and order. I had thought that the vigilante group was formed as a way of helping with security situations, all right? In terms like this, one would have thought that the vigilante group, having seen that these men were carrying some guns that are not authorized, quote and unquote, they would have reported the case to the police. And then the police would have done their investigation to find out that these guys are not even residents of Edo State. All right, they would have always found out that they are just hunters who are going back to Kano State for the celebrations. they would have found, done due diligence in order, for that particular incident to have taken place. I mean, to avert whatever it is that must have happened. So, but again, I also want to say that how dare you take away someone's life, even if you saw them with a gun? How dare you do that? I mean, jungle justice have no place in the law. Whatever it is, you must have to go through the wrath of the law. It's either you are sent to, you are detained, or better still, you are taken to court for sentencing properly, even if you found them doing something wrong. In this case, they were not even found doing something wrong. They were just having guns, and then because of the fear, because we have heard severally that in some of those communities at Uromi, there were talks about destruction of farmlands, killings of farmers in those areas. And so because of the fact that they found guns in the vehicles that these men were, moving with, they mistook them for kidnappers, they mistook them for something else. And lo and behold, that unfortunate incident happened. I understand that they have been arrested, the people who perpetrate those evil have been arrested, and the leader of that particular security group, that is the vigilante group, have also been arrested. So hopefully the investigations are concluded quickly, and those who perpetrated those evils will be brought to book. Not a reprisal, not, in any way threatening an entire ethnic group, misplacing, these whole issues, and pitching the North versus the South in this manner, So I hope that at the end of the day, these issues are taken care of to the extent of those who perpetrated this particular evil. So that's exactly where I'm going to leave this particular thoughts for now. But elsewhere, billionaire Elon Musk on Sunday handed out $1 million checks to 2 voters in Wisconsin and promised smaller payments to others who helped elect a conservative candidate to the state's top court in a closely watched election. The Tesla CEO, a top advisor to U.S. President Donald Trump, handed out oversized checks at a rally in Green Bay as he sought to drum up enthusiasm for a state Supreme Court's selection that is already the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history. The recipients of those checks were Nicholas Jacobs and Ekaterina D. Stella. Meanwhile, protesters against Tesla CEO Elon Musk and those in support of him gathered on Sunday outside the venue for Musk's rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, ahead of a state Supreme Court election that is already the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history. The race for the open seat will be an early test on the Trump administration's popularity in a political swing state, with more than $17 million spent by groups tied to Musk helping shatter election spending records. The outcome of Tuesday's election will determine whether the 7-member state Supreme Court has a conservative or liberal majority. One protester, 43-year-old Greg Davidson, said Musk should not be messing with the Supreme Court justice election. However, Musk supporter Laura Jagdale described the Tesla CEO as a really good supplement to President Trump and his administration.
So I think that's just wrong that he's sticking his nose in our business here in Wisconsin. He's working for Washington now. He should be out of our hair and out of the judicial system. He should be messing with our Supreme Court justice election. That's wrong.
I'm not of the burn it down mentality, but I definitely agree a lot of things need to change. But the way that we're going about it is going to hurt every single American. It's not going to hurt Elon. It's not going to hurt the billionaires. It's going to hurt us.
We need our kids to have a better tomorrow. We need them to have a good future. It's all about them.
And that's only possible to do together. We can't do that divided. We all have to look out for each other.
I'm super excited. I came up here alone and I was concerned going through the protesters, but I walked up here with another Trump supporter, got up with a group of people, and I'm super happy. I'm more Donald Trump, but Elon is doing a wonderful thing with Doge, and the amount of waste and fraud that's already been found, and with his expertise, I think he's really a good supplement to President Trump and his administration.
It's pretty cool. I mean, he's a big name, obviously, and look at this crowd. The turnout is pretty crazy. When you hear about all the major cuts and the wasteful spending, that to me it's huge. I mean, our national deficit is out of control, and you're not gonna see any big dents in that unless you see some big cuts. I mean, otherwise, you know, you're putting a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem.
I'm really shocked at what's going on in the United States. Like, is that the United States Supreme Court that Elon Musk is trying to pay, that like bribe people to vote his candidate? I'm stunned. Really, sounds like something that you'd find in Africa. You know, bribing people, bringing out monies. You know, to pay people to vote persons into seats. Anyways, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, let's have you share, we'll have you share your thoughts live on any of these topics so far read to you. All right, the numbers showing on your screen, +234 912 520 7370. That is +234 912 520 7370. So stay with us. We will be back after this. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. So this is Top 5 here on Signature TV comes on your way every single Monday and Friday, bringing you the top stories as they trend. Yes, so ENUGU finally defects to the PDP, even though he actually said he went all around trying to consult with people across boards, going straight to his local government, and the stakeholders actually accepted that he returns to the PDP. And it's just so shocking, really. I mean, just less than 2 years ago, he was with the Labour Party, keenly contested an election. One would have thought by 2027 he would be one of the major contenders, given the run for the monies for the PDP that he basically did. So one wonders, really, where did he throw all of those supports to? Let's see if we can take this call. Remember the numbers to call. +234 912 520 7370. That's +234 912 520 7370. You can also react to any of the stories, especially also about the threats by some northern groups and some individuals on the southerners who live in the north because of the killing of 16 persons who were traveling from Port Harcourt to Kano State. Let's see who we have on the line. Remember the numbers to call, +234 912 520 7370. Hello? Hello? Hello, good evening. Okay, please, when you call into the studio, endeavor to at least go to a very noiseless area so we could hear you, and hopefully we'll not have that holler back. Hello?
Hello.
Good evening. What's your name and location, please?
My name is Favor.
Okay, Favor in ENUGU. What story are you looking to react to?
I would love to react to the federal protection to PDP. What is the story I would also react to?
Okay, please go ahead.
All right. I think it's been that he has finally and officially defected and has moved over to the party he was initially in, which is the PDP party. And I would say that what of that to me has never been somebody that looks like he's a firm person, a firm politician. He has never looked like, a trustworthy politician. I feel he's just a true character, a picture of wherever the money is, or rather, should I say, where the pointer points, kind of. And it's so unfortunate that the people, how would I say, we the masses, from the obedient masses, we are actually at some point considering him as our so-called obedient governor. And it's kind of also heartbreaking that at this point, where we don't even know where the stand of our president, yes, our acclaimed president, Peter Obi, is coming from, we see him defecting. That means he has never been a fan of Peter Obi, or he was not really true obedient. So, yes, then again, ENUGU Labour Party voted ENUGU in because we felt that he was from Labour Party and we were trying to push that obedience movement for 2023. So I still feel that I don't see him even standing the chance. Even if PDP gives him whatever ticket he's looking for, he's seeking for from PDP, because we're already hearing rumor, or those, the PDP chairman kind of debunked the rumor this afternoon at the secretariat, where we asked if the whole thing was boils down to if we are planning to give him the ticket, the senator ticket, and he said no. That's what he would say, definitely. I was even wondering why the question came. But then again, I feel that he still does not have chance in that regard, because he has not proven to be somebody that will rule their capacity, You get, he has not proven to be a trustworthy fellow. He has not shown anything that has to, that signifies that he can lead, that he's a leader. So his defection is just that he was trying to save his head.
Yeah, but again, the Labour Party in itself, do you think the Labour Party has not done well in even bringing every stakeholder together? Because there's this thought around town that Labour Party hardly even have meetings within the state. They hardly even have meetings even across the region. Remember, Labour Party swept the entire southeast. So when you see these kinds of things, I mean, isn't it part of the reasons why people like Edoga, who was a strong contender in the 2023 gubernatorial election, is also looking to defect to a party that looks like is structured, but like also you mentioned, where the bread is buttered at least.
Yes, I will agree with you at some point where you say that. Do you think that the Labour Party is also having their issues among themselves, both in the state and also federal, looking at what is going on? Yes, and also considering the fact you should also understand that PDP is a ruling party, so in ENUGU state does not make PDP anything better when it comes to national. You get? It's also the situation and the crisis happening also in PDP. So let's get our facts right. So I just feel that he defected because he feels PDP is a more considerable choice when it comes to the state level. And definitely that was his own reason, although he did not state exactly why he had to defect to PDP. Then coming to your question where you asked what is happening, what is going on in the Labour Party, there are crises going on everywhere, which Labour Party is part of. And that is why I will always advocate for, not looking at party and voting for a particular individual. You remember when the masses, the youth of Nigeria came out to vote for Peter Obi, it was an obedient movement. Then this obedient movement went under the umbrella of Labour Party, and that was why we saw that great significant pull from the Labour Party. Yes, almost like 99% or maybe 70% of anybody that contested from the Labour Party were able to make it to a very meaningful level. And it's very unfortunate that at this point they don't even trust themselves. I've been in a conversation with few of them, and they lament about the whole thing coming from the head. When I mean they don't even know their stand with the Labour Party chairman, and also even the obedience. They say that he's just moving on his own. But then again, it's normal at this point. But I would have preferred a situation if anybody that is coming out from the Labour Party, I would have preferred it. I would have appreciated this defection if it came at the time where Obi actually, declared his stand. Do you get?
Okay.
A situation where he has not declared his stand, and you see people moving away from the party, that means they were not actually the obedient movement kind of group. They were all those we call political interest kind of people. Not just, I know politics is all about the game of interest. Those that carry on their head, those that don't have shame and all that. And I think, yes, looking at what happened today, I was just looking at his face. I did not see how proud he was actually making that decision. But a decision that you need to make, because at this point, to hell with whoever that believes in my capacity, I'm looking at what I want to gain for myself and my family and my generations unborn. So, and Edoga is also one good politician. It's not like he has not been in the business of politics. He has been a house member. He has been an essay to the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan. He has same policies. He has done the politics. So he's a good politician that has similar mentality interest. Again, so he did not show us what they are looking at. People that want to lead because they want to change the narrative. That was what the obedience movement was all about. I don't know where we are now with obedience, but I know that 2027, I think another wave will come. That's why I'm always advocating for, if it's even possible, we start putting their pictures on this ballot paper. So we need people that we are sticking our hands to do. So you know, go and drop your hand and you are voting for name that does not even send your father. Actually, you understand. That's actually our major challenge in Nigeria, and it's so unfortunate because every newspaper carries Edoga dumps people, the Edoga dumps people. They're wondering where is it coming from. It was never on this side.
It was all about interest.
So the thing dumping was, in fact, I think at this point I would really appreciate that you say Labour Party dumping Edoga. Because if really that yes, I have my reasons. If really that he had that pull, that he had the strength, like people claim he did, that he did. Because the whole thing was just PDP shenanigans. If they really claimed he had a push and a pull from Labour, at least he would have defected with some persons. You get to show that that this guy pulled some persons from Labour Party. But we're just seeing people that came with him as his brothers and sisters from a harmless. So the situation is that the young man, or rather the middle-aged man, is just looking for his stand, a base where he can just stay and feel like he feels the hope. At that point, he was more like a hopeless politician, so he just needed the ground. So it's still okay if he's defected from Labour Party, because some other persons have also been defecting from Labour, going to PDP, going to APC. I'm not surprised. So I'm more is yet to come 2026, 27.
All right. I mean, many thanks. It seems you have a fantastic knowledge of ENUGU politics a lot. But many thanks for your insight. We truly appreciate your favor.
You're welcome.
All right. That was Favor giving us an interesting analysis of Enugu State politics, giving how Edoga defected. It says that, look, Edoga has never really been an obedience person. It was just like the wave of Labour Party's growth in 2027 pouring out, and all of a sudden he saw an opportunity and grabbed that opportunity, and he continued with that trajectory and up until this moment. And now it's all about politics of interests. The 2027 elections are less than 2 years away, and the permutations are all up, and people are beginning to align with their old foes and even align with their friends, align with even enemies, in order to get across to the next baton. So it's all about politics of interest, just like she said. So if the interests so far in Labour Party is no longer serving him, then he's back to the PDP where he detested. So it's quite funny what had happened with supporters that pulled around him and supported him and voted him. Would he take those supports all over to the PDP, or is he just looking for his own pocket? Because at the end of the day, after all, this thing called politics is all about interests. All right, let's take this phone call. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Your name and location.
Okay, good evening. I'm Chidi calling from New Haven.
All right, Chidi, go ahead.
I want to comment on the issue concerning the killing of the northern hunters and the reprisal attack that has been rumored to have happened, or to be pushing around the rumors of harm to Ndibo in the northern area.
Right.
It's a pity that Nigeria has gotten to the stage where, without even due consultation, without proper investigation, such allegations should be pushed around that Igbo were involved in the killing of those travelers that were coming from Port Harcourt on their way, and they were ambushed by vigilantes in Uromi. And it has now made the unrest of Igbo in the northern part of the country, and many of them are thinking of coming back home because of the reprisal attack that might follow it. I think that the security agencies are taking it lightly. Security agencies have not stepped up their game to be able to release investigations and also push out the narrative that people were involved in this dastardly act. I want to also put it out that the Inspector General of Police have been unholy. That it is a very, he has been so quiet that he's unholy at this point in time. The Chief of Army Staff, even including the National Security Advisor, they have kept quiet. And this quietness is going to lead, if not checked and if not checkmated in time, it's going to lead to the loss of life. Because by that time that they want to start speaking of, a lot of harm would have been done. There are a lot of ignorant people, both in everywhere, including the people that did this act. I think they did it in ignorance, and the ignorance would lead to more ignorant killings. It has to be checked in time. It has to be looked into.
Oh, Chidi from New Haven. I'm so sorry about that. You may try to call us back to finish your thoughts on that. But of course, he was reacting to the Edo incident. 15 persons or 16 persons were ambushed by some mob. They called them vigilante, and it was so unfortunate how swiftly that took place. One would have thought that they would have been circumspect. They would have at least reported them to the police, but that didn't happen. Hello.
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 All right, sorry, it's from here.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I also think that the security agents should quickly, as a matter of urgency, release the names of those who committed this act, sue them to court, and release a counter information that people were not involved in this dastardly killing. And almost immediately go and assure the Indigo in the north and in other places of Nigeria that their lives are not at risk. Speak to the traditional rulers and the governors of all the other states that have been threatening the life of Indigo there to backtrack and also initiate a national orientation concerning this matter. Once it starts, already there are rumors that in some places in Kano State that lives have been lost, although it's not yet confirmed. That we don't want to be as it's being rumored to take effect very soon. This issue has been drawing a lot of remarks from left, right, and center, and the lives will be lost if emergency measures are not taken. This is my MSP that this issue concerning the death of these northerners should not fall on innocent people. A whole lot of things, a whole lot of carnage will take place if this rumor is not being checked. And I don't know why it has not been checked. I don't know why governors in this state have not made any comments, even if they have access to the truth. Governor of Edo State has not made any concrete statement. It's not Indigo that are living in Uromi that did it. Even if it is Indigo that did it, the people that did it, by now, they at least are supposed to be released by the Nigerian police, that these people have been arrested and taken to. So what should be done in time so that we will save the massacre of innocent lives. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Many thanks. Many thanks. I mean, quite a fantastic point made by Chidi right there. Security agencies must be proactive in some of these things. It's not enough to just hear these rumors, knowing our antecedents, knowing where we're coming from. You know, you just have to set your men in motion in order to forestall any breakdown of law and order. Well, at this point, I don't know. The last caller said that if it's possible to release the names of those who, were involved in that particular incident. I don't know if it is the right time to do that. Investigations are still ongoing, and you just cannot take a decision or make a move if you haven't gotten, an account of what really happened and how it happened. And I'm sure that it's not everybody who have been arrested as suspect are involved in that killing. All right, there are people who probably maybe a member of that vigilante group, and by virtue of being a member, they're also picked. So, and those who perpetrated it, those who acted to kill them the way that they did, like putting the fire or beating them up, should be meant to be brought to book. So it's important that we don't jump the gun. I mean, investigations have to be done. The people who are involved at the end of the day must have to also be taken care of by the law. But then again, I'm also very, very curious about what the security agencies are doing in terms of these thoughts of reprisals. Like he mentioned, how come the Southeast governors haven't spoken? I thought that the Southeast governors would also be making some calls and also reaching out to the governors of different northern parts of the country, especially flashpoint, like Kaduna, Kano, Katsina. Some engagements must be made. Just like delegations will be sent from Kano to Edo, some delegations from the Southeast or even Ohanes and Dibo should also go to the north, with a view to engaging with them and tell them, look, Igbos are not involved. I mean, why would Igbos be the punching bag on these issues? And because again, I would also say that sometimes it is about what people tend to want to sell to the public. There's virtually anything wrong that happens in this country that Igbos are not being pointed at. And that's because of the innate hate that has existed over the years. And it's about time for that hate to give way for common sense to roll. I believe in amicably dealing with these issues. I believe in making sure that these threats are off the table. But again, I also believe in justice, all right? People who have been involved must pay for what they have done. But not having innocent people put in the mix of things just because they're of certain ethnic stock. Very important. And I hope that everyone takes this as a clarion call in making sure that these doesn't spiral into something chaotic. All right? So we still have time for a few phone calls. If we have your thoughts on any of the stories that have been trending so far, it's +234 912 520 7370 and +234 912 520 7370. If you are an obedient who live in Enugu State, or maybe if you are an obedient across the country watching this right now, how do you feel about the top contender in the 2023 elections, defect to the PDP? Do you think that Peter Obi, in fact, will even defect to another party, given what's going on in the Labour Party? Because there are a lot of persons who have been linking Labour Party to the APC government. A lot of persons have said that the APC government is sponsoring some individuals within the Labour Party, and they are just using that to wait for Peter Obi in 2027. That's the only way they can, whittle down the strengths of Labour Party or whatever gains that they made, in 2023. So a lot of persons, in fact, Valentine Ozibo, who defected from the Labour Party in Anambra to the APC, was caught on camera stating clearly that Peter Obi will not run on the platform of the Labour Party in 2027. So having said that, because we know that Valentine Ozibo is from Anambra State, Peter Obi is from Anambra State, they are both of the same party just before he defected to the APC to run for the gubernatorial elections in Anambra State that is due in November. So you would think that he has some clear information about the innings and the workings of Labour Party, where the reasons why he stated clearly that he is not going to, that Peter Obi will not participate in the 2027 elections via the Labour Party. So there's a whole lot happening, you know, in the political space, and this is about the time that people would basically try to buy out people, try to co-opt people, try to attract people into the party. I'm even trying to chase away people from the party, knowing that these elections are very crucial to any other thing that anybody can think of. We're less than 2 years to that particular party. So there'll be more defections. There'll even be more betrayal. There'll be more backstabbing in this politics because, again, like they say, politics is about interest. It's about basically your personal interest, not even the interest of the people you lead. So the interest of the people most of the time are actually down there. It's not even part of the major reason why these people move from one place to another. They don't really do their movement with the mind of having people's interest in the scheme of things. And so that's why most of the time some of their actions and inactions at that level don't really matter because, again, after all, they don't have your mandate. This is where we live it. Many thanks for being part of the program today. We're back next one on Friday for another opportunity to have your say on our program. It's Top 5. Charles is my name. Have a beautiful evening.
I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Nigeria's Center for Disease Control and Prevention says Nigeria faces heightened meningitis risk from November to May. University Don Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom calls for citizens' involvement in budgeting. Finland's president says in London he had no serious U.S. talk about NATO withdrawal. And Trump talks tariffs, TikTok, and Ukraine deal aboard Air Force One. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A research fellow at the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus, Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, has charged state governments to involve their citizens in the preparation of their annual budgets. Dr. Amakom gave the advice when featured on Signature Morning, a breakfast show on Signature TV, said that being the second most important document of every country, our subnational citizens must be engaged to make their input on what their priorities are.
I believe that the most important thing should be what's the content of the budget. Yeah, because when you have, budget is garbage in, garbage out. If you have rubbish in your budget, if you implement, it becomes rubbish. But if you have real issues in your budget, when you implement, it will affect people. I remember when you see a project in the budget, you find out that before the end of the year, that project somehow has been done.
Yeah.
So when such happens, implementation is not a problem. You know it will be implemented. But today, most people cry about implementation. I don't cry about implementation. I cry about the content of the budget. Because if we assume that all these things will be implemented, how will it affect us? I think that's the most important thing. And once we get it right there, and we now push again for it to be implemented, at least at the end of the day, you expect, because there is this expectation. As a family, when you sit down with your wife and children and say, oh, in 2025, this is what we want to achieve. Sometimes you don't have money, but you've projected you are going to do that. You will find out that the first month that comes, your wife begins to ask you, honey, what's the next thing? I think you said we are going to do this, we are going to buy a car, we are going to buy these things. You now see that when you go on to implement that thing, the entire family will be good. The entire family will be happy with you. But when nobody knows what you intend to implement and how it's going to affect them. So, and that's the problem with some of the budgets in the country, especially at the state level. There are so many what I call frivolous items, irrelevant issues.
The research fellow told the labor unions to also show more active interest in the budget process, as well as implementation of a budget to ensure that the needs of citizens are met. He noted that real developments cannot be achieved without proper accountability and transparency in the budget process and implementation.
How they do their thing, I get confused. I said, is it not time the organized labor, whether it's NLC, TUC, ASU, all those organized professionals, should we continue to talk about our salaries instead of advocating for the right thing to be done? Because why do we not have maybe the kind of salary we want to have? Or why is it that it's not enough for us to use it? After 2 years, you begin to agitate for increase. It's because something is fundamentally wrong. Can we go back to our drawing board? I've never seen NLC. I'm not accusing NLC, but I'm telling you my facts. I've never seen NLC after budget presentation at the federal level, at the state level. I've never seen TUC, I've never seen ASU, I've never seen NASU, I've never seen all these professionals and Nigerian Medical Association, all these people, saying we've looked at the budget to our sector and we believe that ABC is not correct. You don't do that. ASU don't do that in November, December when budget is presented. But you come in June during implementation and begin to ask for increments. Where do you want the government to get it from? I don't know whether it makes, I know some people will say, oh, you are making it technical. It is not technical. I have asked my colleague, I said, don't you believe that we need to start on time? Talk about plans, talk about policies, so that if all these things are captured in our plans and the policies are there to execute them, if they now come up with budget and we don't see them, we begin to say, no, our plans say you must do this, and I did not see it in your budget.
Abia State Governor Alex Oti has advocated for the humane treatment of inmates at various correctional facilities in Nigeria. Governor Oti said this when he played host to members of a Federal House of Representatives Committee on Reformatory Institutions, led by the committee's chairman, Chinedu Oga, in Umuahia. The governor disclosed that plans for the renovation of the correctional facilities have been underway, with the designs already submitted and undergoing verification. The chairman of the Federal House of Representatives Committee on Reformatory Institutions, Chinedu Olga, commended Governor Oti for his infrastructural strides and contributions towards improving correctional facilities within the state. Olga said that they were in Abia State as part of the committee's oversight function and praised the governor's efforts in enhancing security and boosting artisanship. He highlighted the significance of Governor Oti's initiatives, noting that Abia is the only state in the southeast with a 3,000 capacity correctional center located in Uzuakoli. The National Assembly has commended Governor Alex Oti for signing the Abia State Electricity Bill into law and creating a regulatory body for electricity generation and distribution in Abia State. The chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Renewable Energy, Afam Mogene, gave the commendation when he led a delegation of the House of Representatives Committee on Renewable Energy to pay the governor a working visit. He appreciated the giant strides of Governor Oti, especially in the areas of road infrastructure, noting that the power challenges confronting the nation cannot be overemphasized. According to him, the transition of Nigeria to renewable energy is a top priority to the House of Representatives, hence its popularization by the House. Responding, Governor Oti appreciated the members of the committee for the visit, while noting that power is very important to economic development, commended the National Assembly on what it is doing in that regard, said that the Abia State electricity law would boost the economy of the state through power. The Association of Resident Doctors at the David Umahi Federal University Teaching Hospital, Uburu, Ebonyi State, have decided to withdraw its services should the ongoing tension persist. Tension has continued to pervade the hospital since last week after its host community protested against the management of a medical teaching facility. The doctors took the decision during an emergency meeting on Sunday, where a communique signed by the association's president and secretary was made available to journalists. Stated that doctors are concerned about the negative impact of the recent unrest on the members and the quality of service delivery to patients, and that the situation has hindered effective patients' management, ultimately defeating the purpose of establishing the David Umahi Federal University Teaching Hospital. Association called on relevant authorities and stakeholders to resolve the differences amicably and restore peace to the hospital as soon as possible. The doctors reaffirmed their support for the hospital's management, led by Professor Uzoma Agu, in seeking the progress of the hospital. The threats by the resident doctors at Duft to down tools followed an ongoing push for the removal of the chief medical director by the host community, who have accused her of poor management and job racketeering. Joining us now to discuss the ongoing tension at David Umahi Federal University Teaching Hospital, Uburu, Ebonyi State, is the President General of Enweze Uburu Autonomous Community, Nicholas Odi Enyi. Good evening, Nicholas. Hello, Nicholas.
Yes, I'm with you. This is Mr. Nicholas Odi Enyi.
Yes, good evening to you from Signature TV. Please, can you bring us up to speed on the current situation between the community and the teaching hospital at Uburu?
Currently, by the intervention of the Honorable Minister of Works, His Excellency Engineer David Umahi, who is the founder and vision bearer of the institution, while he was a governor, he initiated the construction of these very important institutions in our community. The King David Umahi, David Umahi Federal University of Health Sciences, and the Sudan Teaching Hospital. Camp has been restored, and appeal for everyone, every of the stakeholders to cease further protest and petition against the CMD. That is the current situation.
Okay, is the University Teaching Hospital aware of the current situation?
Yes, you can go to the official page to see that they are aware of the situation.
Okay. Nicholas, I want to plead. Can you speak a bit louder so that we can be clear about what you're saying?
Okay. What I said is that camp has been restored at the teaching hospital. There is no further protest or petition against the management led by the chief medical director. And this was as a result of the appeal by the Honorable Minister of Works, who appealed that the CMP be allowed to complete her full tenure and let her be judged by her actions in office.
Okay. That is very great, because I do know that the basic thing in any host community is creating that enabling environment for any institution that is cited to thrive.
We want to give her the peaceful environment to work, and we'll create an atmosphere where we can collaborate. We want peace at the institution. The host community is a peaceful one. Workers and staff of the hospital cannot at any day fight where they were harassed. We are a very peaceful people, and we'll continue to support the management and maybe create an atmosphere for further dialogue. Already the executive governor of the state is already intervening. I will believe that any grievances can still be resolved. Part of the issues we raised are not things that cannot be resolved. The hospital will say that they don't need the manpower, and that we believe that it is something that the hospital can appreciate interventions led by the host community, led by the Honorable Minister of Works, in terms of supporting them with solar systems. So it is for the hospital management to constructively communicate any challenges with stakeholders of the community. Then the part of managing some of these critical equipment well. The equipment at the hospital, if you look at our project, our leaders touch some of those things. But we believe that development to create an enabling environment for us to talk further and resolve the issue.
Thank you very much. I'm very sure that is great news coming from you, Nicholas Udi Enyi, who is the President General of ENUGU Autonomous Community, for the teaching hospital community too, as you are ensuring that their peace will prevail and everything will be sorted out. Thank you for coming on to Signature TV News. Up ahead, Fubara says Rivers would emerge stronger from political crisis in his Eid al-Fitr message. Federal government to shut Lagos Independence Bridge for 2 months from Tuesday. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Similarly, Fubara has assured residents of the state that the ongoing political crisis will ultimately fortify them to emerge strong. Fubara said this during an Eid al-Fitr Salah visit at his private residence in Port Harcourt by Muslim leaders from Islamic groups, including the Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, urged the delegation and supporters to trust in God's plan noting that while the tension may feel disheartening, supernatural forces could be at work beyond human grasp. Representing the Muslim community, Alhaji Nasiri Uho expressed solidarity with the governor, pledging their prayers and support, praised Fubara's inclusive governance and recognition of Islam, encouraging steadfastness and citing the Islamic teaching that Allah rewards patience. Uho added that such challenges reflect Islamic beliefs where the Creator tests people through wealth, power, and authority. The federal government has announced the closure of an Independence Bridge starting April 1 for essential maintenance and rehabilitation works. Federal Controller of Works Lagos, Olukorede Kesha, made this known in a statement on Monday in Lagos. She explained that the bridge would remain closed until the end of May 2025, said that the closure would affect traffic traveling from Ahmadu Bello Way and Adeola Odeku towards Marina, Eko Bridge, and Onikon by Zone 2. Kesha advised motorists to plan their journeys accordingly and use alternative routes to avoid traffic congestion during the repair period. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has reaffirmed his commitment to securing Nigeria as he celebrated Eid al-Fitr with wounded soldiers at the 44 Nigerian Army Reference Hospital. Chief of Army Staff made his pledge during a Salah luncheon with sick and wounded in-action personnel and troops deployed on operations in one division's area of responsibility on Sunday in Kaduna. Oluyede, represented by the Commander Infantry Corps, Major General Abdul Ibrahim, praised their sacrifices and assured them that they had not been forgotten. He explained that most soldiers sustained injuries during operations in the northeast and northwest, including Operation Hadin Kai and Operation Fasanyama. The Army Chief reiterated his commitment to national security, highlighting successes in clearing the corridor from Kano to Abuja. Earlier, the General Officer commanding 1 Division, Major General Mayerenson Saraso, said the security situation in the division's area of responsibility remains volatile, complex, and unpredictable. Saraso, however, stated that stability had been maintained, as seen in the improved security along the Kaduna-Biriningwari and Abuja-Kaduna road and rail corridors. Thank the Chief of Army Staff for providing resources to organize the event despite the Army's competing demands. A National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has recovered about 86,000 opioid pills and arrested 4 suspects in connection with the seized drugs in Katsina State. NDLEA's Director, Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, said this in a statement on Sunday in Abuja. Babafemi said the 4 suspects were arrested and detained on Friday, March 28. This, he said, was during an intelligence-led raid operation at Godai village in Daura local government area, Katsina, where 684 blocks of compressed skunk, a strain of cannabis weighing 423 kilograms, was also recovered. According to him, not less than 13,198 kilograms of cannabis sativa were destroyed in Edo forests across parts of the state between Monday, March 24 and Friday, March 28 by NDLEA operatives. Babafemi said that the operatives also evacuated 158 kilograms of same substance for possible prosecution. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has impounded a truck loaded with 70,000 liters of stolen crude oil in Port Harcourt, River State. This contained in a statement signed by the NSCDC National Public Relations Officer, Afolabi Babawale, on Monday in Abuja. Babawale explained that the Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad had acted on orders to prevent incidents of pipeline vandalism, crude oil theft, and illegal dealings in petroleum products in the Niger Delta. Babawale confirmed that the exhibits included the red-haired navy blue container truck, an estimated 70,000 liters of stolen crude oil had already been confiscated. He emphasized that once the investigation had concluded, the NSCDC would seek the forfeiture of the truck and its contents in a court of competent jurisdiction. Said proceeds from the sale of the assets were remitted to the proceeds of crime account. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis (CSM) cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. Latest figures indicate a surge in infections with 807 suspected cases and 74 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) as of March 26, 2025. NCDC Director General Dr. Jide Idris said this in an interview on Monday in Abuja. Idris said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina, and Sokoto, and most affected states. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He said that cerebrospinal meningitis is a life-threatening infection of the brain and spinal cord caused by Neisseria meningitis bacteria. According to him, vaccination remains the most effective protection against meningitis. Idris also advised citizens to avoid close contact with sick individuals and seek immediate medical attention if symptoms appear. He warned health officials that meningitis cases could continue to rise if preventable measures were not taken seriously. United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has emphasized the importance of ensuring that hospitals, particularly primary healthcare centers, PHCs, have oxygen readily available for newborns who may need it. Martin Dalston, UNICEF Health Manager for Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health, MNCAH, and HIV, made this call in an interview on Monday in Abuja. According to him, 30% of infant mortality in Nigeria is caused by delivery problems, with 50% of these deaths occurring on the first day and 75% within the first week. He also highlighted that neonatal deaths, which made up 32% of under-5 mortality, were largely caused by birth asphyxia, prematurity, and infectious conditions that were preventable with proper care. Dawson explained that activated newborns often required oxygen to survive as their lungs might be underdeveloped. He stressed the importance of having oxygen readily available in hospitals and that it should be administered in a controlled, regulated manner to avoid harming the baby. Further noted that Nigeria ranked second in under-5 mortality, and to meet the SDG 3.2 target by 2030, the country must accelerate efforts to reduce mortality rates. Dalston also attributed many newborn deaths to lack of essential resources such as electricity, running water, skilled care providers, and neonatal resuscitation equipment. He emphasized that investment in maternal, newborn, and child health was crucial for improving outcomes and ensuring equitable access to quality care. The Nigeria Computer Society, NCS, has called for better utilization of indigenous developers and solutions to help boost the local economy. President of Nigeria Computer Society, Dr. Surajo Aliyu, made a call in an interview in Lagos on Monday. Aliyu expressed concern over Nigerians developing products that were not supported locally, noting that some even went abroad to register and market them. He highlighted that this resulted in revenue and job opportunities flowing to foreign countries instead of benefiting Nigeria. He appealed to the government to prioritize supporting the IT industry and its professionals, stressing the importance of liaising with NCS, a key player in the sector. Aliyu also encouraged learning from other countries to improve its own industry, ensuring that more homegrown solutions were embraced. The rector of Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic, Dr. Sani Tunga, extended heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Nasiri Idris Executive Governor of Kebbi State, on the joyous occasion of Eid al-Fitr. The message by the head of Director's media team, Nordiana David, says Tunga prayed that Allah would use this celebration to usher in prosperity, blessings and peace for Kebbi State and the entire nation of Nigeria. Rector credited the Polytechnic's recent achievements to the state government's dedication to reducing the number of out-of-school children, an initiative in which the institution has actively collaborated with the administration. Concluded his message by seeking Allah's acceptance of their fasting, prayers and sacrifices, while also praying for continued divine guidance and protection. Kano State government has constituted a high-powered delegation to visit and engage with Edo State government over mob action and killings of 16 northern travelers in Urumi, Edo State. Kano State Commissioner for Information and Internal Affairs, Ibrahim Waya, will disclose this, said the delegation is saddled with the task of engaging and collaborating with the Edo State government in efforts to identify the perpetrators and ensure justice for the victims. Waya said the incident has caused great concern to the government and the good people of the state. The Nigerian electricity sector slowed in the fourth quarter of 2024, with electricity production index declining by 1.64% year-on-year. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria says this marks a reversal from the 5.55% growth recorded in the third quarter of 2024. Average estimated electricity generation, according to Channels TV report on Monday, rose by 2.34% to 4.206.50 megawatts per hour from 4,110.47 megawatts per hour in quarter 3, 2024. Similarly, electricity consumption saw a modest increase of 2.63%, reaching 4,105.66 megawatts per hour from 4,000.24 megawatts per hour in the preceding quarter. This as the Nigerian economy witnessed widespread expansion in the fourth quarter of 2024, with 21 out of 22 subsectors recording positive growth. The Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NAITI, has reaffirmed its steadfast commitment to ensuring that revenues from Nigeria's oil and gas mining sectors are managed for the benefit of all citizens. NAITI's Executive Secretary, Dr. Oji Ogbonnaya Orji, shared his updates during a briefing with journalists in Abuja, highlighting the agency's progress in promoting transparency and accountability with Nigeria's extractive sector. He emphasized that NAITI would enhance beneficial ownership disclosures to improve revenue tracking, advance contract transparency, and ensure the full implementation of governance reforms in the extractive industry. Orji explained that upon assuming office in NAITI as Executive Secretary, he inherited an institution at a critical juncture at a time NAITI faced significant operational, institutional, and governance challenges that undermined its effectiveness. He said emerging priorities such as energy transition, beneficial ownership, transparency, contract disclosure, and implementation of Nigeria's Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, are reshaping the sector. According to him, NAITI has strengthened its collaboration with oil and gas and mining companies, revitalizing and reconstituting NAITI Companies Forum to foster greater industry engagement. He assured stakeholders that NAITI remains committed to monitoring the effective use of mineral resource revenues for the benefit of Nigerians. Still to come, Elon Musk gives away 2 1 million checks to Wisconsin voters in high-profile judicial race. Thai PM visits Bangkok collapse site as official vows to continue search for survivors. These and more after the break. U.S. President Donald Trump spoke to reporters aboard Air Force One on Sunday, touching on a range of topics including tariffs, TikTok, and Ukraine. Trump said that reciprocal tariffs he is set to announce this week will include all nations, not just a smaller group of 10 to 15 countries with the biggest trade imbalances. Trump added that he thinks Russian President Vladimir Putin wants a ceasefire. Trump also said he's going to make a decision on the secondary tariffs on Iran based on whether Tehran makes a deal over its nuclear program.
I don't think he's going to go back on his word. You're talking about Putin. I don't think he's going to go back on his word. I've known him for a long time. We've always gotten along well. I think he'll be okay. But if he isn't, I was disappointed in a certain way. Some of the things that were said over the last day or two having to do with Zelensky, because when he considers Zelensky not credible, he's supposed to be making a deal with him, whether you like him or you don't like him. So I wasn't happy with that. But I think he's going to be good. And I certainly wouldn't want to put secondary tariffs on Russia, but if they were put on, it would not be very good for them. It's a psychological deadline. If I think they're tapping us along, I will not be happy about it.
Do you think they are right now?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he wants to make a deal. And I think Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal on rare earth, and now he's saying, well, you know, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems. We have a lot of potential buyers. There's tremendous interest in TikTok. The decision's going to be my decision, as you know, through Congress. They've given me the power to make the decision. We're dealing with China also on it because they may have something to do with it. And we'll see how that goes. But it's something I think you're going to have. I'd like to see TikTok remain alive. I mean, TikTok is it's very interesting. A lot of people want to buy it.
If no deal, will you extend the deadline?
Well, there'll be a deal with TikTok. I'm pretty sure. The automakers are going to make a lot of money. The American automakers or international automakers, if you're talking about they're going to build in the United States. The people that are going to make money are people that manufacture cars in the United States. Outside of the United States, that's going to be up to them. I don't care too much about that. I don't think he's going to go back on his word. You're talking about Putin. I don't think he's going to go back on his word. I've known him for a long time. We've always gotten along well. I think he'll be okay.
Rescuers recovered the bodies of 15 aid workers in Gaza on Sunday. United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, said, bringing an end to a week-long search for the crew members who had gone missing after coming under heavy fire. According to the International Red Cross Society, all communication was lost with their PRCS colleagues after their convoy was attacked in Rafah in the early morning hours of March 23. The UN said at least 1,060 healthcare workers have been killed in the 18 months since Israel launched its offensive in Gaza after Hamas fighters stormed southern Israel on October 7, 2023.
Health workers should never be a target, and yet we're here today digging up a mass grave of first responders and paramedics. 7 days ago, civil defense and PRCS ambulances arrived at the scene. One by one, they were hit, they were struck. Their bodies were gathered and buried in this mass grave. We're digging them out in their uniforms, with their gloves on. They were here to save lives. Instead, they ended up in a mass grave. Their vehicles, their ambulances, UN vehicles, civil defense vehicles are crushed and dumped, covered in sand next to us. It's an absolute horror. What has happened here? This should never happen. Healthcare workers should never be a target.
What is this thing for now? I know they hear now.
Health workers should never be a target, and yet we're here today digging up a mass grave of first responders and paramedics. 7 days ago, civil defense and PRCS ambulances arrived at the scene. One by one, they were hit, they were struck. Their bodies were gathered and buried in this mass grave. We're digging them out in their uniforms, with their gloves on. They were here to save lives. Instead, they ended up in a mass grave. Their vehicles, their ambulances, UN vehicles, civil defense vehicles are crushed and dumped, covered in sand next to us. It's an absolute horror. What has happened here? This should never happen. Healthcare workers should never be a target.
Billionaire Elon Musk on Sunday handed out million-dollar checks to 2 voters in Wisconsin and promised smaller payments to others who help elect a conservative candidate to the state's top court in a closely watched election. Tesla CEO, a top advisor to U.S. President Donald Trump, handed out oversized checks at a rally in Green Bay as he sought to drum up enthusiasm for a state Supreme Court election that is already the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history. The recipients of those checks were Nicholas Jacobs and Ekaterina Diestel. Finland's President Alexander Stubb said on Monday that he had not yet heard from anyone serious in the United States administration that the U.S. will withdraw from NATO. His remarks came shortly after Stubb on Saturday had made a surprise trip to meet U.S. President Donald Trump in Florida, where they discussed different topics and also played a round of golf. Stubb said Trump's pressure on European nations to spend more on defense was correct, referring to the U.S. president's repeated demand that NATO members ramp up spending and questioning his country's predominant bankrolling of NATO. When asked about the meeting with Trump, Stubb, who was speaking at an event in the London School of Economics, said his father told him that one day golf will be useful at some stage.
I am yet to hear from anyone serious inside the U.S. administration, and I stress anyone serious in the U.S. administration, saying that they're somehow withdrawing from NATO. What President Trump is doing right now is correct. He's putting pressure on European states to increase their defense expenditure, increase these capabilities, and take more responsibility for their own security. It's funny, golf changed my life because I went to Furman because of golf, and I wasn't academically inclined, and then suddenly I noticed, I'm not going to become a golf professional, and I love international relations. So that was in 1990. I basically stopped golf, boom, like that. And my dad had told me that, whatever happens with your golf, remember, it'll be useful in life at some stage. I was going, come on, Dad. So, and then here I am, I was, well, hey. No, I mean, it's, the golf is, golf, cycling, whatever activity outside of a negotiating room is very useful.
The Argentine government will release its Poverty and Indigence Index for the second half of 2024 on Monday, but the director of UCA University's Social Debt Observatory, Agustin Silvia, thinks that despite President Javier Milei's government feat of curbing the inflation might have lowered the amount of people in poverty in the beginning, those numbers are now stagnated, with poverty lying between 37% and 39%. The indigence between 9 or 10%. In the dumpsters of a food market in Buenos Aires, families who cannot afford to buy food dive to snatch discarded produce in order to make it by. Workers at the market say that they had never seen so many people scrape for food as now. Salvia explains that despite Milei's achieving a macroeconomic stability, Argentine workers and pensioners are still having a lower income than what they had in late 2023.
Every day there are more people rummaging here in the dumpsters, gathering food. Thank God you see a lot of people who come to look and take a little bag of waste, a bit of vegetables for their house. They have something to eat, at least to take home. There is a tremendous hunger. It is true that there is an important major change, which is that we now have price stability, or at least macroeconomic stability and a much lower level of inflation. But the income level of workers, retirees, pensioners, are still below those we had in October or November 2023. And the level of employment has improved a little bit. We have a slightly higher employment rate, but the jobs we have are more precarious. They're subsistence jobs, informal jobs. That is, we have a set of data that would show that there were no major or significant changes when we compare the last period prior to the start of Argentine President Javier Milei, 1 year after, with how Milei manages the current economic or social situation. Having already stabilized the situation, with inflation now at 2%, the benefits that the fall of the inflation is giving are no longer being experienced right now. Therefore, poverty and extreme poverty tend to stabilize at around 37%, 38%, 39% and at 9%, 10% of indigents. It stabilizes, and the improvements will increasingly depend less on how much inflation falls.
South American country has seen its sky-high inflation slow to 66.9% as government seeks to tackle economic woes by stripping away capital controls, but residents are still struggling against payroll costs and slashes public services. Australia should not be suspicious nor make any unfounded assumptions, China said on Monday after its Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said it's monitoring a Chinese research ship in the country's south coast region. Goh was speaking in response to a question from an Australian media outlet that a Chinese ship might have dual use, and Albanese saying he preferred if it was not there. Albanese is currently on the campaign trail after calling a general election for May 3, and has said it is and the Labour Party's responsibility to represent Australia's national interest when questioned by media. A group of swimmers took a plunge into the chill water of the old harbour of Greenland's capital, ENUGU, on Sunday. The group, many of whom were foreign visitors or workers living in ENUGU, walked off the snow-covered beach into the waters as formations of ice could be seen floating past on a fjord further offshore. Many swimmers dipped in quickly before heading out to dry off and warm up again. According to AccuWeather, it was -7 Celsius in the air. One participant, Sofia Vitstov, a nurse from Denmark working in Greenland, said the water was cold, but that it felt like a good thing for the soul.
It's a beautiful experience, and it's such a cozy arrangement that we get together as a community, no matter where you're from and what you're doing here. Then it brings us together as a group. When you're thinking about what's going on here in Greenland and in the world, I think it's a beautiful contrast to that, that we get together and say that is not gonna break us down. So it's quite the contrary of that.
It's quite beautiful with the white snow and the icebergs in the behind. So it's quite of good things for your soul.
French far-right leader Marine Le Pen abruptly left the Paris courtroom before hearing how long she'll be banned from running for public office. After finding Le Pen, 8 other former EU lawmakers and 12 parliamentary assistants guilty of embezzling EU funds, presiding judge said there were grounds for them to receive immediate public office bans. 24 co-defendants are also on trial, including Perpignan Mayor Louis Alliot, an ex-treasurer of the far-right party, then called National Front, Valedran du Saint-Jas. Prosecutors have asked Le Pen received an immediate 5-year ban, which would likely prevent her from running in the 2027 presidential election. The headquarters of the Republican Party of New Mexico was set on fire on Sunday and ICE KKK spray paint on a building in what the party called a deliberate act of arson. Fire officials in Albuquerque, the largest city in democratic-controlled New Mexico, were called to the blaze at around 6 a.m. and put it out in 5 minutes. In a series of photographs released on Sunday by the New Mexico GOP, single-story structure was shown to have suffered damage to its entrance, with charred objects lying around it. The FBI said it was leading the investigation to find those responsible, spokeswoman for the agency said in a statement. 19-year-old Czech Jakub Mensik beat his childhood idol Novak Djokovic 7-6, 4, 7-6-4 in an upset for the ages on Sunday, claiming his first ATP title at the Miami Open as he denied the former number one his bid for milestone 100th. The 54th ranked Mensik faced tough odds in only his second ATP final, but harnessed his best weapon to subdue the 24 times major winner with 14 aces and collapsed onto the court, overcome with emotion after sealing it with an unreturnable serve. The oldest ever to reach a Masters 1000 final, 37-year-old Djokovic had hoped to join Jimmy Connors 109 and Roger Federer 103 as the only three men in the Open era with 100 or more titles, but ran out of steam in the end. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Good evening. Today is the 31st of March, Monday, 2025, and we have come to the end of the month. And tomorrow is a new month, and I'm wishing you a happy new month in advance. This is Signature Evening from Signature TV, and today we are going to have lots and lots of discourse and actually have a whole lot of things to put out there for you to enjoy. Welcome, our viewers. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms. We are always live on YouTube 247 and every other single social media platform. We are always there. Don't forget to share, like, and comment. Now let's move over into the highlights. In the highlights, says first on the list is I'll share evidence of public funds theft under Fubara, says ex-head of state. I refuse 5 billion naira bribe to impeach Fubara, former Rivers Speaker Edison Ehie reveals. Tinubu, hunger coming down, food prices dropping. And last but not least, we have Nigerian boxer dies after collapsing in Ghana fight. And next we'll have autograph and chat box. Don't forget to follow our social media handles if you're just joining us. And now we bring you political interviews after this break. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Back. This is still Signature Evening, And first, we have former head of the Rivers State Civil Service, George Nweke, said he would provide evidence of public fund theft under the administration of suspended state governor Similai Fubara to security operatives when called upon. This is as he accused the Fubara's administration of misappropriation. Nweke stated this in a press briefing on Saturday, alleging that the theft of public funds under the suspended Rivers governor is mind-boggling. And to have this discourse, we have Wisdom Lan Anyaragu, who is a convener, Democracy with Borders in Rivers State. Good evening, Wisdom.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good evening.
Okay, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening. It's Democracy Without Borders. That's the right
Okay,
word.
let's dive right into this discourse for today. We have, allegations of money embezzlement under Fubara's government. What do you have to say about this?
Well, first of all, it is public knowledge that we saw the way and manner the ex-head of service, has displayed in some days ago. This is somebody we know very well that he has served in the civil service for over 30 to 35 years, held sensitive positions within the Rivers State Ministry of different ministries precisely, and now ended up to become the head of service out of the magnanimity of the governor himself appointed him. But, if you also look at the text conversations between the ex-head of service and as well as the governor and the chief of staff to the governor, you see that at a time, the former head of service, showed incompetence, showed how, lack of contentment. He was asking for money because he felt that at the moment, he was supposed to get more than what he was already receiving. And we are talking about a state that is, engulfed with political disagreement between the serving governor and the former governor. And the governor has continued to reiterate that he is not the governor of the state for personal gains. And the likes of the former head of service should also have understood that even before he was part of that fight. But because he thought that because he was part of the fight that he was expecting a bigger bread to share with the governor, and he was disappointed. And now what we are seeing is him coming to tell Nigerians. As a matter of fact, it was a script he read. It is public knowledge. We all saw what happened. The whole Nigeria witnessed it. He was reading from a script. Somebody who says he's making a confession. At least if you're making a confession, your confession is supposed to come from your heart and from your stomach. The Bible says from the depth of the heart, the mouth speaketh. But rather, there was an instruction from somebody we already know, telling him that he should go just by the script as has been instructed. So it tells you how gullible some persons, especially not minding the levels and capacity that people might have risen in life, it tells you their social, it's a sense of judgment and acceptability. So, but as a matter of fact, it is all false. And we all know, for some of us who are very close to the government of Rivers State, I have been a contractor. I have been part of the previous administration of the government of His Excellency Chief Barrister Nyesom Wike from the year 2017 down to 2023, before I ran and contested for election. So I think I can speak from a very close range of what happens within the government house, because then I was a liaison officer within the government house. Most of the activities of the governor, especially when it has to do with political meetings and as well as personal appointments, it has no business to do with the head of service. The head of service is only saddled with responsibility of things related to civil service, and that's all. So, but imagine when the head of service come out publicly to make a statement that he has evidence, and as a matter of fact, that he saw when the governor handed a bag of money. It's regrettable, it's laughable, and above all, it shows how the level that he has reduced himself. But I think this is also, a statement of intent for us to know that these people, especially the enemies of Rivers State, will leave nothing untouched until they see how they can be able to pull down the governor on their project or pull him down. But the truth is that the governor remains unmatched. The governor remains, if you even see the followership of the governor, it is very, very organic. And the people of Rivers State knows in truth that if the governor was not fair, honest, he wouldn't have even assumed the office of the governor today.
Interesting, Mr. Wisdom. So would you really say that this is from a point of sentiment, when things don't go your way? Do you really think this is coming from a place of hurt? And how would you compare the timing of this thing happening? Is this like, a well-structured period of time for all these things to come to play?
Well, to answer that question, that even the timing was when it was almost at the verge of retirement. You understand that at the end of this game, the boot as a civil servant, and now he was looking at what he's going home with, and he has demanded. But now, from information reaching us, we are reliably informed. I am speaking based on information reaching me exclusively that he was, if you listen to the statement of on channels yesterday, he also confirmed that he was also asked to receive 5 billion naira just to be part of the impeachment of the governor, which he declined. So the enemies of the state will leave nothing, unturned. They have seen that Nweke already is gullible, he was weak, and he was almost wrapping up. So they needed somebody, especially within the caucus, or somebody who is close to the government, that can be able to say something that can indict the governor. But I can tell you with fact, because even in the issue of that particular indictment that the Nweke made mention of, there are over 10 witnesses, including members of the Nigerian police force and other security agencies, that were manned to take responsibility of the security post of the State House of Assembly. And some of these people's oaths are in the court, and we have evidence of people who are attesting what really happened and who had access to the State House of Assembly complex as at the time, before the arson attack took place. But at the time that Nweke is coming up with this, it shows you that he's already running out of time because he's almost at retirement. And because of the state of emergency, he felt that this was the best time for him to throw in the towel. And if you also look at the script also, you see that he did not play the script properly because he did not even carry the wife along. When the wife observed, the wife, knowing that Nweke has always been committed to the services of Rivers State, called the governor immediately to inform the governor of the action and what is happening, and also swore that she's aware that the husband was under duress. And we also watched the script, we watched the behind the scene when Mr. Nweke was instructed to read by the instructions and by the script that was handed over to him. So it's very, very clear that even the timing, it was scripted, and the timing also we understood. But the truth is that Rivers State remain resolute, remain strong, and we are in solidarity in support of the governor, because we know that by the actions and the antecedent of the governor has no, in the Bible they said, I have found no iniquity in the house of Jesse. The governor has no iniquity, and that is the reason why, of all the effort they have made from day one to remove the governor, they have always, fought. So we continue to watch what happens.
Okay, I understand that the people of Rivers State have so much faith in the suspended governor. Peradventure, this evidence, comes out that the Rivers ex-head of service has stated that he has. If this evidence comes out, do you feel it's going to, mar the fate of the people of Rivers State? Is it going to, break their hearts in a certain extent towards the governor? Do you think it's going to change how they feel about their governor?
Well, I can tell you that with all sense of humility and responsibility, that if peradventure any testament or whatsoever evidence that Nweke assumes or presumes to submit before the floor of the Nigerian police or security agencies, I can tell you that they are all false and lack locus. I can tell you categorically that even without the governor sitting here with me, I can tell you that that particular action, see, let me tell you, we are living in River State. In case you are not aware, let me throw you a little back. When the governor, congratulated the former local government chairman who served under the dispensation of the former governor on the 17th of June, if I'm not mistaken, and he asked them to hand over to all the heads of local government while he wanted to prepare for the local government election. Some of these people who were in the habit of engaging in arson attacks against government facilities, they made direct threats. And I can tell you, it is public knowledge. Over 3 local governments were under attack. Ikure Local Government Council was under attack. Eleme Local Government Council was under attack. Are we now saying that this is something not that we are no longer familiar with? We know those who continue to make threats of arson, and whenever they make these threats, it happens. The Minister of FCT as well, after his media chat, 4 days interval, we saw what happened. So, but we don't want to go into that. The only thing I can tell you is that no matter the evidence that Mr. George Nweke has to present or has submitted based on compromise, because we know he has compromised both himself and his personality, it is all false, and they are all, doctored. But I can tell you that truth will definitely stand firm, and the governor will definitely prevail.
Okay, so what actions do you really expect the government to put out to the public? What actions do you expect from the government when peradventure this evidence gets released? Do you feel the government would react in a particular way?
Well, I can tell you for free that the federal government today, ably led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has been the shadow marshal behind the political field in River State because of Project 2027. As you already know, I am a political convener and also a political participant. I played a role in the last 2023 general election. I ran and I contested, and we all saw what happened. And the president as well know for free that in the year 2027, that River State is not a catchment area for him. So now, because of what happened in 2023, he thinks and he believes that the only way he can be able to capture River State, as against what he has already been losing from the north, is by taking total control of River State. And I can tell you that democracy, like Nigerians already know, is the only tool for our coexistence. And based on the belief of democracy, both Nigerians and Rivers people will resist Mr. President. I can tell you, it's not about Mr. President anymore, because it is very, very clear to Nigerians that democracy is under attack, under the disguise of state of emergency. You cannot tell me, with all due respect, I'm not trying to take us off the topic of the day, but you cannot tell me that we have over 36 states of Nigeria that makes up the federating unit of the federation. And out of the 36 states, 35 states are enjoying free democracy, while in one state, we are experiencing what we call dictatorship. We are seeing what we call military rule, whereby a sole administrator, which is alien to our constitution, which is unconstitutional, is appointed. And now this same person is appointing people, and as well as removing those who are constitutionally elected and appointed. You and I will agree that 1999 Constitution, as amended, declared that no single money of a state belonging to a state can be spent without a proper appropriation. Even the Supreme Court gave a verdict that the governor should go and re-represent his budget so that the 2025 appropriation bill can become a law, which amounted to over 1.1 trillion. But rather,
Mr. Wisdom, not to cut you short, if peradventure this evidence is leaked, don't you think that justifies the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State?
I don't think so, because if we're talking about justification for the state of emergency, like I said, declaring the state of emergency is not a bad one, because when you see that there is crisis or there is reason for maybe a conflict within a particular place, there might be need for state of emergency. But in the case of Rivers State, there was no need, there was no justification, there was no moral within justifying the action of Mr. President, because Mr. President was ill-informed, and as well as his own personal interest. And when we swore oath to defend the 1999 Constitution, the 1999 Constitution that we took an oath to defend sometimes even goes contrary to our own belief. And that is the reason why our own interests should be separated from the collective interests of Nigerians. Mr. President took an oath, and if you remember what Section 1, Subsection 2 stated, that no part of Nigeria will be governed if not by the Constitution. And the Constitution was very, very clear when he said in Section 188 that these are the rules by which a governor and a deputy governor can be removed from office. It is clear, either by impeachment, out of if the governor is found at maybe gross misconduct or whatsoever, misappropriation or whatsoever reason, or by death or by incapacitation. And now we are seeing, we're witnessing in Nigeria that a president, a sitting president who was duly elected, just like the same way a governor was elected, desecrating the Constitution, which is the highest law that is, even the Supreme Court today draws its life from the 1999 Constitution. Even the president himself draws his own power as the president and commander-in-chief from the 1999 Constitution. And this same president swore an oath to defend this Constitution. But what we're witnessing today is that the president is not only abusing his office as Mr. President, but rather, you can see that it is very, very public, it is public knowledge that democracy is under ransom by the Mr. President, which is so bad, because he has been an activist right from the days of the Nadeko days. He has also been a strong voice, even when he was the governor of Lagos State in the year 1999. We saw when he tried to establish the local government development authority. And the then president of Nigeria, President Olusegun Obasanjo, never declared state of emergency in Lagos State. Didn't we have reasons even when there was an explosion in Lagos State? But there was no justification for declaration of state of emergency in Lagos State. But now, because of his interest for 2027, he declared a state of emergency and also suspended an elected governor, suspended the legislative. Now you are asking me, will the sole administrator, all the expenses and all the money that has been released to him, who is appropriating them? Now the president is assuming the office of legislator, making
Mr. Wisdom, can you hear me?
And as well as appropriating the finances belonging to Rivers people. This tells you the abnormality and the unconstitutional act of Mr. President. It also shows you the abuse of power. Just like Montesquieu said, a French monarch. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, citing what you just mentioned, the allegations you just made against the president, right, just not long ago, would you say that this state of emergency is a deliberate act? And secondly, this money that the head of service is talking about, do you peradventure have a described figure of what he's referring to? Mr. Wisdom, can you hear me? Okay, we have a bit of network issues and we'll reconnect to Mr. Wisdom. We'll go on a short break and when we're back, we'll continue.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Signature Evening. If you're just joining us, you can go back to revisit the discussion that we had right before now. We had this conversation with Mr. Wisdom Land. We're talking about the evidence that the ex-head of service is, threatening to release against Fubara, saying that he has evidence of public fund theft under the Fubara government. And to continue the discussion, we have Mr. Wisdom Land. Good to have you back, sir. Okay. I was asking.
Thank you very much.
I was asking. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was asking if you have an idea of this said amount of money that the head of service is talking about, the ex-head of service is talking about.
I'm sorry. I was asking if you have an idea of this said amount of money that the head of service is talking about. The
ex-head of service is somebody, a little history of my knowledge with the head of service. When I got to know the head of service was when he was a permanent secretary to the office of the secretary to the state government of Rivers State, which is the former secretary to the state government in the person of Honorable Tami Wenike Danagogo. And he served as a permanent secretary under the previous administration as a to a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic in Rivers State. For reasons best known to me, I wouldn't want to start disclosing my, my affiliations there. And I can tell you that Mr. Nweke is well known to me. Mr. Nweke is somebody who is not dependable. And if you look at him, he's somebody who comes up to say that he has a lot of people who are, direct benefactors to him, but that he's not, getting more. I remember one of my conversations with him when he was a permanent secretary, when the former governor of Rivers State, organized the International February 2018. And he told me that I can imagine how bad it is that even the governor was organizing a competition, an international competition, and him as a permanent secretary, has nothing to go home with, that he had to even ask somebody to come and supply pure water in the state event. And I'm like, is this bad? But he didn't know that I also have other contacts within the ministries that were, saddled with responsibility of organizing this particular, occasion. So I can tell you for free, with my personal history with Dr. George Weke, that one, he's not reliable. And again, like I told you, the reason why he came out to make such statement is because he has been promised a token of 500 million naira, that if he does that and claim what is not fact, that he'll be given. Also, to confirm my statement, if you also listen to the interview, press statement granted by the wife of Mr. George Nweke on Channels Television, she also confirmed that Mr. Nweke has been accosted and compelled to sign documents against the governor that is untrue, and that he has continued to say no until his very good friend, who happened to serve as a former commissioner, appointed by the former governor of Rivers State, that also served in the administration of His Excellency Sasimnale Fubara Obiri, precisely, invited him over to Abuja. So if you look at the testimony of the wife and confirm with what I'm telling you, you understand that in terms of, in as much as he has served and worked for over 35 years, and I can assure you that based on his track record, he has about few months left in active service. So he felt that this was an opportunity for him to, make something out of nothing. But it is quite unfair, because what will he tell his children after now? Because Rivers State and the activity and the misunderstanding happening in Rivers State today is not just about the governor of the state and the previous governor. It will become history. And history will hold kind to those who made effort for the unity and the promulgation of the state. And also, history will not be kind to those who made themselves tools. You understand me? So I can tell you that no matter whatever Mr. Nweke has submitted as an evidence, they are all untrue. They are not without fact. As a matter of fact, they were all, orchestrated just to haunt the governor. But I can tell you for free, with all due respect and with every sense of humility, that the governor of Rivers State stands tall above every accusation alleged against him. And I can tell you that he will come out with a clean slate of all the allegations that has been orchestrated or pointed or alleged against the governor. The governor has continued to say that there are records that will justify him. Remember also that this same governor was a former director of finance before he rose to the rank of the Accountant General of Rivers State, which means he was a seasoned administrator and a seasoned civil servant. He understands the plight of civil servants, and he also understands the techniques and the administrative professionalism in adjudicating his office. So it will be very unfair for him, having been a former Accountant General of the state, knowing the implication of these things, now becoming a victim or becoming a culprit. For crying out loud, it's never heard. So I can tell you for free that the governor is innocent and will remain innocent of all the allegations peddled against him. Thank you.
Mr. Wisdom, just to be clear, after this accusation by the Rivers head of service, has there been any internal audits or investigation that has been carried out in order to flag off these financial irregularities?
I love this particular area and direction that you brought me. As at May 2024 precisely, the National Assembly Committee on Audit and Public Procurement visited the government house of Rivers State, and the governor, was very familiar with them because he was used to submitting records as well as knowing what has to be done in terms of public record and public office keeping. Now, it is public knowledge that the governor of Rivers State, an outstanding governor, as a matter of fact, a gift to the good people of Rivers State, with excellent career and profile, has always been, very, very familiar, and as well as continue to render account publicly and privately on everything that relates to the finances belonging to Rivers State. Let me draw your attention. As at the time that the governor became and assumed the office of the governor of Rivers State, over 8 years plus in the previous administration, the internal generated revenue of Rivers State was never declared until 6 months to the end of that particular tenure. We were informed that the internal generated revenue of Rivers State were within 12 billion naira. But this governor, from assumption, immediately, especially within the time that this field emanated, he came public to inform the good people of Rivers State that the resources of Rivers State is the problem. And that from the time he has rejigged and closed all the loopholes where Rivers money were all channeled wrongly and unjustifiably, that the Rivers State internal generated revenue has increased from as low as 12 to 13 billion and rise to within 26, 27 billion. Now you ask yourself, what is the ratio or the mathematics or the magic behind that? It tells you that this is a man who is accountable, who is ready for public accounting, and as well as ready to tell good people of Rivers State where their money has been going to. Secondly, also on public accounting, the governor has continued to engage in different projects, especially legacy projects. The previous administration, I can bet you, and I stand to be challenged anywhere, both in court, engaged in different projects as well as different flyovers. And in all of these projects, none of these projects were up to 50 kilometers at a stretch. But I can tell you that this governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Simnalaye Joseph Fubara, has engaged in different signature projects, ranging from the Port Harcourt Ring Road project that cuts across over how many kilometers? Over 100 and something kilometers. We also know about the 62.50 kilometer road linking the Trans-Calabari Road and some other areas that I can't even mention or remember, at exactly. So it tells you that, and again, that in all of these projects, I want to inform you, no single money has been borrowed. All the contracts and payment has always come from the internal generated revenue. Now you ask yourself, of all the monies that we are collected as loan on behalf of Rivers State by the previous administration, and also the false declaration of our internal generated revenue, now who happens to be justified? It tells you the credibility of the governor of Rivers State. It tells you that, okay, look at even the political grassroots or structure of the governor. you can also see that it is evident that even members of those who are members of the political structure of the governor has continued to cry because the governor has not been releasing the state funds for political reasons. He has said that the state fund belongs to the people of the state. But anything that has to do with political activity has to be sponsored within the political members, which I am also a party a flag bearer and a national stakeholder of the Action People's Party of. So I can tell you that the governor has continued to show credibility, has continued to show honesty, and I can tell you that no matter what they try to, to compile or to bring together against the governor of Rivers State, they will all meet Waterloo because they are untrue, they are unfounded, and they have no locus.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Can you hear me?
My time is well spent. Thank you for doing justice
Thank
to
you so
this
much, Mr. Wiz. My time is well spent.
And if there are any developing stories concerning this, we are definitely going to reach out to you to, give us an insight on what is happening in Rivers State. So we'll go on a short break, and when we are back, we will take on our next guest. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Back, this is Signature Evening. If you're just joining us, do well to revisit our previous discourse right after the program. Next, we have Chief of Staff to the suspended Governor of Rivers State, Similai Fubara, Honorable Edison Ehie, has alleged that he was offered a 5 billion naira bribe to support the impeachment process of his principal, then as a Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Ehie, who did not mention the person that made the attempt to bribe and disclosed this yesterday, described Fubara as a man of peace, saying he turned down the money when he realized the purpose for the offer. And to have this discussed, we have Andy Akwativ, a civil rights activist, to talk about this refusal of 5 billion naira bribe to impeach Fubara. Good evening, Andy.
Yes, good evening. Great to be here.
So nice to have you. Let's dive right into it. What do you have to say about this particular information? Not forgetting that the other, the ex-head of service just stated that Fubara had, embezzled money from the government. So what do you have to say to this particular subject?
So I know that this is what the press will catch in on, but there are certain matters that the press did not even need to put their, their searchlight on. The head of services statement is neither here nor there. It is presumptuous, assumptuous, and totally fallacious. I will jump in very quickly on what Edison had spoken about. First off, I want to make light of it, how that billions have become commonplace in our political lexicon, these days. How that people will just sit and say, oh, they were giving billions or billions was transferred. When I was growing up, it used to be very hard for me to write billions, right? It was very difficult. For a long time, I could not even write billions. And this is no joke at all, because what we understood then, if you were a thousandaire, you were a big boy. But today, they are just calling billions, as though billions has become commonplace. Anyway, it's not their fault. It is because of what has become of politics and the kind of apathy that the people have for politics. Otherwise, we should have been asking very, very serious questions right now. Who offered you these billions? How was this billion or the 5 billion offered you? From where did this person take these billions? If we were a serious country, for instance, we should have put on a pause a lot of things around governance just for us to address this question of a former leader of the House of Assembly and recently suspended chief of staff saying that he was offered 5 billion. You know what 5 billion is? If you spend 5 billion, 1 million from 5 billion every day, do you know how many years it will take you to finish 5 billion? So Nigerians have become so thick-skinned to these kinds of issues across the length and breadth of this country, from the north to the south to the east and the west. We hear of these kinds of allegations, and whether you like it or not, for people to be talking about these things, there must be some elements of truth in it. Nigeria and the institutions, when I say institutions, I speak to the police force, I speak to the ICPC, I speak to the EFCC and other, agencies that are responsible for these kinds of things, should have asked AE Edison to come and substantiate, so that the person who offered this should have been picked. But because we are totally unserious, and I make bold to say it, I do not have any apologies. We are totally unserious as a people. That's why such kind of things said by former chief of staff is just going to, at best, get mentioning on social media and get mentioning on traditional media. The institutions responsible will not get on it to try and address it once and for all, so that if anything, people will be circumspect in how they either offer such monies or how they accept such monies.
Okay, Andy, from your own aspect, what steps should be taken to investigate and hold accountable those behind, this kind of situations, behind this alleged bribery attempt?
It's simple. Right now, the police, EFCC or ICPC, should have asked A. Edison to come and substantiate. He had said that he has got evidence. He that alleges, according to our legal structure, must be the one to prove. If you say this has happened, this happened, you must be ready to prove. And I didn't think that Edison was not ready to prove it. He had said he has got proof. So what should have happened by today? He should have received a letter between now and tomorrow to say, please, you need to come to the headquarters, Nigerian Police Force or EFCC, to come and substantiate this, because as a country, this brings serious embarrassment to us as a people. As a state, it's very embarrassing. We need to be able to, if you had this kind of a thing mentioned in China, the entire Chinese government would come to a halt. I'm not telling you story, what was told me. I'm telling you things that I personally witnessed. If you had this kind of corruption issues in China, the entire government will come to a halt until they addressed it. But see what's happening in Nigeria. We have been hearing billions. He gave us 15 billion. He gave us 20 billion. How is that person making billion? Don't forget, I started off by saying when I was growing up, I couldn't write billions for a long time. But today, see what's happening. People are saying that they were offered billions to raise the motion for the impeachment of a governor, just to raise motion for impeachment of a governor. You know what billions are? What billions are? If you took 5 billion to the Nigerian government, do you know what it will solve? If you took 5 billion to even the Ghanaian government, do you know what would happen? We are such a very unserious country. I am not going to be looking at any other thing, but not even the legalese of this issue. But this is corruption in explicitity in verbosity, displayed before us as a people. And our institutions are sleeping, or indeed sleeping on bicycle. We need to be able to, as a people, speak and point their attention to what they should be doing right now. We should not sensationalize it to say, oh, he said 5. No. What should happen right now? Every member of the press should be speaking about it. Who should do what? How should it be done? Shouldn't EFCC speak to this issue? Shouldn't the police speak to this issue? These are some of the things that should have been happening by now. But I'm very sad to say that we live in a time and in a state, in a territory, in a country where, you know, might has become right. And right, no one is ready to emphasize it. No one is ready to uphold it because right has become an orphan that is struggling on the streets of Nigeria as against right, as against might that everyone is celebrating. As soon as you are able to showcase might, then you were right and the law was in your favor. It's indeed very preposterous. Indeed, something that Nigerians all from all walks of life need to speak against. Otherwise, we are heading for the doldrums.
Okay, Mr. Andy. I mean, so far after this reveal from Edison here, there has been no legal or any action from the anti-corruption agency. None of them have been, you know, made any statements or even put out any action regarding this particular issue. How do you feel about that? What do you have to say about this particular situation?
This is what I've
and
been
how
saying
silent
since.
they are towards it?
This is what I've been saying since. I've been saying that rights and law has become an orphan in Nigeria, strolling on the streets, and no one is willing to feed rights. No one is really willing to feed, you know, what is supposed to be. But you see, might has got so much strength that everyone gravitate towards it or towards her. Might is the one that is in charge. That's why today, other than you who is asking this question now, maybe as a result of what I have said, go look at what all the other media houses are speaking about. Go see the traditional media houses, the newspaper, what they are speaking about. None of them have taken any position around what we should be doing as a people. Like, if he said this, ICPC, where are you? If he said this, EFCC, where are you? If he said this, the Nigerian police force, where are you? If he said this, these are some of the things, because these are very weighty allegations that has the tendency to cast very heavy aspersion on the integrity of a country. But guess what? It is indeed very shocking. It is shocking because citizens have not taken on their responsibilities. I have been speaking about these things since. The two radio houses that have interviewed me, I had said to them, what are you people doing around this? Do you know in saner societies, people and different civil society organizations would be on the street marching now to say, tell us who bribed you, how you were bribed, and let us know how by now we in that person in. That person every morning I won't go to work again. You know what 5 billion naira is? Just do a small computation and say 5 billion divided by 1 million, 1 million, and see what happens. If you were spending 1 million every day, see how many years it will take you to spend 5 billion. Indeed, we have really, I lack words to thoroughly explain it. Nigerians have descended. The Nigerian state, indeed, we have descended to the lowest of abyss. We have descended to the lowest of level. We have descended to a place where it will take us more than light years to come out of this wood. The people should focus, the press should focus on these important things so that we can get to the bottom. If it was a lie, people will no longer tell lies like this. And if indeed is the truth, such people who are doing those evil.
Mr. Andy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I couldn't hear you for a bit, but I can hear you now.
Okay, I think it's a network problem. But on the other hand, why would you think Fubara's opponents would go through the extent of paying these huge amounts of money for his removal? I mean, it sounds almost impossible. Why do you think they would go to this extent?
It is politics. Politics essentially is a game of interest, right? It is politics because in politics in Nigeria, the winner takes all. It is politics because politics in Nigeria allows you to enjoy your booty the way you want to enjoy it. Imagine, for instance, the kind of wealth that comes into the River State government, either through internally generated revenue or what is given by the federal government, what the allocations are. Also, imagine the kinds of monies that are paid to governors, as security votes. There's a lot of largesse, that governors and governments stand to benefit. So if you are an opponent and you want to have your hands, in these largesse, what will be 5 billion for you not to be able to do? You can even go to the bank and take the loan of 5 billion because you understood that this is the amount of money that will be paid to the person who you would install next. And that person can promise you 50% of it. If they are paying such amount of money or higher amount of money to somebody just as security vote, go and check how much is paid to governors as security vote. If the person who was going to, assuming without considering that that was correct, that person will be able to make his money back. So there are several reasons that 5 billion can be offered, because you know that in the next 2 months after you install your stooge there, you'll be able to make that 5 billion more than 20 times in 20 places.
Okay. So do you think that this whole reason for, or whatever reason that he had for rejecting this bribe has affected the speaker's political career or his personal security? Do you feel this particular
What do you mean by
situation is
speaker?
going to affect
What do you
it?
mean by speaker? He's not the speaker. Now, hey, Edison is not the speaker. I need you to
The
take that
former
question
speaker,
again.
rather.
Hey, Edison is not the former speaker. He had this thing that at the time he said they offered him, he was a leader of the assembly. He wasn't a speaker of the assembly. As at the time he said they offered him 5 billion naira, he was a leader of the River State House of Assembly. While Martin Amewele, was, or if you may, is the speaker of the River State House of Assembly. So I need you to take the question again.
Okay, I'm saying that, do you think this particular situation would affect his political career or his personal security,
He's not a
being
chief
that
of
he
staff now,
rejected
so
this 5 billion naira bribe to impeach Fubara?
by affecting it, do you mean affecting it negatively? Because as it stands
Yes,
today,
negatively.
no, he is the chief of staff of the River State government, right? Until the suspension came. If anything, the decision has positively affected his political trajectory or career. So for someone who was a member of the River State House of Assembly becoming, by my reckoning, the most powerful person in the government other than the governor, the chief of staff, by my reckoning, some people will tell you is the secretary to the government, but by my reckoning, the chief of staff is the most powerful person, individual, after the governor. For him to have left as, an assembly member and become a chief of staff, it means that that decision indeed affected his political career positively, right? So he understood where to pitch his tents, and he did it well.
Okay, interesting. Do you think this would actually play as an example for other politicians out there to, walk on this particular path of refusing bribes and the rest of it?
No, so bribes are given every day in Nigeria, right? And bribes are given and taken in politics every day in Nigeria to get specific favors. And that's why I've been very offended that our institutions are not very strong on people who give and receive bribes. But it will depend on the position you are at or you are standing as at the time they are offering you the bribe. If you made your calculations and you found that if you did not take the bribe and you went to cast the person who was offering you the bribe to the one who they were offering you the bribe against, and that by so doing it will give you an advantage, a lot of people will take it. It's just about your calculating, right? Where do I stand to get the most benefits? Is it with the 5 billion, or in the case of Nahi Edison becoming a chief of staff? What would be 5 billion to a chief of staff? You know, a chief of staff will have the tendencies, the capacity, the abilities, you know, the office to be able to control much more than 5 billion, particularly for a state like Rivers State, Delta State, Akwa Ibom State, this Niger Delta or South states. So it was just about his making his calculation and understanding that in conflict, there are people who are definitely going to come tops and there are people who are going to be vanquished. In Nigeria, conflict always ends with a victor and a vanquish. But every other place in the world, you are taught that the end of every conflict should be progress, shouldn't be about a victor and a vanquish. Yeah. So what we have today is that when you see a conflict, you get in on it as far as you are in Nigeria to see how you can take advantage of the situation and become a victor. And this is what has happened by his admission, for instance. If he refused to take the 5 billion and eventually he became a chief of staff, then indeed it paid him well.
Okay, just because you have been talking about the security agencies taking steps to, you know, reveal what has really happened based on these accusations, what steps do you think should be taken to investigate and actually hold accountable those behind this alleged bribery?
We do not need to necessarily tell the system what to do. I cannot be itemizing what steps need to be taken. It's obvious that somebody has alleged that he was giving 10 billion bribe and that he was willing to, you know, prove it. So he should just be called and told to come and substantiate, you know, with evidence, the bribe accusation. And once that was done, the person who had issued or offered that bribe be picked and be taken to court for offering bribe to a government agent or to anyone. So I cannot be telling them what steps to do. It is known by them because they are the security agencies and agents who understand, you know, what their duties are to the constitution and to the country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andy, for your insights on this particular topic. And if we have any developing stories from this, we'll surely reach out to you to give us an insight on what you think about it. But in a nutshell, regarding everything that has been happening, the bribery down to the revealed that this man has stated on Saturday that he was going to talk about the money that Fubara has embezzled. What do you think about this whole thing that has been happening, you know, sequentially?
I just think that these are very interesting times in Rivers State and in the country. Our democracy is developing. I'm glad a few people have gone to court to challenge some of the things that had been done by the president. Our jurisprudence will be improved as a result of decisions, rulings, judgments that will come from the courts. They are exciting times. We should just keep our fingers crossed and hope that Nigeria moves forward in giant steps. As it stands, we are not moving forward at all, but I'm just glad that a few people have gone to courts. I'm glad that we are still pursuing the option of going to court, even though that a lot of Nigerians do not have hope for the courts anymore. The judicature, in any case, have proven to us that they are not the last hope of the common man. But I'm glad that Nigerians have not taken laws into their hands and River State people have not taken laws into their hands, and they are still going to courts. In the coming days, a lot is up for us to understand regarding what the future holds for River State and for Nigeria.
Okay, Mr. Andy, speaking about doing the right, doing things the proper way, don't you think this particular review should have been, you know, done first to the anti-corruption agencies if this was supposed to be taken the right way, the appropriate way?
Even if it was not done to them, it had been mentioned and they heard. You don't always have to carry a report to go and meet the anti-corruption agencies. No, you you have already mentioned it on air. It's their duty to call on you now to say, come and substantiate it. You don't need to go and do what is that thing that EFCC says that Deji Adeyanju had to do? Come and do. We have not seen it. It just happened on social media. That speaks to the frailties in the system. Should you not be able to monitor what is happening on social media, what is happening, not necessarily on traditional media? In this case, it was even revealed on traditional media. It was one of your sister stations that interviewed him. What stops them from inviting him? I haven't seen it. You don't need to go do any reports. It's not what is the standard. I've just told you, anywhere else in the world, if Donald Trump stood and said he was offered bribe, the system, the institutions will be triggered immediately. If any government agent or personnel stood anywhere in China, anywhere in Brazil, anywhere in America and said that they were offered bribe, the institutions will stand immediately and will act. So you don't necessarily have to do any reports. Is ICPC not aware that this statement was made? If it was a statement about insecurity, for instance, would it not have been picked? If he was on air and he said, I am the one who, together with a few people, did something to blow the pipelines, the oil pipelines everywhere, and we have the intention to blow 6 more, would they not have picked him up?
Of course they would have. I agree with you, Mr. Andy. Mr. Andy, can you hear me?
Yes. Most definitely. I can hear you. Okay.
Thank you so much for this insights. On a different note, do you peradventure have, an idea how this bribe was? Was it through like a bank transfer, cash, or
I don't know.
through any
I couldn't have known that. You're asking me a question that is above my pay grade. How would I know? I was not the one the bribe was offered to, and I'm not even related to Edison. So there's no way I would know how the bribe was offered. He was the one who alleged. He should be invited and he should come and prove. It's as simple as that. He that alleges must prove. And if he proves and they see that there is substance in his testimony or in his testament, they should act on it to arrest and take the person to court. It's as simple as that.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I could have this conversation on and over and over and over again. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. When we have another developing topic on this, we'll definitely reach out to you to talk about this more. That's all for today. We'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll have our next interview.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Late Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Hello and welcome. Well, it's a Friday night, and at 11 p.m., of course, you know, it's time once again to do the O&M Late Show. So delighted to be here this evening. My name is Mamode Akuga. As usual, Obiora Ilo is with me. Obiora.
Welcome to one of our specials, what we'll be calling the O&M special. One of them is coming on today. Welcome to the program, where we have a very special guest we'll be introducing in a moment. But you know, Mamode, sometimes I sit back and I say how wonderfully well we have done in entertainment.
Yes.
You know, when you talk about Nollywood, when you talk about the music industry. I was in Ethiopia. I went to Ethiopia, and friends took me to a nightclub.
Yes.
In downtown
Addis.
And I stepped into the club. They were, they were blaring Nigerian songs.
Oh, I mean
all the.
It's.
And it happened to me in London again.
Yes.
And it didn't happen like this years ago.
Yes, but I was going to say that it has taken quite a while, you know, to move from where we were in the past to where we are today. But, you know, for a lot of people who probably are in their 50s now, would remember that, you know, in the good old days, music was mostly foreign. Apart from, you know, a few high life songs from local artists, you know, and then you had the likes of Chris Okotie, Jide Obi, Felix Libati,
Michael Cree, Alex O,
down the line, you know, and then
Monu, Oris Wiliki,
you know, and eventually the Two-Face, P Squares, and you know, what have you. So it's been very hard work coming from where we were to where we are now, where Nigerian music is accepted internationally. And the really good aspect of it is that Nigerians can now enjoy their own music. I mean, I can't, I'm one of those, I must confess that listening to foreign music right now for me, it's something that happens every once in a blue moon. You know, so because
sometimes by accident.
By accident, really.
Well, then you talk about our Nollywood. Yes. I was surprised on the streets of New York. You know, there's these. I don't know. They're like Asians. They sell pirated copies of some of. You also see in London. Of London.
So you see Nigerian movies.
I also saw Nigerian videos being pirated. I mean, should I say I'm happy about it? No, I'm not happy about it.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is that we have gotten so popular that people from other tribes and other climes think that pirating works of Nigerians,
no, it's profitable.
A lot of money.
Yes, you know, but you know that's not too good because we want our stars to really live and like stars,
and reap
like
the
superstars.
Yeah.
And reap, you know, from the hard work that they're putting into the creative work that they're doing. Well, Obiora, tonight we're going to be talking to one of those people who
Nigerian entertainment.
Yes, he's on both sides, really. Yeah, he's featured on both. He's a musician. He's been involved in a few movies, you know, and
in some causes that you know that is not music.
And I guess tonight he's a brand unto himself. You know, and whenever the name gets mentioned, you know, wherever, you know, people always have one opinion or the other.
Well, they say he's controversial. They say he's wired. They say he's brilliant. You know, so many descriptions of this.
But what you can't take away from him is that he's a creative being and has been able to do so many things, you know, with his creativity, and been able to register Nigeria international map, whether it's music, whether it's movies, whether it's just selling himself, you know, with his brand. We're talking about Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa, otherwise known as Charlie Boy.
His Royal punkness.
Yes, area father.
Area father. Any
you
other?
You can go on and on and on.
Charlie boy.
Yes.
He's a lot of young people see him as a home boy, you know, the guy next door and all that.
And yet there are people who just can't understand him. You know, but well, we will.
I think part of what we're going to do tonight is try to see if by any way we can make people understand him
a little bit,
hear his story, know, you know, I mean, try to unravel the complexity that
around
Charlie.
His personality.
Point, he was Linda too.
Yeah, so we will try to get into all that. And then we have a surprise guest later on in the program. I won't tell you about the other guest. It's a surprise.
In our bag.
Yes.
So you get to see that later.
All right.
Don't Go Away is your late night show, the O&M Late Show.
We'll be right back after this time out. Don't go away.
Shoe.
Yeah, you found it. Good job. I'll take that one. Where's the word tree? Where's tree? Tree, that's right. I'll take tree. Thank you. Where's the word foot? Where's foot? Good job. Thank you. Where's beetle? Can you find the word beetle? Beetle, there it is. How about run? Where's the word run? Good job, that's run. Where's the word circle?
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Signature Evening. If you're just joining us, don't forget to revisit a previous discuss. Next, we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says the soaring price of food items have been brought under control, leading to a decline in hunger. Tinubu stated this on Sunday when the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Nyesom Wike, led a delegation to the Presidential Villa, Abuja, on his Salah homage. And to have this interview, we have Mr. Charles Abiye, who is a business development expert. Good evening, Mr. Charles.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Okay. From your own area where you stay, do you think the prices of food has reduced, just as the president says?
There are little nuances to it. I don't think the prices of goods have reduced according to what the president said. I'll describe it as a little bit bogus, you know, because even though certain economic policies have been put in place to help us go out from the recess our economy is having, it does not remove from the fact that the concomitant effects have gone down to the micro economy of the country, especially in those states like Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kano. You know, it has not reflected to the microeconomy.
Okay, so how about transportation where you stayed? Has it, has it been fair a bit? Has the prices come down a bit from what it was before?
For transportation, is still the same. It has not reflected to the common man. But however, there has been a significant decrease in the cost of PMS, this filling stations and all that. But it has not reflected. It didn't make any change. The prices are still the same.
Okay, I mean, if the president says that this price of goods has dropped and, there's a reduce in price of fuel in different areas of the country. Do you think this is just a Nigerian thing where the people still hold on to the previous prices because they still want to make a whole lot of money from their goods and services that they render?
I didn't get you very well, please. What did you say?
Okay, the president has said that prices of food has dropped, and of course the price of fuel has dropped from 1,200 to about 850, 820, 920 thereabouts. Do you think that the only reason why this thing has not reflected in our local market is because of how Nigerians are keen to holding on to things like this, you know, in order not to lose out on the money they have been making?
Well, you know, there are certain economic principles. You know, when these principles are not applied, regardless of how people behave in the society, if there are policies that are proper policies, effective policies that have been put in place, there are what we call the ripple or concomitant effects. You know, so it is not about what the people are doing, but I think it's solely on the lack of political will. Most of the policies that have been given, that have been placed, say from the presidency and that of the CBN, the floating of the naira and all that, they are good policies, but it doesn't come down to the common man.
So what are these
time.
particular policies
So,
that you're referring to? Could you like mention them, the policies that you're referring to?
now, for what when President Tinubu became president, the first thing he did was to remove the fuel subsidy.
The fuel subsidy.
And that was a serious, even though a good policy, but it affected the nation's economy so bad that you know, prices change. There's serious inflation in the market. Also, the floating of the naira is a major factor too. You know, so with these two policies, you know, put together, we experience a serious downturn in our economic growth.
Okay. Is that the only policy that you're referring to? I thought you had said that there are different policies that should be implemented.
And I just mentioned two. These are the policies that affect how goods and services directly. The floating of the naira, because prior to this time, there were two windows in the Nigerian market. But now, the President Tinubu's policies have introduced what we call the I&E, investors and exporters window, whereby people can now actually get dollar both in the parallel market and the FX market for the same price. But prior to this time, it was subsidized for certain special individuals like Dangote and they access for forex, you know, different from how the common man will access it. And in the wisdom of Mr. President and that of the CBN government, they didn't see that that was sustainable, so they improvised. You know, the floating of the naira in of itself is a good thing, but in an economy like Nigeria, you know, even though you would have to put that policy, time to put it is, you know, very important. The way it was, you know, imposed to Nigeria was too quick. The economy was not ready for that. We are floating naira. We are a consumer country. We are not a producing country. So we cannot float the naira and compete with the other countries who are more producers than that of more
So
producers
because of the
than
strength
that
of
of
the naira, do you
consumers.
think that there are certain ways the government, measure these food prices dropping? Do you think there are like statistics in place for this? If the president could actually
Yes,
say that these food prices are
yes,
dropping?
there are statistics, but yes, there are statistics, Actually, the price are dropping, but it is too small to be significant in such a way that the majority of Nigerian uh, business people, market women, and all that. It has not reflected downstream. So that's what I'm saying. But with the, say Dangote, they're experiencing serious profit in their business. There's serious significant growth in the Nigerian economy in most of these big businesses. But we are talking about the macro economy, the common man. That's the problem. So
Absolutely,
if he
that's
says
really a
that
big
the
problem.
prices
So
of
on the
goods,
long run, what do you think are the long-term solutions that should be put in place in order to ensure, food affordability and security across Nigeria?
the solution have been put in place, yes, with these policies. They are good policies, but I am saying that it will actually reflect to the common man with time. This takes time, you know. At the macro economy, it is the statistics is showing that Nigeria is doing well. Down to downstream, down to the micro economy, it will take time to reflect these things.
You
Take
keep mentioning it to
time.
take
So
time, it to take time. Being a business development expert, how much time are we looking at? Because people are dying every day due to hunger.
well, no one can say for sure because as time goes, there are different events that may come up, so we cannot say for sure. But we know that the trajectory of where we are going is leading us to something that is promising. That's all I can say.
Okay, from the aspect of imports, how is the government actually supporting farmers in order to reduce the, reliance on food importations and rather increase food productions within the country?
Okay. Well, I don't know much about any policies that pertains how the government want to support farmers. But one of the things I know that is before Tinubu's government was Buhari stopping importation of food and promoting Nigerian made goods, especially that of food and all that. So and it is still in place. Now, the CBN, well, I'm not sure about this story, but the CBN has actually released funds to support farmers, give them grants and all that to build their businesses. The state governors are now receiving more money than they used to because after the subsidy was removed, there was more money coming down from the money that was removed from subsidy and distributed to the different governors and all that. So they are building different ways to mitigate the problem that already exists within their different states. Well, one of the policies, that could enhance the development of our food supply could be that government government should first of all promote local businesses, local supply chain. Transportation is key. Security. He spoke of security. I don't feel secured. It is not, our roads are bad. If you're bringing goods from Kano or Benue, for example, to Port Harcourt, by the time you get here, you would have paid a lot of policemen and all that. And the landing cost alone increases the cost of goods in our market. So these are things, if the government wants to see any improvement, they need to do it to negate the level of poverty our people are experiencing. So security is key. So he says security has improved, but to what extent we don't know. So if the government can tackle security, you know, and in removing subsidies, there is no country in the world that does not subsidize one thing or the other. Even US has some sort of subsidy in even food supply. So we can subsidize transportation, for example. so that we reduce the landing cost. So,
Okay.
if these things are, done, we will see a quick and significant change.
Okay, you just mentioned CBN. Though you said you're not sure of that one, giving money to farmers, even state governments. Have you actually seen any farmer that has said, "Oh, I benefited from this particular process"?
None.
None at all.
Yes,
Okay.
none, ma'am.
Okay, so what exactly is being done to address food hoarding, inflation, and middlemen who drive up prices? What exactly are the policies that are being implemented for this whole chain?
I didn't get you correctly, ma'am. You are saying?
I said, are they really anything? Is there anything that has been done, regarding hoarding of food, inflation, and middlemen who drive up prices?
I don't see anything that I've done that have made any significant change. But I can suggest a few things. The closing down our borders from the food supply, according to the IMF, uh, uh, the IMF have at least advised our country that we should open up the borders for supply so that there should be, a competition between our local farmers and that of the food we export. So I don't know if they have, you know, if they took that advice from the IMF and all that. The borders should be opened. Uh, Tariffs from foreign goods, especially food, should be dropped and all that. And secondly, the government have also parliament to make a law that will change one of our tax. There is a tax reform that is going on. Consumption tax reform. I think if that law, succeeds, that will also mitigate the problems we are having now. So where states will now be able to compete, for themselves. The money that is derived from consumption in their different states, will be used in the states that produce those money, other than a few states will produce money and it will be distributed equally all over the country. And that does not, help. Most of the states are redundant. To remove that redundancy, this law is necessary. I think the policy from Tinubu's government is a good one, but because it will take time. It took time to get to this point. It will take time to improve. If we are following, if the trajectory remains the same.
Mr. Charles, we keep talking about government policies, what the government has done, what state government, what the president is doing to help with this issue of food prices dropping. What is that thing that we, the citizens, are doing wrong that we should, retrace our steps back and get it right in order to aid with the food prices dropping as well?
Well, there are sentiments. Nigeria is a very diverse and different ethnicity and all that. And the sentiments are one of the problems we are having, religious ties and all that. There are so many communal clashes between herdsmen and farmers, you know. So with all that going on, the citizens are not helping. So the government are finding different ways to, negate these communal crises, especially that of farmers and the herdsmen. It's a strong impact on our food production, negative impact on our food production and all that. So the citizens, if we could, understand that the food production poverty does not discriminate. It affects the Yoruba man as well as it affects the Igbo man, as well as it affects every other tribe. And perhaps we work together, build bonds, create bridges. It will that will also help. And in fact, that is the bottom line.
Okay. Just to retrace back to history, when during the Obasanjo time, he talked, he advised that each Nigerian should have like a little garden where they can cultivate things, small crops in their house. Do you think we need to go back, implement that as citizens in order to actually help us curb this food prices in the market, the problem of food prices in the market?
Yes, it will, but there's a problem of education. It's not every person that knows how to farm and all that. So the government has to do more in terms of education. Our educational system is bad. There are no infrastructures that supports agriculture in our society. These are issues that we are facing, and it's very unfortunate. But however, to me, we should open up the borders. Let the market be perfect. The type of monopoly we're having now, we don't have the food production that can sustain the number of Nigerians that are in this country. There is no food. People are dying. So for the short-term solution, tariffs should be removed from foreign food, especially that from our neighbors, Chad, Niger Republic, Togo, and all that, because the cost of food is now high, and there's a chance that people will revolt over time.
Thank you so much, Charles Abiye. That's all we can take for this discussion. I'm sure that next time we'll have more time to talk about another topic. Thank you so much for your time. It was amazing having you on the show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll dive into the next segment for today. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Where's the word circle? Yeah, you've got a circle in your hand too. Here, I'll take the word circle. Or you just want to give me the circle? Here, I'll take the word circle. Thank you. Where's the word cheek? Cheek. There it is. All right. I'll take that one. What about orange? Where's the word orange?
Orange.
That doesn't say orange. What does that say?
Orange.
That doesn't say orange. What does that say? What does this say?
Shoulders.
Shoulders. That's right. So where is orange? There's only one word left. Can you give me the word orange? Yeah, there it is.
Yes.
Good job. What does that say?
Orange.
Orange. That's right. What about this one? What's that say?
Pet.
Pet. Okay, good job, Tawana. Good job.
Well, you're watching the O&M Late Show, and like we said, we have a special guest in one of our very special editions. Our pleasure to invite to join us right away His Royal Punkness,
the area father himself, Charlie Boy.
You're welcome, sir.
How are you, my dear? How are you?
Young man.
Can we try and be as informal
as possible? Well, it's when the discussion starts.
I mean, you standing up, you know, what is all that?
No, but we just met His Royal Highness.
That one not the rain again.
Oh, you don't come out.
So
which
one you read now?
I'm just the area father.
Oh, just the area father.
Not even Charlie Boy. And I don't know who is here today. Who really did you want to interview?
Well, we wanted to interview everybody. Wanted to interview Charlie Boy, wanted to interview the area father, wanted to interview Charles Oputa, everybody.
And even Linda.
Yes, everybody.
Okay.
You know, Charlie, 64 years. It was, for me, unbelievable. When I heard it and I checked it out, I was like, this cannot be true. Because even as you sit right before me, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you relate, I don't see anything like 50-ish in it.
Me either. I don't know who put me at 64. You know, my body feels 35.
You do walk out though?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I have to. You know,
I'm jealous of this.
My body feels 35, and mentally I feel 75 because of my experiences, because of my mistakes, because of my goofs, and I've fallen so many times, but I always manage to pick myself up. So yes, you know, but placing it exactly at 64, I'm not too sure about that. But we wouldn't argue about that, would we?
But you did gather people together some time ago.
No, actually,
my 60th birthday.
No,
I think a lot
some
of
time
people
ago,
are placing you properly.
you know, like you said in your intro, Charlie Boy means different things to different people, and there's a lot of speculations out there as to the brand, you know, and all of that. So I just allow it to go. They're putting dates on it. I don't like to put dates on anything. No.
So okay, let us. You say for now, area father is the in thing. Can you differentiate between the different personalities?
Area father just means that, you know, I'm playing a fatherly role in the scheme of things as far as Nigerian youths are concerned. You know, I'm the father. A lot of people have passed through me, you know, and they're very successful. A lot of people who pass through me, you can start naming them. I don't want to be dropping names here, but I've mentored millions of youths. I've inspired millions of youth, at least if for nothing, to embolden them to be their true self, their true authentic self. You know, so yes, and that's why I'm a father. And as Charles Oputa, you know, I have 9 kids, I have 14 grandchildren, so hey, I'm no longer a boy.
Yeah, Charlie, let's go back. It's even hard for me to call you Charlie anymore. I mean, grandfather.
That's my name.
Grandfather.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
You were normal boy. I mean,
I'm still normal. Look at me. No means nothing. I'm over normal today.
And but why did you decide to come to the show like this today? I didn't know what to expect.
That's how I'm feeling today. I'm feeling so ordinary.
So ordinary.
Okay, so
that's
we
me.
go back to that time. Of course, you know, you said people are trying to piece things together, but part of what we pieced together was actually went to the seminary at a point, and then you came out of the seminary. Tell us, at what point did this dual not even dual, because Charlie Boy is not a dual personality actually. It's a, I don't know what they call,
so many people live in this house.
You understand what I mean?
Multiple personality.
Multiple personality, that's the word. Of course, you read communication, so you helped me out quickly. So, you know, where did this multiple personality, was it something you designed or it came by accident? Or something happened in your life that dragged you into it?
I can't really say for sure. But at every point in my life, you know, somebody has passed through it, has made me have a rethink, sort of. I remember when I was in Boston, in America, I was just getting through my previous marriage before this. I was very, very lonely. And I said I was going to go out, just drive out, because I was so lonely. Drive out and, you know, have some fun. So I picked up somebody on the street I thought was a woman, you know. It's a weird story, but you want to hear this?
Yeah,
okay. So, of course, brought her back to my apartment.
Brought him or her?
Well, I didn't say it was a her at the time. Yeah, you know, so brought her back to the apartment, and all I just wanted was a company to pour my heart out that night. It wasn't for anything physical, you know, just to talk, somebody to talk to. And yes, talk we did till the next morning. And by the time she now walked into my bathroom and came out a man, I was like transfixed. It was like, wow. As a woman, she was very beautiful. As a man, he was so handsome. And I'm like, I could play this too. Okay. And that was where that started, I think. That was how that started. And if you remember on Charlie Boy Show, I played Miss Ziggy Ziggy. You know, I did a lot of drag queen things on the Charlie Boy Show. You know, and yes, Charlie Boy, we know, is all conjured. It doesn't exist. He doesn't exist, really. It's a character I built out of from my imagination, my fantasy. You know, somebody to shock timid, myopic, Mongo packish last year Nigerians out of their way of thinking. You know, so that was the Charlie Boy character. I have another one that lives in here, and I call him Cheetah. Cheetah is a spiritual guide, you know, the one that makes sure that spiritually I'm at peace with myself, I'm content, and I'm happy. So that's Cheetah, that's Linda, that's Charlie Boy, that's Mr. Puta.
All put together.
All in one.
In one. But you know, at any point in your life, did it bother you that you were the son of this very respectable Nigerian, and to a large extent people could not place you properly?
It was good that people couldn't place me properly. I never wanted anybody to place me properly. And because I know that people are fickle-minded, Charlie Boy is, the brand Charlie Boy is all contrived. I know you know that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they don't, but it's all contrived. So, and I just, like I keep telling people, I'm really not a musician. I just dabbled into it because I wanted quick fame. Quick fame. I was tired after my youth corps, and of course there was a job waiting for me, which I didn't want to. I didn't need the job because I couldn't picture myself in a 9-to-5 kind of, you know, no way. Yeah. So, and then of course when I told my parents that this was what I wanted to do rather than work a 9-to-5, of course, they felt scandalized, sort of, yeah? So I decided to disown them and stay on my own.
You don't want to wait for them to disown you?
No, I disowned them. You know, I mean, when this was in Owerri, this was in 79 or 80. So when they were on their way to Lagos, I was on my way, guess where? Back to the village. And I stayed in that village for 8 years, from America back to the village. Transition.
Why did you have to do that?
Because I didn't want to be following somebody who didn't believe in me, you know, who thought I was wasting my life. you know. I wanted to do my own thing. I wanted to find my own path.
What were you doing in the village for 8 years?
In the village,
you already had the dual
no, that was when I started to mold all of that, you know. But I started with doing a recording studio. You know,
village?
Yes. The first year was exciting. I had some small business come, you know, putting body and soul together. But after the first year, it was horrific. Horrific. Now, everybody knows the pedigree I come from. I've never had anything to do with poverty, but for those 8 years, yes, I knew poverty, I experienced poverty, I came face to face with poverty.
Because you disowned your parents who could have helped out.
Yes, but they are the ones smiling now.
Were you living in their house in the village, or you built your own house in the village?
No, of course, then I couldn't afford to build my house now. I was just starting. I no get money, nothing.
So I'm just wondering.
So yeah, I was living in their house, in the boys' quarter.
When you had disowned them?
Yes, yes, yes.
They didn't throw you out?
No, they didn't throw me out. I guess if they could,
But let me ask you, you know.
But you know, let me just tie that story up. I stayed 8 years in the village. I went from a studio owner, and then when that business just dried up, and I mean totally dried up, I started to sell pepper soup. Yes, I started to sell beer. I had a small booker where I sold pepper soup and beer. And after a while, things became so hard, so very hard. My wife had to leave back to America to work to send me some small money, because the last thing I wanted to do was to go back to my people to say, please
help me,
you know, help me, because I know my father. I used to hate my father before. There was no love lost between me and my father. I thought he was overbearing. I thought he was wicked, you know, because out of all my siblings, it looks like I was the one getting the short end of the stick all the time. But then again, yes, I was stubborn. And the only saving grace for those 8 years was my angel, the woman I call Tina Onwudiwe, the African Oyibo. Yes. I'm sure you guys remember. She took me out of that village situation and put me in Lagos, paid for my first year rent in Lagos. In fact, the first 2 years she paid for it. Wow. And then she introduced me to different people in Lagos. That was how I started.
You had known her before then?
No, before living in the village, no. I met Tina 3 years after staying in the village, one of my rare trips to Lagos. Then, you know, I used to travel by luxurious bus, and they would give me, of course now there was no money, so they would give me, yes, that small seat to sit at the
very uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do, especially when you're as stubborn as I am. You know, you don't hear what people are saying. Is that goal, that focus, you keep your eyes on the ball all the time. And that's why when people say to me, aren't you going to change? I say, change to what? I don't change. I mean, it's a brand that works for me, so what's the change about?
You're not complaining.
No.
So, you know, the question, the question I wanted to ask, I mean, be fair to everyone. This was a guy they took to the United States to go to school, graduate.
I did go to school, I did graduate, yes. What else?
I'm not going to that with you, Charlie. So you come back, and your father and mother saw a completely different human being. If you went,
no, it didn't start like that. I didn't come.
They wanted you first. They wanted you to study law.
No, they didn't want me in my family. No, they don't. My parents don't hustle you to do whatever, anything in particular. But I know that my father would have wished that I studied law. But wishes are horses, and beggars ain't riding yet.
Yeah.
So I just had to do what I had to do. But the good thing about it was that my relationship with especially my father, you know, wasn't strained all along. Yeah, I think for about the past 35 years we made up. Yeah, I remember when things were going okay for me in Lagos. I just started. Tina was so helpful, you know, in my life, and I just built my first house. And then my father comes to visit one day, and the next day I said, okay, I want to take you somewhere. So I took him to this new site, and he looked at it, never said a word. Then we came back, and in my head I was like, so this guy no even appreciate anything. You know? Before then, all I heard from my father was, oh, you want to throw your life away, you don't want to be responsible, blah, 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 blah. You should have done blah, blah. Ah, give me a break. And that was why I stayed in ENUGU, so I won't hear those things again. Yeah. So we now came back. He slept in my room throughout the night. He didn't say nothing to me. Then in the morning, in the morning, usually I just escort him downstairs, he goes to the car, I say bye-bye, and, you know, off he goes. This time I decided I wasn't going to do that. So I stayed in my bed, and the man just carried his briefcase. He walked out the room, shut the door. I said, oh, thank God, you know. And then he comes back again. And then he goes, you know, I never really said this to you, but he was looking to me like, it seemed to me like the words were so heavy in his mouth. And he turned around and said, you know, I'm really proud of you. And I felt like I was going to freak out. Where that came from? It was like, no, I've never heard him talk like that to me before. It was always in the negative. You can't do this, you can't do that. For this man, and I think that all the struggle before then was, okay, how am I going? I'm going to beat this guy hands down. If he has any kind of popularity, I'm going to have 3 times as more. If he has any kind of money, I'm going to have 100 times as more. And then, of course, all my dreams were achieved. So, you know, for the past 12 years, I brought him. He was living with me in Abuja. He died in my house. You know, unfortunately, he didn't die in my arms, but he died in my house. And, you know, sometimes, you know, in the evenings, we were sitting down, he's drinking his stout, I'm drinking my Coke, and I'll go, Shebi, what if I had taken your advice? What would have happened? He said, yeah. Then he'll now go say something like, you know, parents are not God. They can't always be right. Yeah. And I said, but that's what I'm talking about. You shouldn't always dictate. Our job as parents is to just talk to the children, make them your friend, give them advice if you think they're going off beat, but allow them to develop in the way, however they are wired. Just encourage them. Well, for me, you know, maybe it was the bullying that helped me become who I am, okay? Made me more tenacious about my pursuit.
Charlie, do you mind if I ask you who you are?
I'm Charles Oputa, you know, just an ordinary person. I'm very boring, as Mr. Oputa, very, very boring. You don't want to hear my routine as Mr. Oputa. I don't even have a social life.
And you've drank, all you've had all your life is Coke?
No, I don't mess with alcohol.
Drugs?
Drugs. I experimented a little bit. That was 45 years ago.
So what's your high? What's your high, you know?
My high?
You're like a hyper-sensitive person.
Yeah, my high is that I could mess with your mind. That's my high. I'm a mind
How would you do that?
Player. Yeah. How? The same way.
You try to do it while you're...
Not the same way I mess with everybody. I mean, somebody will say, demonic. This person will say he has under spiritual.
Which one is that? Is something
a different Illuminati. This person say, it belongs to this cult, you know. And then when people meet me, it's like, wait in the worry, are you okay? They don't understand.
We thought
But they're waiting for you to
yeah, they're waiting for me. They think I'll be
act
loud and obnoxious and, you know, I'll be carrying on, but that's not who I am.
You know, behind, you know, under all this facade.
That's what it is.
Yes, yes. There is a family man.
Oh,
yeah. There is a family man.
Father, grandfather.
Father, grandfather, loving husband. You know. How
can be any different.
How do you put all that together with, with everything around you and all
what
that?
Around
the family
me?
life.
What around me? What's everything around me? I've always had family around me. I watched my father, you know, live with my mother. I think they've been together for more than 60 years. Even till my father passed, I watched them holding hands. I watched them sometimes stealing kisses, as old as they are.
Wow.
And, you know, even when I was having problems as a teenager, you know, coming into adulthood, you know, because I was married previously, I think about 2 or 3, I lost count, you know, and they didn't work. But I think it was all to prepare me,
for,
you know, for
where you are now.
Yeah, where I am. I mean, I've lived with my present wife for the past 37 years. And it's not like a bed of roses like people would think. You have to work at it, you know. And but my parents were my model. That's what I saw. And regardless of, you know, sometimes I didn't even appreciate when they were arguing, really fighting, or when they were being lovey-dovey, you know. Yes. Because no sooner have they shouted at each other, I see them holding hands and doing stuff, you know. So that's what I grew up seeing. And even it bothered me when I was going through marriages that, you know, I mean, that maybe I'm not cut out for marriage.
But how do you relate with your children? I mean, with this multiple personality.
They're my friends. No, see, Charlie Boy is not in the house. He does not come to the house. Linda has no business. No, it's just Charles Soputa. And
when you wore all those things, you came to the house dressed that way. Came out of the house dressed.
When I wore what?
All your gear.
And then my kids will know I'm going to work.
They also to put food on the table.
Yes.
You know, we have a big surprise. We are not bringing it out yet.
Not surprise for me.
Not
surprise for you.
You know, whether you like it or not, you are a Nigerian musician. Whether it was part of your game,
yeah, we
see you, and a lot of people see you as a successful Nigerian musician. I remember what I miss. Of course, Felix won't stop singing, 1990, and all that. Of course, you've been in entertainment. Tell me, when Tina brought you to Lagos so many years ago, when you look back at all those years, how would you describe the progress or non-progress the entertainment industry may have made in Nigeria?
I'm quite impressed. I'm very impressed. You know, I pioneered the big money in this business as a P-Man president. I pioneered our due respect in this business as a P-Man president, and that was my falling out with corporate bodies where I was locked up because I said over somebody else's dead body, not mine, that you're going to bring foreign artists to disrespect my Nigerian artist. And you better stop paying that kind of useless money that they used to pay to the artists before. Okay? So I pioneered all of that, and I am happy that today, individually, talentful everywhere.
All over.
Okay? But collectively, I don't think we're doing that great. Individually, yes. There are a lot of artists today that I doff my heart for, you know, young people coming up. Some even passed through my university.
I see you try to do one or two things with one or two of them.
Yeah, and then, you know, there was a time that, you know, Nigerian music wasn't played in nightclubs, you know. I argued about that. I remember this incident in the plane. I think it was Al-Bakr Air. As a P-Man president, you dare not play anything that is not Nigerian around me. I won't have that. In fact, I will fight you, sir. You know. And then these days, what do you see? just Nigerian music and the nightclub. Yes. So I'm happy about that. I mean, it's progress being made over the years. But collectively, we need to do something, you know.
What are you suggesting?
What exactly?
I'm hoping that P-Man will get his act right to at least let it be the umbrella that everybody can come under. You know, we need that too.
All right. Well, you're still watching the O&M show. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll unveil our surprise guest. Don't go away.
Yes, sir. Mwatamisimo zikene mivije menganga. Mwatamisimo kwa mivije menganga. Onyama baby onyama baby mo. Onyama baby mo. Afolonginanya mwatamisimo. Nikakwegumebu mwatamisimo. Hey, asampete mwanyoma. Lo 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 lo. Mwatamisi ife ya sogwemo. Ife ya sogwemo, ife ya sogwemo. Otrisi ekwoku, otrisi aga. Omume ya sogwemo, mwatamisi le. Mwatamisi, ife ya sogwemo. Mwatamisi, ife ya sogwemo. Onyoma, ololo, lololololo. Onyoma, asampete wanyoma. Onyoma. Munagige bio ife ya sogwemo mwatamisile asampete wanyoma Mwatamisimo zikene mivije menganga. Mwatamisimo wa mivije menganga. Yes sir. Mwatamisimo zikene mivije menganga. Mwatamisimo wa mivije menganga. Onyama baby mo. Onyama baby mo. Afolonginanya mwatamisimo. Ikakwegumebu mwatamisimo. Hey, asampete wanyoma. Lo 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 lo. Nuzo, mwatamishe ne manya wenisi. Anomnaga fe nuzo, mwatamishe ne manya wenisi. Osimu, hey you boy. Biakene, hey you boy. Biakene, oh. Abialamo, baby, Abialamo.
You're still watching the O&M show, and we're privileged to have Charlie Boy Oputa. And we're even more privileged knowing that on a day he was coming on our show, he had to keep a lot of the other personalities away I think he came here with Charlie Boy.
No.
Charles Oputa.
Well, if you ask me, it's been a little bit of every one of them.
No, but I didn't see Charlie Boy. I've not seen Charlie Boy.
Charlie Boy is not here today.
Well, we have a special guest. You know, when Charlie Boy was opening, he said he was a father and grandfather. And one of his grandchildren is joining us
on the show.
We have Olivia Ede. One of the so many. Olivia, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
Welcome, Olivia.
Okay. So what do you see when this man is standing in front of you? Do you see Granddad? Do you see Charlie Boy? Do you see Linda? Do you see Ziggy? What do you see?
I see Charles Oputa, Granddad.
Granddad?
Yeah.
Tell us about him.
Oh, well, at home, he's Charles Oputa, his granddad, he makes sure he gives advice.
Advice?
Yeah, every time I have problems, I always run to go meet him because he always knows all the answers.
Wow.
Yeah, every school
I know all the answers?
Daddy, you know all the answers.
Okay.
If I have issues in school or, I'm just going through something I can't really talk about, he's always there for me.
You know, so men don't talk about their ages. Yeah. Well, maybe you should give us an idea,
of my...
Like, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20?
And I'm the first grandchild.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you actually have royal...
So, you're still in school?
Yes, I'm still in school.
What are you studying now?
I'm studying media advertising and public relations.
Oh,
what school is that?
Middlesex University.
Oh, okay.
In the United Kingdom?
In Mauritius. It's an island.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have an idea. So, I see that,
some chemistry.
Yeah, with the granddad and, did he influence your study in, advertising, communications?
I think it's in the blood.
Oh, it's in the blood?
Yeah, because I started doing law first because I wanted to follow the footsteps of my great-grandfather.
Oh, okay.
But then when I started doing it, it wasn't really me. Yeah. I like to talk, I do makeup, I'm part of I'm very creative, I'm good with my hands. So I'm like, this is not for me, I don't see myself practicing. So I changed my course and I started doing media.
Let me ask you, growing up, did you grow up in Nigeria at all?
Yes, I did.
Were you taunted that you were the granddaughter of Charlie Boy, the man that dresses like women? It's always
I don't dress like a woman.
With things on his nose and big watches, big bike.
Well,
was it any disadvantage or advantage to you?
I understood what it was about, but then as a young adult and everything, and you have friends that don't understand, they come up to you and ask you questions. Oh, your granddad did this, your granddad did that. And I always have to explain to them, but I knew that it's part of his career, his showbiz, and to me it was okay.
It never bothered you?
It never bothered me. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, but I'm like, I'm like, okay, I didn't expect that, but...
So it still shocks you every now and then?
Yeah, some stunts he pulls that are quite shocking, but then I'm like,
Is he mellowing down with age?
Yes, he is. I like that part.
Like this morning?
Yeah, no rings, nothing. He's just like, I don't feel like. I'm like, that's good.
Did you ask him this morning, Dad, is that you?
And ever since his birthday, he's kind of mellowed down. So I don't know. I think maybe.
So tell me, what happened?
Some kind of realization that you were getting old?
No. I'm
just
bored.
You're bored?
Yeah, I'm just looking for something to give me a kick, to inspire me. And that, I guess that's why my frequent visits to Lagos now. Because Abuja is so boring. Oh my God.
Don't tell me you're going back to the punk place in Lagos, in Bagada.
I may. Who knows what I'm going to do next? That's Charlie Boy. I may, because I'm not being inspired in this.
In Abuja?
In Abuja, no.
We need to talk. There's too much of government and politicians.
You know, that's not my way now. So I want to go where you have the area boys economy, you have the artist economy, you have the Okada economy. Here, it's just politics
What
economy.
brought you to Abuja? You know, because I was really
What brought me to Abuja?
Yes.
I just wanted, you know, when I was in Lagos, I was almost, I was a little irresponsible because I didn't have that kind of time for my family, and that bothered me. The action was too much. It was always going for one advocacy or the other, or different people who have problems, and I have to go.
Welcome back if you're just joining us. This is Signature Evening. And of course, if you're just joining us, go back to watch and follow up on all the interviews that we've had today. And next on our segment is Autograph. Stay back and relax.
Welcome to another episode on Autograph. And of course, I'm your host, Queenette Wonkont. I'll be walking you through some very interesting artwork. In fact, I have historical artwork for you today, and I'm sure you would want to listen to the stories behind it, historical stories behind it. So let's delve into the stories right away. So let's move into the first artwork we have here. I'm sure you can see this artwork specifically is titled Queen Amina of Zaria. All right, so Queen Amina of Zaria is a Hausa warrior queen, ruled the city-state of Zazzau in Zaria from 1576 to 1610, expanding its territory and establishing it as a major trading center. Now let's talk about the early lives of Queen Zaria. Queen Zaria was born around 1533 as Aminatu, daughter of King Nikatu, the 22nd ruler of Zazzau, and Queen Bakwa Turunku. She was the eldest of 3 children with a brother named Karama and a sister named Zaria. Now, Amina was raised in her grandfather's court, receiving instructions in political and military matters, and she was known for her fierce determination and warrior spirit, even as a child. Amina's mother named her Magajia, or heir apparent to the throne, when she was 16. She became queen after her brother died. She ruled for 34 years from 1576 until her death in 1610. Now let's talk about her military campaigns and expansion. Amina is a renowned warrior queen for her military prowess and leadership. She led military campaigns that expanded the territory of Zazzau to its largest extent in history. She is said to have led an army of 20,000 men in her first military campaign. She conquered and built fortified walls around the cities she conquered. And again, she established a strong military presence and controlled regional trade routes. Now let's talk about her legacy and controversies. Amina's reign is celebrated for her strong leadership and expansion of Zazzau. She is considered a symbol of female power and leadership in Hausa land. Some scholars have agreed that Amina's story is a myth, but evidence of her existence and accomplishments, including the walls she built, still exist. Her cause and place of death remains a matter of contention, but it is widely accepted that she died in battle at Atagra, a place in present-day Kogi State, north-central Nigeria. Her legacy continues to inspire and be remembered in modern Nigeria and beyond. Now let's talk about the second artwork. And you can clearly see that this particular artwork tells a story of slavery. You can see a man held in chains from his leg to his hand, and of course it is written there in 1609. Now let me tell us a little bit story of how slavery began. But first, let's talk about slavery. The history of slavery spanned from cultures, nationalities, and religion from ancient times to the present day. Likewise, its victims have come from many different ethnicities and religious groups. Now, in the beginning in the 16th century, European merchants, starting mainly with merchants from Portugal, initiated the transatlantic slave trade. Few traders ventured from inland, attempting to avoid tropical diseases and violence. They mostly purchased imprisoned Africans and exported commodities including gold and ivory from West African kingdoms, transporting them to Europe's colonies in the Americas. Now, the merchants were sources of desired goods, including guns, gunpowder, copper minerals, and, of course, cloth. And this demand for imported goods drove local wars and other means to the enslavement of Africans in ever greater numbers. In India and throughout the New World, people were forced into slavery. To create the local workforce, the transatlantic slave trade was eventually curtailed. After European and American, take two. The transatlantic slave trade was eventually curtailed after European and African, take three. The transatlantic slave trade was eventually curtailed after European and American governments passed legislation abolishing the nation's involvement in it. Practical efforts to enforce the abolition of slavery included the British Preventative Squadron and the American African Slave Trade Patrol. Now, the abolition of slavery in the Americas and the widespread imposition of European political control in Africa. So, of course, this is how they started enslaving the Africans and other East and West African countries. I'm sure you enjoy this particular segment in the slavery and, of course, the history of Queen Zaria of Queen Take Two. I'm sure you enjoyed this segment in Artograph, and I'm sure you want to get more knowledge and more insights. And of course, your opinion in some artwork, because I'm not the only one that is entitled to give an artwork a name or an opinion. You also are. Join us same time tomorrow for more reviews on artwork.
Welcome back. I'm sure you had a wonderful time with Queenette taking you through the history of the artworks here in Signature TV. And next on the list, we have Fashionista. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and that's all we have from Fashionista, and I'm sure you had a beautiful watch. Next, we have Chatbox.
Hi guys,
Hello.
welcome to another edition and episode on Chatbox.
Yes, on Signature TV.
Alright, so of course you know me. I'm your baby girl, Queen Wokunta.
Yeah, and I'm Uchenna, you know, a dark, lovely, beautiful.
Yes, she's everything
yes,
she is actually. So we have a wonderful guest by my right.
My name is Ugone Owalo.
Yes, Ugone Owalo.
Alright, so we'll be talking about something very, very spectacular.
Very deep.
Very
today we're having a very deep
conversation.
Serious adult conversation.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's that
serious.
Yes,
it's that serious.
So, you know, we're hearing this whole thing. I want to go back. I'm going back, not I want to actually.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the tradition of my ancestors.
You know, in Anambra State, the governor came out for them, especially those Okite people. Yeah.
And I have a question actually, but this whole Okite thing, do you understand? So, we'll throw the question to the floor, right?
Starting from my guest.
Okay. Let's start from my guest. Our
Ugone Owalo.
What do you think about going back to the tradition of our ancestors?
Thank you. Okay, first of all, when someone says, I'm going back to the tradition of my ancestors, there are things that will come to your head. Why did you all of a sudden decide to abandon? Because we assume the person was a Christian before deciding to just change and go back to the traditions of our ancestors. But first of all, what are these traditions that our ancestral traditions? Some are, you know, we don't use Bible, but we pray.
Okay.
We use kola, Igbo kola. We use nzu. We use odo.
Cowries.
We use cowries.
Yeah.
To pray.
Yes.
Now, and when you pray, you put your feet, let it touch the sand.
So you don't wear your slippers?
Yes, you don't wear your slippers. So it means that I do not commit.
Yes.
Any
crime.
Yeah.
Well,
Let the sand.
Sorry to cut you short. Are you trying to say, you said they pray? Of course. Who exactly are they praying to right now?
We actually believe in Chukwu Okike.
Who is the Chukwu Okike? The one I know is the Chukwu Okike.
Yes, the Christian. We all believe that there is a higher being upstairs.
Yes.
So we all pray to the higher being. And when we pray, we make it in a way that I am clean, I am innocent. You understand? Now, go in aspect of behavior, you don't take what doesn't belong to you. Now, why did the person decide to leave Christianity and going back to ancestral belief?
Yes.
It might be that you will say they don't scammer.
Who scammer?
No. Yes.
Or people have different reasons actually. Some people maybe, like she said, scamming now. Some people maybe someone scammed them of like big money, and maybe they have tried police, they have tried everything,
and it's not working.
Nothing is working. They be like, instead of me to stay like this and my money will just go, let me go to somebody that will buy foul, do one thing.
You know, that boils down to the next question now, because they've turned it into killing, you know.
Yeah.
They've turned into so many things. Just, I'm bringing that up because of what you say. They don't scam her. So he wants to take laws into his hands and now go to the Chukwu Okike Abiyama, which you call that.
That person, that one they are going to, I don't think he's Chukwu Okike Abiyama.
No, let me tell you, you know, the thing is, when you say, like you said, let us look for where to bafa. Yeah, I'm understanding because they scam the person, for instance.
Or maybe aside from scamming, like other things, like maybe.
And it could be that in the church, while teaching, they were not actually telling him or her what
they want to hear.
What is obtainable.
In the Bible.
Yes, or what is practical.
Okay.
And you'll be like, when I don't understand what you guys are talking about, it means I'm not supposed to be here. Now, going to the Igbafa, the way you just put it is like, let me go, this person that's scammed me, like I go and Joram. Tradition is not
like that.
But they told it to that.
You see, actually, in line with what Ugone is saying, yeah, the thing is, for us to have this conversation in its entirety, or like to better understand this thing, we first of all have to understand what the African traditional religion is all about. Now, she said something that really struck me, and is one of the core things about traditional religion, is that we all believe in a higher being, which is, like she said, the Chukwu Okike. Some people call it Chi, some people call it Chukwu. Whatever, everybody has.
Is it not?
Yoruba people have what they call their own. Hausa people have what they call their own. But the thing now is that back then they used mediums to reach the Chukwu. Do you understand? So if you go to like the traditional shrines, you see some sculpted things that they go to and then they pray to, because it's like these are like the smaller gods that we
that's a living image. That's a living image.
You're talking of Christianity. You're talking of African traditional religion.
Yes.
No, it don't really concern them whether an graven image or not. Now the problem in the society now is that people are mistaking going back to the African traditional religion, and they are now turning it to something else, which is committing, like we use this scamming thing as an example. Now, the Ibafa in itself is not bad, because it is part of the African traditional religion in itself.
To go and complain to your chief.
Not just to go and complain to your chief. Ibafa is like a seer.
Consultation.
Like a seer, or there's another word for it. Consultation.
Everyone calls.
If you want to hear from the gods, or if the gods have a message for you, that was the belief of the African traditional religion then. So in that way, because they are seers, they can be able to reveal something. It's like revelation.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
They can reveal some things to you in that point. So now, some people now, instead of using it for what it originally is for,
they
will now turn it into something else that is highly detrimental to society, like this Okite we're talking about now. I don't even know where that one came from. I don't even know the genesis and the revelation of Okite. Please, can someone kindly explain to me what is happening?
This Okite thing, it is not African religion or practice. It is a borrowed something. Not only they know where they go carry on.
Not only they know where they carry on from.
Because it is not our ancestral tradition to use Okite and commit crime.
And you know the funny thing?
Tradition is not
crime.
crime.
But not the tradition. I thought the tradition and the chi that we're talking about. I know our God is a very forgiving God. The chi strikes immediately, isn't it?
Let me tell you, when you say chi, everyone has a chi.
Yes.
Your chi is your guardian angel.
Okay, so that means it's the terminology now that's the problem.
That's the problem. Okay. So your chi, my chi, our chi, all of us have chi, because everyone has a guardian angel. Because that is the chi.
That's like the spirit that is guiding you.
Okay. That you have to always abstain. You have to understand that your chi, to know that some people are so lucky that you understand that this is what my chi wants from me. My chi does not want me to do crime. My chi want me to abstain from some things. Yeah. There are some people that will tell you, no, I don't eat something like this.
It's a sin.
It's not a sin. It is not a sin, but if they eat it, it is something that takes their guardian angel away from them. You understand? Everyone has a rules, what do's and don'ts that help, so that you will be aligned with your spiritual powers, and so that your chi will always be there. How do you know your chi is always there? Sometimes when you want to travel, you be like, I'm cold.
In English, it's more like discernment.
Yes, discerning spirit.
So that means, we just agree now, yeah? Because I want to throw a question. Are we saying that going back to my ancestral belief is a go for thing. It's something that you should go for. Are we agreeing? Since now it's the term that is a problem. Like you said, the chi is guardian angel, and you said the chi is a kind of discernment. It's some sort of.
Are you saying
discernment.
as opposed to Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm not saying it's as opposed to Christianity. I'm saying since it's a go for thing, this person is saying I'm going back to my ancestral belief. Tradition.
There is no problem going back to your ancestral belief, but don't use it to do. See, let me tell you, if you want to go back to your ancestral belief, if you keep it, thunder will strike you. you are gone.
But yeah, because that's what I said. The fact that this community,
if thunder does not strike you, all your family members will start dying one by one.
Actually, the chi that we know did not strike, doesn't strike them immediately.
Yes, actually, your karma will always come.
All your family members will start dying one by one. Maybe your children self will start dying one by one.
Like what she said.
I'm serious. Call traditional religion.
Like what she said, like if you do it, death will come. There's always something.
There's a repercussion.
Now, but the thing is, for you, yes, there's always a judgment. But you need to understand where you're coming from. Where I come from, there are some things you cannot do. If you try it, you eventually die. So if you commit something that, sorry dear, if you commit something that your ancestors say make una no do, if you can't do it, definitely like your own.
The thing.
So the truth is this whole Okibe thing, this whole because I think they are going back to that chill. That shrine,
let me sorry,
wait, hold on. So that means that I forgot what I want to say now.
See, you say going back to shrine. Depending on what you call a shrine, those that go to church, they have an altar. The traditional people have an altar. So anywhere you go to pray to is your shrine.
Right?
Yes. And whenever you go there and pray, you get whatever you prayed for. They answer you. So that is their shrine. This is your shrine.
So in a nutshell now, the whole committing crime thing, because we have the blood money ritual. You understand what I'm trying to say now? Using ladies to make money. So are we saying that is not part of tradition?
That's killing, ritual.
Alright, so concerning the shrine thing you were saying here, you were talking about wherever you place your prayer to, like the way we have altar in church, that is your shrine. Right? And I was saying it's a terminology thing, it's what you call it, right? And I think Uche wanted to say something.
The thing is, yes, I wanted to say something. Now, Ugome, you mentioned about, or rather, I said, thunder would strike if you do something that is against, the traditional religion. Now, the thing is, these people that do this thing, both those, like she said, blood money, was a ritual killings and all of that. Traditional religion perform rituals. Then, when traditional religion was traditional religion, they kill people for sacrifice to appease the gods, because most times it's like if like maybe something someone did that now wants to spoil the community or that wants to bring some form of misfortune
or something.
Do you understand? Then they will now, then the seers will now say, okay, this god of so said requires one thing. But let me tell you, those same people, like we said, they are misunderstanding me, because if as a traditional religious worshipper, you have blood on your hands. And the thing is, it's not just peculiar to where you come from, because generally, African traditional religion, generally, they have do's and don'ts. Like, don't kill anybody, it's a general rule for Africa. Don't take what is not your own. Don't lie. Don't do this one. They are general things. So I wanted to point that out, because you were saying something about it being from where you are from, like maybe those do's and don'ts where you are from in your kingdom, in your community, in your community. So I just wanted to make it clear that generally, no matter the community that you are from or whatever, there are already laid down rules of what you can and cannot do as a believer in traditional worship. Then there are now the peculiarities depending on where you come from. Do you understand?
Talking about this where you come from thing now, there's this whole norm and comfortability of ladies accepting that they are one Mary. You know, for me, I see the one Mary as mommy water. Do you understand?
That's what it is now. Which one is you see? That's what it is.
Thank you very much. So I don't understand how our young ladies.
Even as the wine, it's not only one Miri. Even as the wine.
I thought it's going to be one Miri. You will not know if you are as the wine.
My dear, some people don't even care at this point.
All they know is one.
Some people don't care at this point. Some people, if it's not one Miri, it's as the wine.
Anyone.
And it's actually a thing that they used to, like they flaunt it.
Exactly.
They use it to like.
So it doesn't all boil down to where you came from. Because I've heard someone say you can come from the water, you can come from the sand, the earth, or something. I don't know. But I know they have these terminologies of where you come from.
People with avatar.
Someone must have come from fire, someone must have come from air too. Since you have water and the whole.
Yeah.
So my question now is, it's part of tradition, right? It's part of tradition.
Actually, yeah, we know that just the way we are here on earth, you are from a different family, you're from a different family, and I'm from a different background. That is how it is. You know, there are some backgrounds that are good, some are not good. So it is, you are proud of where you come from, you are, and I'm proud of where I come from. So you just like that. When you understand that, yes, I am Owalo, and I flaunt my Owaloship with pride. That is how, when they realize that I am one Mary, I am from the river. Some people actually know that they are from the river. And some, when you don't align yourself with them, it's just like when, just like here on earth, when you know that, yes, I'm from my family and you're not proud of your family, and it's nothing, you're always giving them wahala. You don't always do something in the family to make them proud of them. Of course, you always have issues with the family. But when you're a good child, you have that protection from the family. You always align yourself.
Are you saying that it applies to the one?
Yes, it applies. So if you know that you are a river or a water child.
Yes.
If they don't align themselves, like going to, yes, I know we are families, we are siblings. I am not denying you people, and I cannot deny you people. You find out that wahala, some before then they'll be having issues.
Yes.
But if they align themselves with the family, the water family, yes, now your siblings will fight for you. If you go and tell them, this is what I want, I need this and I need that, they do it. Even think it in your mind.
Even in the case of, I want you to kill this person, the person has wronged me.
See,
Because
do you
use this thing unnecessarily. Like they use
the problem now is not even the main people from one. Like I said, no matter how much religion and Christianity has become a norm in our, like a normal thing in our society, we cannot take away the fact that as African people, we have traditions and we have where we come from. And those things follow us all through our life, regardless of what church you go to or what you believe in. Do you understand? Now, this one Mary now is part of it. Because, like you said, there are actually some people who, maybe in their ancestral line, they come from a family of water people. That one, we know that, yes, there are people like that in tradition. But then there are people that don't even know where their village. In fact, they don't even know the name of their grandmother. Let's not even go too far. Some people is my father told me that I am. Then because of the whole, because you know now when people hear the whole traditional worshiper thing, they automatically have this negative idea or maybe this thing of fast, sharp. You understand? So now they do it. They take up those titles or those names.
Feel like that. Sorry to say.
They actually take up those names as a means of showing that, oh, I belong. Oh, you understand? You cannot do one thing to I'm one mirror if you
because
try
they feel
me.
like their cheese gonna.
Do you understand? If you try me, or like they are not seeing it as the people that actually want me don't make
noise.
Don't make noise the way people that are not
that want
make
to.
noise. So that's the thing that is painting traditional religion in a bad light.
This whole one miri.
Even people that do as a wine
thing. Okay, as a wine. What do we call them generally?
Do you know? Let me now tell you something. I hope you know that there are people that actually go about looking for their services. Like it's actually a full-time business.
Yes.
No, let's be
I know
real.
that. I think that was when Okite became a very
Real.
popular thing.
There are some people that don't have a sense of direction. They are completely confused set of human beings. Once they have problem, what they are looking for a solution. Instead of them to stay one place and find their solution or
They
pray.
go to different SNY.
If they don't go to SNY from the west today, they will go to SNY from the south, or SNY from the north, or Okite from the west. Or I don't know, but you get my point.
Yeah.
So now this are taking it as a full-time business, and I think that's one of the reasons why they flaunt it, because they want to let you know that I'm here. If you're looking for a solution to problems, some of them say you need to see their signposts now. If you're walking on the road, you will see childbearing, money miracle.
My problem now is, I'm not saying traditional belief is a bad thing, no. But the fact that I think they've changed the narrative. We know that the God is a very sharp God, like I said, that's how I believe. He's a very sharp God. Is it not true? No. It's not a sharp.
But first of all, before we continue, please, our audience, I beg. I don't know what your thoughts are on this particular conversation, but make sure to let us know in the comment section, so we are open to hearing your ideas and responding to them. All right.
So you said this is sharp God.
It is. Thinking that is a sharp God. I don't know where that comes from.
Not in a bad way. Do you understand?
They don't perform miracles there, not magic.
Wait,
no, I mean it is not a magic. Like you said, it's a sharp something.
It answers with a quick. Is it not true?
It is not magic.
The gods, the.
You mean in traditional religion?
Yes.
No.
So just like you go to your church and you keep praying, they keep giving you Psalm 21, you keep praying all the time, and it doesn't come to pass when you want it to. It is still that way.
So if it's not a chief or a god that answers quickly, you understand what I'm saying? Well, how come when those people, those young guys and young girls, goes to complain about somebody? Let me use girls now that went to complain. The one Miri girls, they went to complain about somebody. The gods of the Miri that they are from tend to strike.
I think
those ones are now go there to solicit for money. Of course, we know what I mean by that. The rituals and all. Is it not answering them?
Let me tell you. It's just like I cited examples with our families. You get, if you are a good child in your family, and somebody here, and they hear in the family that somebody slaps you, every member of the family will come out in full force to fight that person with the last drop of blood in their vein. Because you have been a good child in the family. That is how it is with Omomiri.
That's the sharp thing,
no, because they have been good. They align themselves with the family. So if you mess up with them, they'll come and mess you up too.
The thing is the sharp she's talking about is as per traditional religion generally. Like
whatever you ask for.
That's the thing, that's not how it is. And now you using the whole Okite people and all those people that do bad things in the name of traditional religion. In fact, diabolical at this point, because that's the only term I can use to describe it.
So now is diabolical.
Now, let me explain something to you. Now, in as much as we have the African traditional religion, there has always been bad eggs. Even among Christian religion, there are pastors that are bad. There are priests that are bad. That's the same way there are native doctors that are bad, because those native doctors are like the pastors and priests in the Christian religion. That's what they perform in traditional religion, right? Now there are bad ones that they are also, and in traditional religion they also have bad gods. quote.
Yes.
Good.
They are bad spirits.
They are
actually.
bad spirits and they are bad gods. So
and they
now,
are good ones.
and the good ones are the ones that the real people that will practice African traditional religion pray to. The ones that bring goodwill. The ones that, you know, help you in times of need and all of that. The bad ones are the ones that are there to cause chaos. And they have always, if you go down in history, even in traditional religion, there have always been people who tilt towards those bad spirits for whatever thing they gain or for their own personal gain or whatever. And there are people that patronize them and go to them to pray to those bad spirits because, I mean, those ones seem to be the faster ones that will give you what you want. Hold on. That will give you what you want. Now that's killing somebody. Somebody did me bad, and I want to kill the person. Because if you go to the deities, the deities that the people that their hands are clean go to. You cannot kill somebody if the. Do you understand?
There must be something you talk about. Why will I kill
this
Give
person?
me reason. No.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, that was Chatbox. And if you still want to continue on that conversation, you can always go over to our YouTube page. I'm sure it is uploaded there, so you can always watch, rewatch, and equally visit the previous recordings. And that's all we have for today. Don't forget to go back on our previous interview to, you know, get an insight on what we talked about if you're just joining us. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. We are always there. And that's all we have from Signature Evening today. To keep a date with us, same time on Monday for another episode, even till Friday. That's all for today. I am Quincy Rowland. Thank you for watching.
Hello. Thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Last week we started a conversation over the recent imprisonment of the former House of Assembly member representing ENUGU South, Honorable Bright Ngene, and another indigene of our Puke community, John Ewo. During that program, there were a lot of accusations about thuggery, about compromising the judiciary system, about a whole lot. And in our tradition, we have in the studio another group from Akuke who sees this whole story from a different angle. My pleasure to welcome Barrister Kenneth Nyama. Barrister Kenneth Nyama is former legal advisor at Akuke Town Union. Kenneth, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, sir.
Also joining Kenneth is another Kenneth, Engineer Ene Kenneth, former Secretary General at Akuke Owani Town Union. Gentlemen, you're welcome to the Signature Show on Signature TV.
Thank you.
A lot of you are not too happy with the story that was shared on this program last week. And let me start by asking, and I'll go to you, who is the former Secretary General of Akuke Owani Town Union. What is the problem in Akuke? What is this crisis that has been there in the last 8 years? I mean, a lot of towns are blessed with natural resources. Why is the natural resource of Akuke dividing brothers and dividing sisters?
Yeah, thank you so very much for the question. I should say that my return to Nigeria in early 2000, I was able to join the leadership of my community, Akuku Owani, to see how we can foster the progress of that very community. I contested election for the post of the Secretary General of Akuku Owani Town Union and won. But then suddenly I then noted that there were other people that were more interested than the town union, that were by the side controlling the affairs of the community, called stakeholders, of which this Brighton was one of them. That nobody in the community sees 1 naira. Even myself, who was a member, I tried my best, but then you cannot see 1 naira. As they get the money, they corner it, and then divide it within themselves.
You know, I want us to understand the story. Bright Ngene was not a member of the executive.
No, he was not a member of the town union.
You said he's among the group you call stakeholders. How did they get hold of the money of the community? Because like in my town, the town union and probably the traditional ruler control the funds of the community.
What happened here is that they subdued the town union and then took over the control of the resources of the, just like what happens in Niger Delta. Mainly where there are mineral resources in Nigeria, they have crisis because some very few people will corner the resources of the community. If you get into Akuke that makes those millions they make, it's one of the poorest communities in ENUGU State. Bright Ngene is the chairman, I think he's the chairman of the secretary, contract awarding committee. Secretary, contract
Who
awarding
set
committee.
up the committee?
They set it up by themselves.
How? I mean,
this group of friends set this because they had to sideline the Igwes, sideline the town union, picked just only the 2 town union presidents of Akuke and Akuku Owani.
but I understand that Bright's committee was appointed by the President General of the town union, as it then was.
Then I now told you that as at this very time we were discussing or talking of, the town union executives were not part of that very arrangement. They only just picked the town union president of Akuke and Akuku Owani and then formed this very group because they are signatories to the community accounts.
Those president generals were elected by the community.
Yeah, they were elected by the community.
And
but
they were representing the 2 communities that make up Akuke.
But they were supposed to work in harmony with the 10 executive members.
Did the 10 executive members protest?
to who are you going to protest? Where they have sidelined both the Igwes and everybody there in the community. And then when you talk, police will come to your house.
Okay, let's bring Kenneth, who is also a lawyer, to this conversation. So, the President General of Akuke Owani and the President General of Akuke, what's the second Akuke called?
Akuke Town Union.
Akuke Town Union, representing the two communities, were handling the affairs of Akuke community. What makes it illegal? I'm asking you, Kenneth.
No, I wouldn't say that they are representing the two communities. It's illegal. It is not. Because, of course, the town union president of each of these communities,
was elected?
Yes, they were elected.
So what was the problem?
Okay.
How did the problem come?
Now, the problem just started way back in 2009. Yes. To be very specific, on the 3rd of October 2009, there was a problem in the community. And that problem emanated from the excavators of sand and gravel. You know, the two groups had a problem within themselves. And what was the problem all about? It was still about this revenue they are collecting. As at that time, the communities have not started collecting royalties from any of these things. So they were the people in charge. So when they had this issue, I was the legal advisor to the Akuke Town Union then. So we brought the two groups together and resolved that issue for them. We set up one central body for them, you know, and allowed them to do their business. Then the community now introduced collection of these royalties from, you know, the excavation of sands and the gravel. As at that time, we started with 50 naira, you know, collection of 50 naira. But these boys were not comfortable with the community, you know, coming up to do their own collection, even though they were allowed to continue with whatever
Which
they
boys?
were. The excavators of sand and gravel.
Okay.
So now what they did, their leader then, one Peter Ngene, you know, popularly known as Sapi, you know. Now what he did was to incite those boys, and they stopped the collections that the community started. So the then town union presidents, Obuefu Francis Obodo and Chief Bernard Nwoye, essentially the Chief Bernard Nwoye now is the traditional ruler of Akuke community. So but he was then the town union president. So they invited police, you know, into the matter. You know, so when these police people came in and tried to, you know, invite these boys, you know, they resisted, and in the process they had problem with the police. In fact, they beat up the police. Police, you know, reinforced, came, and then there was a showdown, and in the process somebody got shot and killed. One of Gochkungu was killed, and this youth went on rampage, and the two town union presidents, their houses were touched down completely. So that was the crisis on the 3rd of October 2009. Now, after that crisis, then came the moment of, you know, reconciliation. Now we appealed to Professor Barton Naji. He was then Minister for Power. So he helped and midwifed peace in the community and came up with a document which we called the working document. And it was that working document that now recommended the setting up of a revenue collection and management committee. And this committee was now placed in charge of that collection and management of revenue accruing to, you know, both communities. Now, that working document equally spelled out the membership and the tenure of office of these members of
the body.
Yes, of the body. So, now the tenure of the chairmanship of the committee was supposed to be for 1 year. After 1 year, another group will come on board. Now we have 4 villages in the community, the two communities. Now it was agreed that the chairmanship of the committee will now rotate among these villages, you know, the 4 of them. So the first one that took their beat was Okabike village. The second one was Ositagawa village. The third one was Ozoloye village. The Ozoloye, at the tenure of the Ozoloye village, before the tenure ended, The man who was doing their bid said no, he can't continue, he's resigning. 3 months, you know, for the tenure to elapse. He said he's not doing again. Now, we had a meeting. The same 3rd of October, that was now in 2014. The same 3rd October, we came to St. Mary's Catholic Church premises where we were to have the meeting. Now, the issue, you know, for discussion was the chairmanship of the committee. Since the man who was still serving said he's no longer interested.
Was he the chairman at that time?
Yeah, he was the chairman of the committee. The chairman of the committee said he's no longer interested because of, you know, what he was perceiving as, you know, not being all right. He said no, he's no longer interested in this, or he's resigning. So when we came to that meeting, now they now wanted to bring back that man that started, you know, the chairmanship job. The man that did the first tenure, they wanted to bring him back. Now I said no, that is not the proper thing. That will be going against the laid down procedure, our agreement as contained in that working document. Now the proper thing for us to do is, since this man's tenure, this people's tenure remains only 3 months, get somebody from that village to serve out that tenure, so that the next village will take their own turn. I never knew that I committed a very serious offense by saying that, you know, because to them, that would thwart what they had already. Now, what they did, they came after me. On the 6th of October 2009, it was just by the grace of God that I survived the onslaught. Now, when they thought that they have succeeded, then they took over. The stakeholders he mentioned were the people that now took over and hijacked the community.
Okay. Because we don't have too much time.
Yes.
We need to
I
really...
just needed to lay a proper foundation so that you get
what
to know why.
sparked off the crisis was a member of the community had gotten a court order, putting a lien on the account of the community. Tell me what happened then.
Okay.
And please, because we don't have all the time.
Yeah, when Fraben got that very court order and then blocked the
Who is
committee,
Fraben?
Barrister Fraben Agu was a former member of ENUGU State House of Assembly.
He was the one that got the court order.
Yes, under the auspices of
Greater Akuke Development Union.
Yes.
So the account was blocked, and then suddenly now these guys now started, they went on their own and opened a new, continued collecting the revenue. But now lodging the money in Brighton Guinness account. And actually nobody in the community had access to it. Rather, at the market square where we were doing meeting, there was something that the community needed to do that they were asking for funds. One Obuefi Francis, the Akuko Town Union president, said that he know that there is 15,750,000 somewhere lodged in somebody's account. Most of these members of the stakeholders were being invited, like Chief Cornelius Arum late, who was the chairman of the Revenue Committee, and then some other people. And all of them, and then Ben Glover, Bennett Aneke, who was one of the guys that were being charged to court, were there. So they said that this money was being lodged in Brighton Guinness account. Brighton Guinness was invited, because when we finish, they will leave you and invite the next person. So when Brighton Guinness came to the market square, I was a member of those.
Did he accept that?
Yeah, he accepted that the money is still there in his account.
So, did he agree to bring the money for the use of the
inside
community?
this very group that were inviting us were the council of elders, one from each family.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So he agreed that he's going to bring the money on the next meeting day, which is every Tuesday.
Okay. Did he bring the money?
On the next meeting day, he came and he said that an order came to disburse the money, that he has disbursed the money, and his account is left with zero.
An order from where?
From the stakeholders.
So
which
I'm
is
sure
the stakeholders, as at that time, is being controlled solely by John Ewo. Though they have some other members.
He wasn't the president of the town union.
No, Now we have two communities. Only one president was left. The other one left. Ogbuefi left them.
So what was John's position in the community at that time?
He was the town union president of Akuke, who gave order to disburse the money of the two communities.
Thank you.
So,
can I just?
No, you will come in a moment.
All right.
So at that time, it was John Ewo that was president of the
president giving orders.
Okay, so the money was not provided.
No, not
so
even
what decision did the community take, or individuals in
we
the
now
community?
decided at the time to lie low and then look for solutions. I got up one morning, I received a letter, a call from State CID that I and the Igwes were being, and the Nohus were being invited. So when we went there was a petition written by John Ewo and the new town union president, which is Chibuzo Ngene.
What was the allegation?
Allegation was that we took over their job, usurping their job, that we took over their job, the job of the town union. So on the process, trying to look into this thing now, we denied it because myself, I've never seen 1 naira there. The Igwes were not signatory or collect, they don't collect anything.
Kenneth, I mean, what now happened when that money was not forthcoming?
Yeah, like he said, when they continued this collection, after Barrister Faber ENUGU had gone to court.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
They started putting money in Bryce's account,
personal account.
and then he didn't bring the money.
Yes.
So what?
Now the community passed a resolution. That was on the 7th of January, 2017.
To do what?
Yes. That resolution relieved all of them of whatever positions they were holding in the communities.
Good.
Now, when Bright did not come up with the money, as he promised, now, in fact, that was what led to the resolution. Now, it was after that resolution was passed that they now wrote the petition to State CID, alleging that the Igwes and the traditional prime ministers.
So where did the petition go to the police?
Yes.
That John...
No, not John.
That Bennett...
The two traditional rulers.
No.
Okay.
I understand that.
All right.
But at some point, a petition went
yeah, I was going to tell you how that one now
We don't have all the time.
Good.
So
now, it was them that wrote petition to the police. So it was in the course of investigation of that petition. The traditional rulers were invited. And while they were on interview with the Deputy Commissioner of Police, now John was the person who jumped up from his seat and he told the Deputy Commissioner, if they knew that what they are saying is the truth, that they embezzled the community's money, that they should write a petition against them.
Him.
Then the Deputy Commissioner now said, Igwe, you heard what he said. If what you people are telling me here is the truth, go and put it in writing.
And they did.
Yes,
and they did.
And we signed.
And they did.
And the police
started
the investigation.
Of course, they investigated the matter. They had to print the Bright. Of course, Bright was there, I was there, he was there, the two traditional rulers were there, John too was there. The traditional prime ministers were there.
So it was on the strength of the petition by the traditional rulers that John and Bright and others were charged to court.
Exactly. Exactly.
We now discovered.
And this matter has been on since 2017.
So why didn't the matter go on after 2017?
The matter has been on and on and on until the last day. For the records, this matter, 3 magistrates have presided over this matter. 3. This matter started with Chief Magistrate A.O.Eze, who before he could deliver his judgment, went on retirement. And then the matter had to start de novo before Magistrate Idio. At a point, they wrote a petition against Magistrate O. Not even waiting for the outcome or response to their petition. They took away the case file from his court and then took it to Mama. So we assume that the matter was transferred to Mama formally. Now, why the matter was still before Mama? Mama at a point Of course, Mama is a classmate
of Bright.
to Bright. Now, Mama said, look, this matter, I think you should go and settle this matter. And then Mama sent this matter to Montidor. Nobody came.
How do you mean nobody? Did you
yeah,
go?
Of course.
Did you go?
We went to Montidor. They didn't come up.
And Brad didn't come.
That's it. Not only Montidor. Now, sometime in 2019, Jerry, you know Jerry. You know Barrister Jerry, a very senior lawyer at that, appeared before the magistrate and pleaded with the magistrate to give him the permission to mediate in the matter, which the court graciously granted him. Jerry now called meetings severally. John will come.
Bennett.
The contractor Bennett will come. The traditional rulers will come.
I will be there.
Bright will not come. Even in his last application for transfer, he mentioned there that if what Jerry means by peace talk is for him to go and prostrate before the traditional rulers, that the peace talk should go to hell.
He will not do. He will not come.
Okay. The accusation is that this matter died kind of, and that people that were contesting against Bennett when he went to Labour Party and then got into politics and won the election started conniving with some of you in the community to bring the matter back to life. Is that a true representation of what happened?
I can come in here. Myself, Engineer Kenneth, I'm a card-carrying member of Labour Party. I never had anything in my life to do with PDP. I left from APC to Labour Party. So that very part should be dead.
Which part now?
The part of bringing political connotation to what we are saying.
No, you're being accused of working hand in hand with Sam Ngene, who is an opponent of Bennett. Is that true?
Sam Ngene, I got to know Sam
sorry.
today. I'm seeing Sam Ngene today for the first time. I don't know him. I don't know Sam Ngene.
So you have never had meetings with Sam?
To do what? I'm a member of Labour Party. I came from APC. I love opposition. I came from APC to Labour Party. I'm a card-carrying member of Labour Party. I've been going to meeting with Bright.
Kenneth, are you also saying that you're meeting Sam again? Because Sam is joining us for this conversation at some point.
Okay.
Are you also saying that you're meeting Sam again for the first time?
No, I cannot be meeting Sam again for the first time.
But are you working hand in hand with Sam Ngene to make sure that that Bright remains in prison so that Sam can get win in court and go back to the House of Assembly?
Well, I don't need to do that. I don't need to work with Sam to get Bright out of the way.
Are you working with?
Who am I even to do that?
Are you working with Sam Ngene at all?
As far as this matter is concerned, there is no room to say you are working with this person, you are working. I am working with only one person here. That one person is the law.
Okay.
That is the person I'm working with. And that is equally what I want every other person to look at. You see, PDP, Labour, they have nothing to do with this matter. Now, this is a matter, like I said, that started since 2017. We are talking about, you see, this is the problem we have in our society. Why leave the major object and you are pursuing the shadow? We are talking about corruption. You know, our president then, Buhari, said if we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill us. And that is just an axiomatic statement. If we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill us. And that is where I am looking at. I am talking about people looting our common patrimony. That is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people stealing from public coffers. That's what I'm talking about. Not the issue of PDP and the Labour. This matter has been on there. And if Labour were to be very frank to themselves, if they had done a background check on the candidates before fielding their candidates, I think this issue, they wouldn't be crying this wolf. So I don't see any connection at all. I don't see any connection at all. This matter has been on and it has been diligently followed up. pursued to a logical conclusion. You see, like I advised the chairman of Labour the other time I was, in one program, and he called in, and he started saying, it is not like we are defending our candidate for taking the community's money. I said, now you are talking. It's not question of rushing to the radio stations or maybe television stations and to start saying what you don't know, what you are not sure of. This matter predates, the running election since 2017. And there were ample opportunities for him to have even had this matter resolved out of court.
So you're saying,
he blew all of them.
You're saying that it is wrong or progressing in error for anybody to say that the matter in court has anything to do with politics.
Exactly. That's just what I'm saying.
Myself being
exactly. It is question of the law, punishing an offender.
Okay.
I've been to the court more than 100, because we've always had accelerated hearing from 2018. I normally go to court sometimes 3 times in a week. We go sometime before this Biafra summit. We go Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. 12 times in a month. So this case has always been on.
Let me also ask, is it true that you're using the police to intimidate Bright and the others that are involved in this case?
No, it is, you see, in fact, it should even be the other way around. Now, Bright got elected shortly before their inauguration. He wrote a petition against the 2 traditional rulers and himself.
And myself. To DSS.
Alleging a grand plot to eliminate him.
To DSS.
And to make sure that he was not inaugurated. To DSS. Not just to the police, to DSS. The petition is there. You can go and verify. It is there.
After DSS, when I took the court charge to DSS, 2 weeks later he wrote to State CID, Legal Department. I met Ofete. I was there, the Igwe came in there. The same Bright and John wrote another petition. We were still trying to resolve that very one because I invited him 3 times. Bright refused coming to State CID. The next one was my son went to the gate and found a very big parcel of papers pasted on my gate from High Court. It was still Bright and John, suing all of us to court.
Okay, I want to ask. Every community has crises like this. They also scoop sand where I come from.
Yeah.
Every community has issues. Why can't Akuke resolve this issue? Because it's costing Akuke so much money. You've lost a human being. Your sons are in What will it take to resolve this issue?
Let's not let's not forget, on the 10th of February, my younger brother was taken from a filling station, took down to Ebonyi State, and he was killed. It's still the same case here, because they invited me for a meeting with my younger brother. They had one of their person there. They caught with guns and the rest of them. The police now took over the case. He was being reminded. They invited me for a meeting.
Was it the police that killed your brother?
No, it was this group. How can police kill my brother? I think they are still being held there. Some of them are still being held there.
Some people were arrested.
Recently.
They have not been found guilty.
I think they are still there.
It's not
the case is still on.
How can we get peace? That's
yes.
Please.
Yes. You see, when you are talking about how can we get peace, now the question is, first you ask, because it's no question of taking the horse
to the
stream. It is whether the horse will be willing to drink from the stream.
Who is this unwilling horse?
Good. That is where the issue is.
But Bright says you guys are the unwilling horse.
No. He is the unwilling horse. That is the problem. Now, we've made several attempts. We've made several attempts to have this matter resolved.
Never attended even one.
John Ewo attended.
Yes. Bennett attended. The traditional rulers attended. The Onowus attended. But Bryce never attended even one. Not even one.
Sorry.
Okay, gentlemen.
Wait. Now,
that's your last word.
Even while we were trying to get this matter resolved, can you believe me? That is why I say, will the horse be willing to drink from the stream? Even while we are making attempts to see how we can resolve this matter, they still wrote petition against the traditional rulers that got them suspended from office for 3 years.
3.5 years.
And 6 months.
Okay. So the impression you give
So,
me is
are
that
you
this
still
cannot be
the
settled?
people- Well, let the law take its course and
the
then
impression we are
get
giving
it
is,
settled.
even when we, how did we get to multi-door? Because I said,
Okay.
let's go and make peace. But
Okay.
Bright refused.
Okay. Kenneth?
So it's just a question of
Kenneth?
the law punishing an offender of
Kenneth
yeah,
and Kenneth,
yes.
I want to thank you for coming on our show.
Thank you also.
I still leave one message. We can find peace.
Why
Yes,
not? We are willing.
And I want
agree
every
with
one
you.
of you to put
I
some
agree with
energy
you.
in it.
We will do
can
that.
still find peace in Akuke.
But we should remove politics in what we're doing
Okay.
in our community.
Remove
That is just our
politics.
concern. Remove politics from
remove
it.
politics.
Let's just call it spade.
From what we're
a
doing.
spade.
Remove politics in what is happening
Yes.
in
Yes.
Akuke.
Yes.
Then we can
It's
go
not
forward.
party politics.
Don't go
For
away.
Christ's sake.
Joining us in a moment is Honorable Sam Ngene, former member of the ENUGU State House of Assembly. Don't go away.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up a Rufai committee recommending restructuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Uvorawen was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Judge Tufoni. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
You're still watching the Signature Show, and today we are looking at two issues. We are looking at the relationship between the crisis in a community in Enugu State, Akuke to be precise, the relationship between that community and the charge of stealing and conspiracy, which was hanging on the head of a former member of the House of Assembly, which ultimately led to his imprisonment for 7 years at the ENUGU Correctional Facility. And joining me now to look at the issue and give us some more information is a former chairman of ENUGU South Local Government and former member of the ENUGU House of Assembly. Sam Gene, welcome to our show.
Thank you so much.
Is it true
that you've never met Kenneth, who was on this program a few minutes ago? I find it very difficult to believe.
Well, it's people are given to their opinion. Just like you said, you find it very difficult. I believe it's just your opinion. But to be honest, I just met this young man today, like he said. I've never met him for any reason. I mean, nothing has brought our roads to cross in any form. So I think he's right. I've never met him. I'm just meeting him for the first time today. That's the simple truth. Yeah.
So tell me, is it true that you're the one ensuring that Bright Ngene goes to prison? Because they said he defeated you in the first election, and then there were runoffs, and somehow you don't know how else to take him out, and then you made sure that he's thrown into prison. Is that true?
This is indeed, this is better a law court now.
Well, this is what was said on this program, and that's why I'm asking you.
The people that actually said that are wrong.
Okay.
Completely very wrong. I contested the election. I've been a council chairman. And in 2019, by the grace of God, mercies of God, I found myself a member of ENUGU State House of Assembly, and I know I did a lot. And in the 2023 election, in this part of the East, we know how it went, in the sense that the P2B wave came into play. But even at that, a lot of PDP candidates came through. But it happened that in ENUGU South Urban, where I was contesting the same election, there were a lot of malpractices. And when they found out that I was also at the verge of getting to the winning point, they disrupted, the election was disrupted in my own ward. The 8 polling units that is in contest now are in my ward. A very stronghold, Ward 5 for one, the West to be precise.
A very big stronghold of
for me, yes. Yeah. Because it is expected that I'm supposed to win my ward. Because I've performed.
But it's also possible the wave that you talked about worked against you.
I agree with you. It didn't work against me. It never did. If it did work against me, the tribunal would have seen it. Why was the election cancelled in those 8 polling units? It was because of malpractices, because people came in to disrupt my stronghold. Because they knew that the vote in Ward 5 alone was enough to make me go back to the State Assembly. What are we even talking about? All through the campaign, let the Labour Party show me, Labour Party candidate come. You know that I don't want to talk about. I've always decided not to get involved in this issue. Let him come and tell the people where he campaigned. Let's see a clips. But I can send you numerous clips of my campaign. He was found nowhere. So, for me, I think this is just playing to the gallery. Let's face the facts. The fact is that I am running an election, he is running an election. I don't know what happened. I'm not an Akuke, I'm not a community member of Akuke. I'm not even from Akuke anyway. But we are from the same local government.
Okay. I'm going to go a little back.
Yep.
Backwards. The tribunal called or directed or ruled that there should be a rerun in 8 polling stations or polling units in your ward.
Yes.
And the wreck of ENUGU and other officials were removed from doing the rerun.
Yes.
They brought the wreck from Anambra to do the rerun.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true that you and some of your supporters attacked the polling station or wherever the thing was happening and destroyed all INEC materials? Is it true?
You know, most times I like to discuss this kind of issue with facts and evidences. The fact that I've never opened up to any press interview on this matter. This is my first time.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Which is good.
So I only decided to do this just for the records. I don't think that issue should even come up. Whether if I did that, you would have seen it on all social media. Can somebody show me a picture or a photograph where I committed
But they
such?
said they have the video.
Let them provide it. Why? What are they still waiting for? Let them provide it.
But you've been heard to criticize the wreck from Anambra that, you know, organized the rerun.
Yes.
And you've been heard to say that that wreck was biased and that he was working for your opponents. Couldn't that have been a reason why you and your supporters disrupted that election?
Was there any way you ever heard me say such? That's to start with. This is just what people bandied around. I'm a very careful person. I don't open up my mouth to say anything at any time. That's why I have refused to even grant any interview of any sort.
Do you think she was very fair on that election?
The truth is that she came for that rerun like somebody who has made up her mind.
Who had an agenda.
That's what I think. Because why would you even come there with a fake result?
And you know, you said something
about
evidence.
Hold on.
Do you have evidence on your phone or something?
I don't need to have evidence because the result sheet that they came with was fake. Remember that before that election that woman came for, that already there was the first rerun, which I prepared very, very well and campaigned very vigorously for my voters, my supporters to come and vote for me. You know, it was disrupted. They said there was a fake, that the result has been written. Where was the result written? How did they get that information?
That's the same question I'm going to ask you, Sam.
Yes.
Which evidence do you have that the woman had written her own result? Or were you retaliating?
No.
Because they disrupted the first one,
no.
disrupt the second one.
I'm not in that election. If it's conducted 20 times, I'll win. Of course. It's my stronghold. That's my word. That was why they came in the first place. To make sure that the first election of 2003 does not hold. And they came very, very violently.
Do you have any evidence? Because
yes.
You talked about
yes. Oh yes.
Do you have video clips?
It was the evidence that made the tribunal cancel the election. I wouldn't disrupt election in my own ward. If I want to do that, I would have gone to Ward 6, where he's coming from. But they found me to my own ward. And it was written by the INEC staff that took charge of the result sheets, that they couldn't get the results because there were gunshots, because there were one or two problems. That was what they wrote in the form they filled. That was what we presented to the tribunal that brought about the cancellation of the 8 polling units. And of course, in these 8 polling units, it was as if they calculated it, has enough votes. Not just collected vote, not just Not just registered voters, but PVC collected voters.
What's the number of voters in those 8 polling units?
4,257.
And you lost the first election, or the declared election, by 4,000 votes.
No. That one was 3,000 something, 3,700 votes. Was the margin, the difference? And I can tell you that if not for that disruption, I was already in the lead. I was already in the lead. Because how election is done is that you check where you have your stronghold and shield it.
Why didn't you shield yours?
Of course, will I shoot against people with gun? Will I shoot against people with instruments to kill? I won't do that. I won't do that. So it still boils down to the fact that when people are not prepared to go to election, and I can even tell you, each time they talk about this bright issue, they bring up sentiments, they whip up sentiments of that the party we don't want him to go. If Labour Party had taken time to scrutinize the candidates they were fielding, they might not have fielded him.
Why?
Because they should know, they should have known that he had such problem, he had such case. They should have known that.
But people say that this case was almost forgotten until politics came into it. And they say because you were a former local government chairman, you were a former member, a big politician, it was easy for you to
maneuver. Let me help you in your words. Look, let me be very frank with you.
Okay.
I'm a politician with a difference. It's not a do or die thing. I prepared for the election. I was coasting to victory. But when it happened the way it happened, I decided to go the normal and the legal way. That was why I went to the tribunal. And the tribunal found truth based on the evidence provided. And they gave out for a rerun. And I was also prepared, moving from all points, one point to the other, within the world, to make sure that that day will come and I will take the position that belongs to me, the mandate that the people already almost wanted to give to me. Before we now found all those problems and issues that led to those polling booths being cancelled, including my own polling booth, was affected. So who does that?
We are coming back to this conversation, but let me now come forward. What is the position of the rerun?
My brother, it's the umpire is there. The position is that whenever they put up the dates, we go and contest the election. We go out to
but what is INEC saying now?
INEC, the only information I had from INEC was that the one of the last one that was supposed to hold that didn't hold, couldn't hold, that they will inform us when the next will hold.
Did they give any reason why it wasn't holding?
They said it's on security reasons. And when issues becomes on security reasons, who knows? I am not INEC, I'm not even the state government, I'm not anywhere, I'm not the security agencies. What I am doing, instead of beating about the bush and chasing to the gallery, I'm busy still campaigning and consulting.
Oh, you're still campaigning?
Oh yes, consulting vigorously. Not campaigning per se, but consulting people and making sure that if they call us tomorrow, I will go out to the field and I will defeat him.
Why are you so confident?
It is my stronghold, it's my word.
You mean that your word will give you 100%?
Why not? When they want to, why not? They were good, they were about doing that. Why didn't they go to Ward 4? Why didn't they go to Ward 7? Why didn't they go to Ward 6? Why Ward 5? Why Ward 5? That's the question. I don't want to be sentimental about that. I don't want us to be dragging sentiment into this matter. Let's just face fact and face the case the way it is. everybody should go and get ready and prepare, like I'm doing, and waiting to win.
Let's look back to your years in the House of Assembly.
Yes.
You said you performed well.
Yes.
Share with me.
That's a good one. All right. You see, governance is all about checking the pulse of the people that you govern or you represent. I was only a legislator, and who happened to know his job, making laws, and going through oversight, and then relating with your people also at your constituency. And we did a lot. I decided to take it one after another. And if you talk about, I was the House Committee Chairman on Health also. And in health, we felt, what can we do to affect people's life? We were able to ensure. We had to ensure like about 100 persons, 120 persons within the 4 given wards in ENUGU South Urban. That for one whole year, they can go to the hospital at the health centers and then take treatment for whatever illness. And that's free. They don't pay no cover. It's on record. The people that benefited are there. If you dig deep.
Was it a government program? Or
It was my own personal program.
You provided
this? Oh, yes. 120 persons. I even included my village wards, which is Obago Ward 11 and Obago Ward 3. I had to include them in this program. And we didn't stop at that. I also took up paying for WAEC fees for indigent persons in my community. But we do it by balloting. Of course, you know, we are not provided with so much money to do all those, but I was always sourcing fund to get that done, because I feel the pulse of the people. I know how it is. I know that things are very hard and tough, and I want to be felt. I don't know, I don't have the real figure, but I know that within the time I stayed in House of Assembly, we paid for almost about 150 something persons. WAEC fees, 18,200 each person. So what I did was, each year, I started that in 2020. I got into House of 2019. I started that program in 2022. I did it in 2022. I did it in 2023. We do it by merit. People will come and fill in because it's just a limited number. You can't carry everybody. But I want to be doing it. If I don't carry you today, maybe tomorrow you'll be carried. But how we do it is by balloting. And I prepare the ballots myself. I come with it. It's not like nobody influences it. If you go into that constituency and dig deep now, you see a lot of people that benefited from that. Outside that, in Amokwe Street, I'm mentioning names. In this street that is in front of Bigard Memorial, find out, we were able to install solar lights. Because one night I passed there, because my constituency office has an adjoining road to that place. I passed there and I found out it was dark. And yes, and I decided to talk with the chairman of the neighborhood, who now said that if we do that, that would be good. We had to put street lights there, solar street lights.
Okay, we're running out of time. Time is never enough.
You see, I have a lot. You don't even want me to finish.
You have to come and pay if you want to. Anyway, so we're running out of time, Sam.
Thank you.
Is it possible that you have all this confidence about winning and about all that because now you know that your opponent is in prison?
Why are you saying this? Anyway, you have to say this because you're a journalist. I don't blame you. I don't have, it's not all what you think. It's not just what you said now.
But my fear again is there may never be this election because he's still in prison. How are you guys going to conduct it?
It's not my business. When INEC gives me dates, I'll go and run the election.
Run the election.
That's my own. I'm in my party, PDP, the ruling party in Enugu State. And I've performed.
Does being a member of the ruling party, give you any advantage over?
I'm trying to tell you that I'm trying to tell you the party where I belong.
I know you're a PDP member.
You didn't say that. I'm saying it to you. I'm saying it to you. You see, when we take up all these things, the truth is that every politician knows his stronghold. It's dangerous for any politician not to know where your stronghold is. My stronghold is my word.
Thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
I must thank you for finding time to come and react to some of these accusations and react to, make it a little brighter so that we understand. Thanks for coming on the Signature
Thank you
Show.
so much. Thank you so much.
I'll be speaking with Sam Ngene, Honorable Sam Ngene, former ENUGU South Local Government Chairman and member ENUGU State House of Assembly. I'm Vin Martin Obiorilo. Thanks for watching. And let's do it again.
Welcome everybody. It's a lovely 31st day in the month of March 2025. I want to say happy holidays to our Muslim friends, our brothers and sisters all across the world. It's Eid al-Fitr, the first day of the celebration. I understand that aside today, we also have tomorrow for another celebration. I wish you all the best. I mean, something happened over the weekend that is quite unprecedented. 16 hunters on their way to the celebrations of Salah to Kano through Uromi were killed. 16 of them, we're seeing numbers. The police say it's 7, the residents are saying it's around 10, some others say 16, and that's one of the problems, or that will be for another day, because we never ever really get things right when it comes to numbers of casualties. I really don't know why it's always like that when we have some things like that in that magnitude. But beyond that, there are threats. We've seen numbers, we've seen people who have put out threats. And guess what? These threats are not just threats to people who purportedly killed them, because we now know that the police have arrested the suspects who have been involved in the mobbing of these 16 hunters, or maybe 7 hunters, according to the police. But then again, we're hearing that there are threats on Igbos in the north. Guess what? They're saying that the population, there are many Igbo population in Uromi, in Delta, in Edo State. And that's the reason why they are threatening the Igbos to leave Kano. That after the Ramadan celebration tomorrow, there might be some reprisals. This is really saddening. Saddening in so many ways, because again, I had thought that there must be some sort of collaboration between the government of Edo State and the government of Kano State. We have also seen that the government of Kano State is leading a delegation to Edo State to, have some chit-chat with the governor, and of course, chit-chat with the Hausa community within the Edo State's state. But again, I'm particularly concerned about the threat by some persons, even openly on social media, threatening other nationalities and other ethnic groups in their region to leave, else there will be some reprisals. I really don't know what the government is doing about this, but they should do something quickly. We're back after this. Do stay with us. Let's kick start on the Vanguard newspaper. On the Vanguard this morning, Uromi killings, CDS, CAN, PFN seek justice for victims. Sanusi warns Kano youth against reprisal. Kano sends delegation to engage Edo government. Obabalo suspends security chief. Perpetrators must face justice, says Rep spokesman. Nigerians should feel safe in all regions, says Oluwa. Nigerians to pay more for petrol amidst domestic disputes. Crude price hike. Nigerians to pay more for petrol amidst domestic dispute and crude price hike. 2027 Wike's good works will give APC victory in FCT, says Tinubu. Rivers Sole Administrator dismantling Fubara's structures. PDP alleges Tinubu wrong to release Rivers allocation to Sole Administrator. All right. In sports, tragic Nigerian boxer dies in Ghana during a boxing bout. Reps Committee recovers 21.4 billion naira from oil and gas firms. All the details you can find on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. And now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, Uromi killings, families seek justice, share victims' last moments. You can find the details there. On the Nigerian Tribune this morning, we removed FCT from TSA to speed up development, says Tinubu. With the writer, Wike leads FCT residents to Villa for Salah homage. Uromi killings, Emir of Kano, calls for justice as CDS vows collaboration to fish out killers. PFN condemns killing, demands justice for victims. Edo governor suspends security chief, illegal vigilante. And now to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch, just above the mast, Rivers, federal government awaits service of PDP governor's suits. Petrol price to rise more as Naira for crude talks wobble. World Bank to approve Nigeria's $632 million loan request today. Eid al-Fitr, Tinubu National Assembly governors preach peace, please heighten security nationwide. Lynched travelers, CDS squad goes after killers as Okpebolo consults governors. 14 arrested as governor suspends security corps boss, illegal vigilante groups. Obasa pursues suits against Miranda lawmakers despite Tinubu's intervention. NCDC heightens surveillance as Lassa fever kills 118. Or your wage bill now 24 billion naira monthly, says Makinde. All right, let's go over now to the Daily Times newspaper. On the Daily Times this morning, reps recover over $14 million from oil companies as recoveries now exceed 50 billion naira. 109 new Nigerian newspaper worker die awaiting payments from northern states governors. 109 new Nigerian newspaper workers die awaiting payments from northern states governors. Northern Can condemns Uromi killings, urges calmness as governors sacks commander. Without Owais reports, no genuine electoral reforms, says Okechukwu. Choice of PDP running mates, strategic, not popularity contest, Atiku tells Wike. And Niger Republic quicks late charged military force. All the details you can find on the Daily Times. And now over to The Guardian. On The Guardian this morning, Tinubu hails Okpebolo's education reforms. I will share with authorities evidence of theft under Fubara, says Nweke. High interest rates choke real sector as banks break 1 trillion naira profit threshold. Eid al-Fitr, Tinubu Sultan preach love amidst calls for well-being, better governance. All the details on The Guardian. And that's about the number we have on the front page this morning. It's 7 after 8 this lovely Monday, the 31st of March, 2025. Chris Manuka joins us. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. And good morning, beautiful people of the globe, particularly Nigeria. Wow. Welcome again, Charles.
Indeed, indeed.
Just last day of the month?
Yes, it is. It is the last day of the month. But again, one should have been at least celebrating, being in a celebratory mood with our Muslim Ummah. But it's not to be. There's a threat that's undercurrent right now with what has happened in Edo State. I'm sure you must have seen that story. It happened even on Thursday. It says that the stories that is filtering in from Friday into this weekend. The threats are ongoing in the north, and they are threatening a reprisal right after the Salah season. What's your take?
I saw the story and I shared with my family, I said, and the question I was asking my wife, why is it that whenever the dog eats shit, the mouth or the teeth of the goat will spoil? Why? Why is it in Nigeria that in Ketali is the level? Why is it that what happened in Europe should now become every Igbo man's problem everywhere in the world with threat of extinction? Why? So if you are an Igbo man, and we have been sitting here crying for justice as Igbo people, and we said whoever is involved in the killing, mob action, whether it's my father, whether it's my mother, we said it's wrong and they seek justice. And somebody sits somewhere and they are clear conscience and think that Igbo man should be responsible for every killing in Nigeria. And all the people calling for justice are not saying, do not touch Igbos. For they do not. I mean, if you have arrested 14 people, how many of them are Igbos? And somebody suddenly believed that Igbos have ENUGU, that Igbos are more in number. Look, Charles, there are certain things that are happening in this Nigeria that at times I personally, having worked in the media for 40 years, have always preached wrestling. And to call our people and say, look, there's no need of perpetuating wickedness, of kill me, I kill you, I kill you. Let's start having peace. But every time those people will come back to you and say, you are asking us not to do anything. Look at what people are doing. Like joke, you will be here. You will start hearing that people have been killed up north. For what happened in Uromi. And the people that have been killed, it's always the Igbos. How? No, where is the justice? And the story is making around the security forces in Nigeria are not thinking about anything. They are not even responding to it. And we have been here in Nigeria, these things happen like this, and the Igbos are killed. And I remain an Igbo man, proud one. So meaning, if I do not think about it, or talk about it, or cry about it, that will be my tongue. It's the highest level of injustice, marginalization. For whatever reason, I don't know. We will say, what did the Igbo man do for being in Nigeria? It's not good. So we stop crying about the people who have been killed. We stop crying about people who are talking about justice, like everybody is talking about it. We now face with the issue of thinking about that the next people that we kill will be Igbos. And by the way, is this in the same country that we are getting people who get killed unjustly by any means and nobody is talking? They will sweep under the ground. Now, the whole Nigeria is agog and calling for justice. Beautiful. Because we are also calling for justice. We can't continue like this. Just killing ourselves over time. For what useless reasons? Stupid reasons. Nigerians, every Nigerian life does not want anything anywhere again. We are suffering hunger and hardship. We are suffering terror, banditry. We are suffering known and unknown gunmen. We are suffering kidnappers, ritual killers. And then we come back and turn against ourselves over nothing. Nobody. All the Igbo people were among the first to condemn killing in Uromi. But they, at the end of it all, are they going to receive threats. You know, I've said it here one time. There was one time one popular broadcaster, whoever he is, has threatened the Igbos and said so many things against the Igbos. I came out, a lot of people came out defending. Listen, only a tree we hear that he will be killed and sit one place. And I'm sure Nigerian security forces are here listening and hearing that the Igbos have been threatened. And eventually, nobody is saying, don't. And warn about the implications, because Igbo man is totally, for more indication, what they are, the reasons they are giving us. Somebody somewhere will go and commit one crime. Instead of facing the criminal, you will turn it tribal or religious war. This is madness. This is not acceptable in this modern society. And we'll talk about it. This is the same country where you come and see some people said, allow us to go and be our own nation. You will not say we are one Nigeria. You will be here not supporting such thing. Is this what will continue? And we will be here confused? There is something somebody said, and he said it in Igbo. If you want to kill the ram, if you don't want to kill the ram, release him from the rope. Let him go. What is this idea? I mean, it's annoying. It is worrisome. It's annoying. Because I know in Nigeria, the Igbos are everywhere. So, and they pursue their own business. No matter how difficult it is, they become resilient and want to be in Nigeria and work for what they will eat. We have said it. If an Igbo man is involved in criminal act, he should bear the blunt. But for God's sake, let this thing that is going on in Nigeria, let us begin to stop it. Otherwise, what we are telling the Igbos, and clearly by body language or directly, is that they are not part of this nation. Some people are just mooting the idea and it's making round and round, and people are coming on threatening that after the Ramadan we have been celebrating with them here, that they'll begin to kill us. That's how the word my wife used. And I was like, I cried. Is this country where I will sit back and I have children? Their destiny, they don't have freedom to pursue their destiny in a free and fair Nigeria. They're just because they're stigmatized. Once you're an Igbo. For what? It's becoming annoying and it makes me want to cry at any time. Why? Is it not enough? For how long can this continue? Why are they fighting a useless war? And they want to declare war against Igbos, so that if the Igbos want to wipe them out, if they can defend themselves. But all these secret wars against Igbos is not acceptable anymore. Not to anybody who has blood and running his veins. Because we are not animals, we are not trees, that you go to after threatening or killing. Not just killing. My father told me, if anybody threatens to kill you, and he makes move to kill you, if you don't want anything to do, swallow your life in your stomach. Do anything. It may get to that point, but God forbid. Stop threatening Igbos. The Igbos also, wherever you are, if you commit crime, you bear the blunt. Don't let every man bear his own. Whatever sin you commit, what any man saw, whether you are Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, anything, 400 tribes in Nigeria, you bear the blunt. Let nothing be stigmatized and transferred to anybody. It is not acceptable. If we are clearly talking about one Nigeria, otherwise, let us go back to the drawing board and settle this. It is not working out again. These threats, it's not working. And I know I'm shouting and crying like this. If nobody hears me, the world will hear me. That we are talking about mourning about people who are killed. And the next thing is turned. That is my tribe is being threatened. For what? As the killers? As people who are from that part of Nigeria? The governors of the state are meeting. They know the town where these things are. The Igbos in their quest to occupy Nigeria has not gotten to that point and said that particular town, Uromi, is not an Igbo city, has nothing to do with it being a part of areas the Igbos are saying is their nation. So what's the basis? And somebody came out and say the Igbos occupy Uromi more. What a blatant lie. Let them send the population commission to Uromi along the tracks. You know how the brothers from North Nigeria occupy? Anywhere there's major road leading to their own side of the world, that's where they occupy. You go to Romyauchi, you hardly know their cities or towns that are existing in this part of you would think they are northern Nigeria. Because the Hausas and Fulanis are occupying throughout that land. Why should somebody turn around and say Uromi? That he was occupying Uromi more. And they occupy the highways where this thing happened, or are they in the market selling their goods? Let's call a spade. Because this is how it starts. And you will see it. You will still see it, God forbid. But this is how it starts. You will be here and you will hear the result of this happening. What for? What for? Where is our humanity? We are crying that people committed this dastardly act, taking laws into their hand. Now it's going to turn back. Even among those who cry more for that sin, others have kept quiet. And that's what happened in Nigeria. Over time, injustice of mob killings. Everyone will keep quiet. They want to know which tribe that killed. The lady that was stoned in the school in Kano under religious guise. Where are the people who killed that girl and stoned her? The 4 students that were killed in Port Harcourt, Alufo, what happened to them? Where are the people who killed them? What happened to them? People are being killed every day. Now, We are not doing what we are supposed to do. And we left that. Every Nigeria is crying for this. Beautiful. Maybe this, the killing of this number of young people who are traveling, whether they are hunters or not, I don't want them, whatever they are, they don't deserve to die without being fairly tried. So whoever got involved in that mob action is wrong. So, and we got somewhere and they said some people have been arrested. And we are thinking, hey, this is rapid. So let's see how they will hasten the investigation and tell us the outcome. Because over time, people will die like this, they will start action like this, noise and that it first. Maybe this is the point in Nigeria where if somebody kills, there will be a lot of noise and people will come out to get the people who are the perpetrators to bear the blunt of that. But two of us cannot go into the bush to pursue in the name of hunting. Then suddenly you turn around and say, my legs look like that of an animal. What it means is that I'm not safe with you. The question is, are the Igbos safe in Nigeria? We call ourselves one Nigeria. And it's right in the Igbo man bear the blunt. There be national election. Igbos are killed in Lagos. They swept it under the ground and it's going well. Because they come out and say, this is what we want to do. It's an offense. They want the Igbos to exist in Nigeria, roll around. And when they are suffering this marginalization, this threat of extinction, nobody is talking about it. Igbos. Everywhere you go, Igbos. And they have not necessarily an Igbo man who blocked the way for 400 tribes in Nigeria for not succeeding. What is the problem? Let them come out and tell us before. It's worrisome. I can stop crying about it. But if they think it's all right, the God in heaven did not make mistake to put Igbo man in Nigeria. I believe him. He still exists. No matter what. God will vindicate us. Because we believe in what his word. The golden word. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you. So even if Igbo man is doing unto others will not wait, he will receive it. But that's the individual thing. It's not a group of, get every people in a group, put them in a pond, condemn them, marginalize and do everything you say Igbo man. And whenever I'm talking, people begin to, Nigeria, whenever they start going, are you an Igbo man? That's the first thing somebody asks you. Why do you want to know whether I'm an Igbo man before you deal with me? That is going to the psyche of Nigerians. And this is where the leg nama will take Richard Mwaya. We begin now to, otherwise, we begin to think about it. I used the word Emeka Odimegwu said one time. He was pursuing about his own destiny in politics. He was fighting with Jim Nwobodo during those days of NPN and NPP days. And they crashed in the Mpo clash of those days. The man came back to the television house and said, tell the federal government to defend me, otherwise I'll defend myself. That's what he used. He said, tell the federal government to defend me, otherwise I'll defend myself. I said, tell Ifeanyi Chukwu Jim Nwobodo that I did not succumb through the hell of war to come and give in to the excesses of a megalomaniac pimp. I quote Ikemba, you know, but turning that over my mind. The federal government better, if they want Igbos in Nigeria, to defend Igbos. Punish Igbos when they offend them. Objectively. Then, but give them sense of belonging in a nation like our Nigeria. Otherwise, I go with the others who say, if you want to kill the ram, kill the ram. Otherwise, allow the ram to go. Because these issues are, I mean, we'll think about how to become resilient in a Nigeria that is hardship and hunger, the economy, how will you survive, what do we eat? The next thing you think that the next moment they will hear that their people are being killed for nothing, offense they did not commit, or offense they have not been proven that they commit, just because they are Igbos, they're already guilty. It is wrong in all ramifications of it. If that's the only thing we talk today in this review, I'll keep saying it because it concerns me. I'm not saying it here. I've said so many things that concern anybody because I kept on this since the last 1 week, crying about the people killed, calling for justice for them. The next thing I will hear that even me is threatened by that incident. Then you want me to keep quiet? If I cry for others and I do not cry for myself, then what kind of mourner or crier am I? Something is wrong. And it saddened my day. Charles, I don't even want to talk about anything. It is sad.
There's a backstory to that particular story, because the residents have been complaining bitterly about herders' clash and herders attacking their women, you know, chasing them out of the farms, feeding their crops to their cattle, and this has gone unchecked. You know, people of that region have complained severally and bitterly about that, and nothing has happened. So it was unfortunate that they mistook those hunters moving from Port Harcourt to Kano State.
Just let's leave the security forces. They have arrested some people. Whoever mistook or did a mistake or do whatever word they are using, let them sort it out. My concern is that in that situation, the eyes of the world are upon Nigeria. They should do thorough investigation, come out and quell whatever is boiling, assuage the wounded heart with whatever justice system they want to use. But they shouldn't allow it to degenerate, because it's also a testing situation for Nigeria. If what happened in Europe can begin to be a threat in Kano and all the areas in Nigeria, and Kano is not a place where they get concerned about an issue in Nigeria, you get. Remember, they are the biggest city-state in Nigeria with 44 local government. You know what I mean? So it's not people you wish over. So whatever is coming from there, we should all get concerned. But my own is that as I get concerned for Kano State, get concerned for the people killed, I'm concerned about what people are saying about me. And that's why I'm crying. Because I find in the ultimately we are concerned to the extent that these people who are killed are Nigerians who are calling for justice for them. Then somebody to turn around and said, Igbo, bring Igbo into it again. Like joke. Hey, God, it's not acceptable. It's not. And God, I can't be alive and watch this thing happen. Even whatever, I can't. It's not acceptable. It is not. It's not acceptable when we keep crying. It's not good. And we have Southeast Nigerian governors.
Absolutely.
We have everyone. They've not said anything. They are home and dry, governing their states but they forgot. That's just like the Hausa Fulanis. The Igbos are the next generation people in Nigeria that traverse the whole country everywhere doing their business. Every other tribe in Nigeria are cocooned in their own. Hausa Igbo Fulanis are the ones moving around in whatever way. Are itinerant traders, move around everywhere doing their business. The other one might be nomadic, doing some. The other one doing business every part of Nigeria. And you are their governors, and they come back with other benefit, and they did, and their life is threatened anywhere. You are not concerned. And you come back, they want them to call you governors. God, this is not good. It calls for crying. It's not. It keep happening over time, and something has happened again, and we keep quiet again. The leaders of Southeast will keep quiet. The honors and the Igbos, and nobody has said anything until it gets bad. Is it not that this time you heard it and you begin to shout, so that it doesn't get anywhere? You keep quiet. The people make good their threat. That is at that point. You pay. You go back to do what? To ask for compensation for the lives of your people lost. They will add that one to the one they're asking for June 12th. So when they kill Igbos again now, you add it to the 10 trillion you ask for the other time. Maybe ask for 20 trillion. Don't ask for money for my life. Save my life. Because my life cannot be quantified in monetary terms.
Absolutely. I mean, the governor of Kano State is sending high-powered delegates to Edo State. I'm sure that they're going to meet with Webolo, and they said they're also going to meet with the Hausa community in Edo State. I don't know to what extent that would solve that problem.
This is what we expect to be happening. Instead of some people sitting down to, if you get there, even if you call for profiling of the people who get involved in this killing, let's find out what happened. This sorted, that even if what happened, from what happened to how to be getting solved, that kind of high delegate, how does it, the emir of Kano is calling for justice, the governor delegates, and the meeting, and the, how many Igbos are in his cabinet? I don't know how the Igbos come into it, because each and, it's getting me mixed up. You will pay more for fuel because of the naira for crude talk is wobbling. I told you they are coming back to tell us to prepare again to go back to status quo ante, whatever that means. But then that is the same thing.
So the idea is to increase the crude to Dangote so that Dangote will not be able to reduce the price of fuel.
No, Dangote is already here to stay. If you give him crude, if you give him crude in dollars, he will give you the price of his refined product in dollars. If you give him in naira, he give you the price of that in naira. What chicken case closed. What are you going to blame Dangote for? Even NPCL get their own, because they are the ones, they are the judge and the jury in their own case, so they get the crude in whatever naira they think or choose themselves. They can give themselves in cefas, give to them, in shillings and pennies, but they give to other, decide what they give other people within Nigeria. What the idea is that they have clearly want to tell us that they want to take the fuel price back. So after Bubu Yaya, they may now skyrocket to 500,000 or they say 5,000 per liter, because that's all this thing is taking us to. So the Bubu Yaya that it came down to 900, 855, 899. Before you say whether you buy it or not, and then the next thing is 2,000 per liter, and we begin there to struggle again. That's all this thing is all about. Otherwise, let them come back and tell us otherwise. Why else? You get somebody in naira, crude in naira, and the things have not been solved. Yeah, we have not gotten price of fuel down because importers want to kill import. Everybody want to kill importing things, and then you now want to, oh boy, things are not. Well, a boxer, Nigerian boxer who died in Ghana, we mourn him because so many issues did not even remember us to mourn. May the soul of that boxer rest in peace. He was trying to get Nigeria fame, and we've not seen Nigeria talking about that and mourning him. It's just in small corners of the newspaper. Right. They're telling us about the boxer who died in Ghana. That's the much you can get. But God bless Nigeria.
All right. Again, some of the headlines that we saw over the weekend was quite scary. In fact, I started from there and said this might lead us into some chaos, because the headline was 16 northern travelers ambushed by residents of Uromi. Other headlines were vigilante killed 16 northern travelers. So when you see that kind of headline as a northerner, you tend to start thinking that southerners are killing northerners. So as journalists, we need to be responsible with what exactly that we're writing. I mean, they are Nigerians and they are Nigerians. If some persons have committed crime against a Nigerian, they should be held responsible, not trying to have some ethnic coloration with our write-ups. Thank you so much, Chris Monica, for your time. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles.
We're back shortly after this. Just stay with us.
the relatives, they are usually torn on their flesh. Once your coverage is gone, it will just be like as if they've been waiting for opportunity like that to tell you the kind of people they are. So they go through a lot. One, taking the properties away from them, especially the Igbos. If you are not fortunate to have a male child, in quotes, you stand no chance of getting anything as you ought to, because it was your husband that worked for those things. Your relatives will just come out from nowhere, even though they've never showed face. But you begin to see that you have a lot of relatives hidden because they've seen opportunity. They would just like ants, they would just invest on you and take out all things that you ought to take as the wife of the man that just left. So they stand no chance of fighting for themselves.
Unfortunately, in our society, widows are subjected to inhuman treatment. For instance, sometimes a man dies and the wife is accused of having a hand in the death, and some negative things are done. One of which includes, in some communities, they say we must bet you, we must bet the dead person, and you drink the water to prove that you don't have a hand in the death of the man. And this is a person, a woman who should be grieving for losing her husband, and she is being subjected to inhuman treatment. So the way we treat widows are just very bad.
I'm speaking based on context I have seen. Sometimes widows are not treated properly when their husband dies. Sometimes they are subjected to some kind of measures and situations that are very difficult for them to handle, especially during the time of the bereavement. So I think they need more support from their husbands, people, from the community, and from the society in general. Their own family members, like from their siblings, need to rally around them. But in more precise way, I think the husband's people need to be by their side to help them process what has just happened, rather than sometimes, burdening them and loading them with even sometimes accusations as to having contributed to the death of the man, which has happened in some instances.
I will address it in two arms. First off, widows should have rights in Nigeria. Why I say widows should have rights in Nigeria is, firstly, these are people that just lost their loved one, and the society sometimes, under the native law and custom of the Igbos especially, most times they don't even see the widow as somebody that should inherit the estates of the deceased. Why? It's because they feel, especially for the people that never gave birth to a male child, they will see them that they don't have the capacity to be administrators of their husband's estate. Uncles that are greedy will always feast on those things and take up the properties of this widow. Secondly, under Nigerian native law and custom, women generally are not even seen to be part of people that should inherit properties, even from their paternal side, talk more of their husband's side. But good enough that under the law, there is a Supreme Court decision that says, in the case of Ukeja and Ukeja, that a woman can actually inherit the properties of the father.
Some are being treated rightly, why some are not. But if you talk about e-treatment, maybe you can be talking about in terms of properties. Let me talk in legal aspect of it, because we see a lot of cases like that in court whenever maybe a husband is dead and the family members are trying to take away the property, not minding that the deceased has family, have children to take care of. And it's also through that property that these children can be taken care of. But some of them are being taken away their properties and all that, which is very bad. is very, very bad. We have a lot of them in courts. So we try as much as we can to help them in any way we can. So there are some culture that's not fair to say. I won't say that I don't know some cultures that's not fair. And that aspect, we need to come in and help. There are many of them, many of them.
The Institute of Development Studies of the University of Nigeria was established in 1963, primarily for research into social, economic, and sustainable human development issues. Its main focus is to carry out research and provide solutions to some societal problems and development issues. It is in an effort to fulfill part of this mandate that the Institute organized a forum to present the findings of a comprehensive analysis of the budget of various state governments in Nigeria. It provided an opportunity for valuable insights into the fiscal priorities, challenges, and opportunities for improvement in Nigeria's subnational governments. The resource person, Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, presented the findings of the rigorous analysis of the budget of various state governments in Nigeria, combining quantitative and qualitative data to provide a comprehensive understanding of Nigeria's fiscal landscape. Amakom said Nigerians must begin to ask questions about the monies presented in the annual budget and how they are eventually utilized.
You look at their idea of where they are going. Let's use ENUGU, for example, that says tomorrow is here. You should be able to look at the budget and see how this budget can usher in tomorrow today. Because if you can't do that, then you don't have to blame him at the end of the day if nothing is achieved.
Director of the Institute, Dr. Ben Wusu, emphasized the importance of the budget analysis and presentation.
Often, I like to note, we focus on federal budgets. That is what allocations to the federal sectors by the presidency or from the federal level, without taking into account what is happening at the various state levels. Interestingly, we want to look at today at what the various state governments are doing, how they are allocating funds to various sectors, to see ultimately how they impinge on what we are studying here, which is development.
During the interactive session, some of the participants urged the governors to ensure full implementation of their budgets and address the needs of their citizens.
Is it possible to show a trend of states in Nigeria that seems to have done well over time in terms of education, social security, or perhaps health, so that we can actually know if there are indicators that could actually measure their performance parts? Because we can't talk about development without looking at the core foundations of health, education.
We are talking on 2025 budget of states across the country. Budgets are just mere estimates. I plead that we look back at the actual expenditure at the end of 2025 and see how far we have gone.
Former director of the Institute, Professor Osita Obum, charged the citizens to hold their governors accountable at all times.
But the central point is that for as long as our politics is wrong, budget and budget implementation will be wrong, development will not occur, because the budget you are discussing is a product of a political process. And no government, as far as we know, has been re-elected based on the performance of the first term.
President of Signature TV, Vim Martin Irlu, thanked the organizers for the event, which he described as quite rewarding.
I think that if those of us that are students, maybe at the master's level or PhD level, when we get exposed to experts in this area, it will help in their confidence, it will help in expanding their contacts, and I commend the leadership.
The presentation not only gave an insight into the intentions of the various state governments as captured in figures, but made recommendations on how they can improve their budget processes in future in order to deliver better services to their people. In ENUGU, Ugonne Owalo for Signature TV.
The budget is the one and only, the most important document of every state. Some would say, in fact, at every level, local governments, states and the federal government. But how are the people of the local governments, the state, or even the federal engage with this budget? To what extent, really, do you know what is the, in the budget, and how does it affect you? Do you think the budget is even important? Do you feel that that little thing that you're doing, that little business that you're doing, is not affected by government's policies and programs? How do you engage with the budget? Well, today we're going to break down several things, especially as it concerns the budget, as it concerns not just you, but everyone across the country. We have with us in the studio Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom. He's a Senior Research Fellow, Institute for the Development Studies, ENUGU. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't know if Nigerians think that the budget is important. It's usually a big deal when the federal government comes to announce a budget, maybe present it to the National Assembly, or even the state government comes and state everything that they want to do and then put amounts therein. Do you think Nigerians follow through some of these things that are told them in the budget?
Yeah, thank you, Charles. How do I start? I will say that I believe the circumstances around a lot of things, especially our development, are the things affecting the way Nigerians see budget. I will not, I remembered in the 1980s when I was in primary school. I didn't know anything about the budget. But I remember that any day the budget is being presented, my teachers then don't teach. It was a serious affair. We will see them under the mango tree discussing it. After the presentation, they come back in the class. You see one teacher moving from his or her classroom to another, and they are discussing it. That was how I became interested in budget. That time I was less than 10.
Wow.
But because of every year, that day that budget is being presented, I noticed that something happens in the school. The teachers are not themselves, which tells you that they believe it affects them, and that's why they are interested.
Is it the same thing now?
No, that's why I'm telling you that maybe the circumstances surrounding our development has affected everything we do as a country. You can also see that the way we react to government policies are no longer the same. There was a time that when government announce new policy or policy changes, people begin to react. But this time around, everybody has this "I don't care" attitude. I don't care.
What really changed, really?
That means that something is wrong. The fundamentals are now wrong, and people no longer believe that it's going to affect them. I remember, just like I was telling you, I remember the very first day Nigeria budgeted $1 million. That was during Babangida era at the federal level. My teachers, my elder people, everybody, even my parents, who were priests, were discussing about it, how it's going to affect the country. But this time around, we left million, entered billion. Now we are in trillion. Maybe very soon we enter quadrillion. And nobody cares, because at the end of the day, they don't see how it affects them, which means that something is fundamentally wrong.
Is it that they don't see how it affects them from the aspect of the implementation of the budget, or that the government deliberately don't allow these budget provisions to get to them?
It's both. One, you talk about the implementation, which I don't really believe as a person that that's the most important thing. I believe that the most important thing should be what's the content of the budget. Yeah, because when you have, budget is garbage in, garbage out. If you have rubbish in your budget, if you implement, it becomes rubbish. But if you have real issues in your budget, when you implement, it will affect people. I remember when you see a project in the budget, you find out that before the end of the year, that project somehow has been done. So when such happens, implementation is not a problem. You know it will be implemented. But today, most people cry about implementation. I don't cry about implementation. I cry about the content of the budget. Because if we assume that all these things will be implemented, how will it affect us? I think that's the most important thing. And once we get it right there, and we now push again for it to be implemented, at least at the end of the day, you expect, because there is this expectation. As a family, when you sit down with your wife and children and say, oh, in 2025, this is what we want to achieve. Sometimes you don't have money, but you've projected you are going to do that. You will find out that the first month that comes, your wife begins to ask you, honey, what's the next thing? I think you said we are going to do this. We are going to buy a car. We are going to buy these things. You now see that when you go on to implement that thing, the entire family will be good. The entire family will be happy with you. But when nobody knows what you intend to implement and how it's going to affect them. So, and that's the problem with some of the budgets in the country, especially at the state level. There are so many what I call frivolous items, irrelevant issues.
Okay, before we come to the frivolous issues in our budget, what should form a content of a budget? Because I don't know how many state governments or even the federal government go ask, members of the public what they want before a budget is formed.
Yeah,
they just go ahead and write certain things. So,
in fact, before you talk about budget, you ask yourself, does that state has a plan? Yeah, because what's the budget? Budget is a plan that funds a plan, a bigger plan. So you have a plan, maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years. Nigeria said they have what they call Agenda 2050. So they are looking at 30 years plan because it started in 2020. They are looking at 30 years plan. So the budget is telling you, out of these 30 years, this is what I do in the first year. This is what I do in the first year. In the second year, this is what I do in the third year, and so on. But when you see them discuss budget, I don't think this is what they do. Because you see them talk about rubbish, and you see the National Assembly sit down and put in whatever they want to put in without a recourse to that plan. So, and what we have advocated is that for you as a state, get a plan. Let the people, let all stakeholders look at your plan and approve that plan. Because if everybody, let's say a state says, this is where we are today, and we want to be here in the next 10 years. Everybody already know that for you to get to Onitsha from ENUGU, for example, you must pass through Oji. You must pass through Uji. You must get to Oka, and so on. So if you come to the first year and say, our target is to get to 9th Mile from ENUGU, everybody knows you are in the right direction because the target is to get to Onitsha. And that will now help people to now know whether the content of your budget will help you to get to 9th Mile. You can't be talking of getting to 9th Mile from ENUGU, whereas you are hiring a vehicle that goes to Abakaliki. The people will now say, no, that vehicle will not take us to 9th Mile. It will only take us to Abakaliki and make the journey longer. Do you now see why I say the content of the budget matters? Not just the implementation, because if the content is not going to lead you to where you are going, you find out that even if you implement it 100%, you may not achieve a lot at the end of the day. So that's what, when you have a plan, you now break it. Year 1, year 2. In fact, if you have a perspective plan or a long-term plan of 20, 30 years, we now advocate that you have what we call medium-term expenditure framework that covers 3 years. The first 3 years, this is what we want to achieve. You now break it down. When people see that you are medium-term expenditure framework, or MTEF in short, they'll say, okay, yes, the big picture is this, but this is where we want to be in the next 3 years, which is very comfortable for every politician. After all, we have 4 years then. So you can say the first 3 years of my administration, this is where we get to. People will judge you based on what you have set out, rather than waking up in the morning and say, oh, this is what I want to achieve, this is what I want to achieve. Tomorrow you go to another state, you visit them, you come back, you change your course. And it starts affecting the way you budget. And that's what we have seen. I won't mention some states. I was having a discussion with one of the permanent secretary in one of the states. And I asked, why do you have this number of flyovers in your budget? Do you know the response? Oh, don't even go there. All the neighbors, all our neighboring states have enough flyovers. We are the only ones that don't have flyovers. So you now see that, maybe, will I call it sentiments? Will I call it? So is that the priority of the states? No. Oh, you just want to be like other states. That's why you are having flyovers. In fact, I was telling somebody that the set of governors we have in the last 5-6 years, it's like they are flyover governors. As if without flyover, you've not achieved anything. Even you get to some of the junctions where all those things. I'm not saying they are bad, though. No, don't quote me. I am saying that, are these things the priorities of the people?
But again, when you speak of these issues around changing the tide, right, in the middle of the course, we've seen people or state governors who don't have certain things in their manifesto, but as they got into government, they just think that they needed to add something.
Yeah, you can revise. You can revise, but that does not change the direction of the course.
Okay.
You may now say, oh, I want to get to Onisha. Let's continue with that analogy. You now find out that the boss, because of technological improvements and all those things, that there are better ways of getting to Onisha faster. That can lead to revision, but not a whole discontinuity of what. Remember that this plan must be approved by your state. That means all stakeholders in the state approve this is where we need to be if you want to do it right.
Absolutely.
So if they have approved that this is where we need to be, you as the chief executive, I keep encouraging, as an economist, I say, the only thing you come up with, because you'll be elected, is you can now manipulate the methodology by saying, oh, this method will get me there faster than. I don't like using US to give example, but if you look at the Republicans and the Democrats, if you listen to them very well, you find out that they are not different. They have the same target for US. The only difference is the methodology. How do we get there? They want development. They want this. They want that. This person is saying, I have a better method. This person is saying, I have a better policy that will get us there. Let me give you fiscal policy in US. The Republicans want to give tax cuts to billionaires because they believe in what they call trickling down economics. The more they invest, the more it gets to others. The Democrats don't want that. They want them to pay higher taxes so that we can get that money and use it to attend to the poor. So you find out that two of them are saying the same thing. Only that this one is saying, let me take that money and invest it in what will affect the poor. Whereas the other one is saying, no, if I give them tax cuts, they will be able to invest and it will affect the poor. So it's just the same thing. So the problem we have, especially with the states, are not even having a plan. Do your research. I will not mention any state, but we find out that so many states have no plan.
No plan?
No document you call a plan that says this is where we need to be. Anambra has a plan that takes them to 2070.
But I thought that they have a manifesto. Whatever government is coming
on board. No, manifesto is not a plan. Your manifesto is just like out of the big plan. You are now saying, just like what I said, that manifesto is telling you the methodology of what you want, how to achieve that plan. But most places, you don't see that plan in itself, where you will say, in the next 20 years, this state will be here. It's missing in so many places. So some will have 3-4 years and all those things. That doesn't. We have to plan. There is this popular saying that once you fail to plan, you've already planned to do what? To fail. And when you talk about it, some people will say, oh, these theoreticians. I said, no. Somebody, Nigeria got derailed, let's be honest. Why did we, the World Bank and IMF, they confused us? Is when we stopped having a development plan. Go and check how the development indices from 1960 to 1984 and what Nigeria achieved within this period. You can't compare it with what we have achieved after SAP in 1986 when we stopped having a plan. Because then we have a development plan, what we call a rolling plan. You have the first development plan that tells us, I can recite what each of them said. And you find out that we achieved all of them. Kainji, all these things were in our plan. That was how we know that we can borrow money from the World Bank to build Kainji. And we were able to achieve that. Today, we borrow money to pay salaries. Are you going to put such a thing in your plan? You cannot. You cannot have in your plan to borrow money to pay salaries. It shows you that something is missing.
Fundamentally wrong.
Something is fundamentally wrong. And when you say it, people don't want to listen to us. I say, we must go back. It may not be called a development plan, it may not be called a rolling plan, but you need a plan. You need a plan which everybody, every member of the society will agree to. It's, in Igbo they say that it doesn't mean that everybody should start urinating in the same place. It has some connotation. That means you have to come together and agree at something.
Absolutely.
When you agree at something, everybody now says, okay, this is my role. Now, you find out that the academy, I'm from the university, we have no role in development. I'm sorry to say it. Some of us may not even know that we are supposed to have a role, but they came into the university without knowing that the university has a role to play. In development. They think that the role of the university is to train students and give them degrees. No, there are other things. There are other things that you need to do in order to feed back into the system. It's something, it's cyclic.
Right. What are those things in the budget for the states that you know of that are frivolous, that are not supposed to be in?
Yeah, there are some issues, so many. Why do I call it frivolous? There are two components. Some are not frivolous because of what they are to be used for, but because of the amount that have been attached to them. Okay, let's give an example. Like I said, I don't want to mention any state, but I have looked at the budget of all the 36 states.
All the 36 states?
All the 36 states for 2025.
All?
From 2020 to 2025. All the 36 states.
I don't understand.
That's the only thing I do. Apart from eating and sleeping. That's the only thing I do.
Wow.
So when you see that, you begin to see, let's say, I saw in a state in 2025, the amount meant for feeding people during the fasting period.
The amount meant for feeding people during the fasting period
may be so huge. You begin to say, are there no better things to do? Nobody is against feeding, but you begin to ask yourself some question. Let's say in 2025, for example, you won't believe that after Lagos, the next state with the highest budget, highest in terms of total amount, is Niger. Niger. I know you are surprised.
Wow.
Yeah, Niger is the next state. And I know you are surprised because you expected some other states to be there. But I'm not singling them out, I'm just giving you an example. But if you see the amount dedicated to education in Niger, even with their low literacy rate, it is not commensurate with what is happening there. So you look at the situation, like I said, if you have a plan, your plan takes into account the situational analysis. You know where you have a problem. I was telling a state governor that, do you know what it means and what it will take you to move literacy rate from 54 that his state is, from 52, because he said his target is to get them to 70% in 4 years. I said, Your Excellency, that's not possible. I said, do you know what it means to move literacy rate from 54% to 55%? He said, this is not just 1 point. I said, no, it's not. It's not. It's not. Don't see it, because that's the mentality of that not having a plan, a concrete plan, because they believe you can just juggle with the number. I said, for you, first, you can't even tell me the population of your state. And you are correct. Can you tell me the number of children between maybe less than, let's say, 12 years? You can't. You can't even tell me the exact number that are out of school. And you can't even tell me the location of those numbers, or the gender, whether they are male or whether they are female. I say you have to get all these facts. When you get all these facts, you now say, okay, that means for us to move it from 54 to 55, we need to get additional 200,000 literates. Then you now begin to say, what's the implication of getting 200,000, for example, to be literate within 1 year? What does it take? It affects primary, it affects secondary, it affects even the planners, the Ministry of Education, the administration. It affects a lot of things. That's why plan is important. So you now find out that before you do that, I said, you know that even if you spend all your budget for the next 4 years in education alone, you may not get that 70%, because it involves a lot of things. And you don't even have these facts. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, data is not our brother. So those are the things. So you now see, so why I call them frivolous is you see us pointing to the wrong issues, just like I said. Why should, but people will accuse me of saying that amounts dedicated for building flyover is frivolous. But if you look at it in the right sense of it, you find out that for that permanent secretary that says, we just need a flyover because our neighboring state has one. So it's frivolous. I don't know whether you get it. But the people will think that I call them frivolous because they will be spent on things that it doesn't make meaning to the average person in the state. Because I remember I asked him, I know the biggest junction in your state capital, and I know they have never been a hold up there. Because for you to start constructing a flyover, you need to know the number of cars that uses that road and why you need to build it. These are not rocket science. It requires somebody to sit down and think and plan. So they may have huge amount. You may see so many. So maybe I won't call them frivolous, but you call them white elephants.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But what aspect of budgeting do you think should receive the most allocation, and why?
That's another case. In fact, let me give you facts. I told you I've seen the state budget for how many years now? 5 to 6 years. Let me just list. I'm
shocked you're able to go through all
yes,
the budget.
Yeah, that's all I do in my life. So I have no other option than to look at them. Let me tell you, there have been this emphasis on capital and recurrence. Everywhere you see state governors talking, everything capital, recurrent, capital, recurrent, capital, recurrent. But let me tell you, do you know that when you look at the components of that capital, you begin to see that most of the capital budgets are not capital budgets. 2025 alone, you see school feeding. These are the components of the capital budget which are being celebrated. Exam fees, diesel for generators, constituency allowance, mass purchase of something, risk communication, promotion of awareness of girl-child education. These are the things they call, and these are things that are taking large amounts of money in the budget. Leadership skills and performance appraisals, medical assistance. Are these things capital, Charles, my brother? You find out that they are not capital. And we've discovered that debt service is a huge component of the budget. Everybody is indebted, domestic, external. So what they do is to now move the debts, everything debts, into the capital and begin to tell you, oh, we have 75% capital and 25% recurrent. Well, at the end of the day, if you look at them, you find out that no. Now, in the real sense of it, recurrent is more than the capital. And you see some say, oh, the federal government, they have 20-something% capital and 7-something%. It's better you know the real content.
Absolutely.
And that will not increase your expectation, because at the end of the day, you're expecting 25% capital. Rather than say 60% capital, 40% recurrent, where in the real sense of it, if you begin to look at the budget line item by line item, you find out that there are more recurrent than capital. Then, like I said, what makes up that capital is also very important, because if what makes up that capital is that flyover that leads to nowhere, you begin to see, you now see where I call it frivolous, or let me say white elephant. So that's why I said we need to go back to plan, where everybody will agree that this is where we need to be. And you see people walking towards that. I know that Nigerians, a lot of people are no longer interested in governance. But we have to come back. We can't be crying that we want development, but we don't want to play a role. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it that way, it would seem that the problem is from the people alone. Because, it does look like the government deliberately make the governance become so unattractive for people to even look at what they're doing. You know, when somebody tries to criticize them, they come after you.
Yeah. Send an attack dog after you.
So you want to...
Which I may not be surprised if they send one after me after this interview. So that's, we are just saying the same thing. There's a time, there's a place, I've forgotten, there's a place I said that sometimes if you look at what's happening in the country, you find out that the increase in poverty and inequality, if you say they are state-sponsored, you may not be wrong.
State-sponsored?
Yes, but not directly. What do I mean by being state-sponsored? When the ruling class somehow wants you not to be part of what is happening, because they believe that once you become part of it and start asking questions, things will change. If you end up being poor, is it not state-sponsored? Because they are spending your money every year, but you are not getting better. If you are getting worse, that means they are spending money to make you worse. I don't know whether you now get what I mean by state-sponsored. It's not a direct like, oh, go and pay this person to be a poor. But if we hear all these billions, millions,
and it's not making our life any better.
Every year you keep complaining. You keep complaining of water. You keep complaining of no access road. You keep complaining of, I can't pay my school fees. Something is wrong. Because our constitution has listed what the state should do. And the only way they can achieve that is through the budget. I tell civil society organizations that budget is the second most important document after the constitution. Because there is nothing in your constitution that can be realized without the budget. It's like, okay, the analogy I gave last week was, when you have a child that is 1 year, even less than 1 year, and you give him or her anything, what's the reaction? What does he or she do? Takes it to the mouth. Because that's the interest. Whether it's fire, to the mouth. So we should also do so. Our budget should be to that thing that's our priority. And for us to get our priorities right, there is need for us to agree on something. Some will say, oh, is it possible to get everybody to agree? There is no how, let's say, for ENUGU State to come together in one hall and agree. But there is a way to get people to buy into what you want to achieve.
So, in a nutshell, you would say that the budget that we have had since 2023 up until now has been one that has been badly done.
Not just 2023. Our budget and our budgeting system is faulty.
All our budgeting system?
Yes.
Across the country?
Across the country. Why do I say it's faulty? I go back to not having a comprehensive plan. Because even those states that have plans, if you go to the plan and go to the budget, you may see a disconnect. So until everybody agrees, until we know we do the right thing by having a plan, agreeing on that plan, so that when people who prepares budget do something that is different from the plan, we can ask questions. I give you an analogy. We can now say, this vehicle you are getting to us is taking us to Abakaliki and not to Nightmare. It shows that there is a plan. There is an agreement. That's the only way. So most times I don't even blame citizens for not doing much in the budget, because they don't even know where this budget is taking you to. So, but for when you now see maybe a state that has plan and you begin to now juxtapose that with the budget, you now see another huge disconnect. And that's why we keep spending all this money. At the end of the day, nothing happens. Some will tell you, oh, it is not well implemented. I said, it is not well implemented because it is not part of the plan.
For it to be well implemented?
Yes. Because you don't have a plan, because if you have a plan, part of the component of that plan is to tell you how to implement your budget. It's not, it's just, I call it common sense.
But how do we change all of this? We've highlighted the issues.
We must start somewhere.
Yeah, but how do we change all of it?
First, we have blamed the governance actors. Well, it is time for us to now say, enough is enough. What is our role as citizens? Do we just sit here and complain and say that nothing works? If we decide that's what we do, you will do it for 20, you will do it all the days of your life and you will not achieve anything. We have to start coming together. I am calling on organized labor. Most times when I see how they do their thing, I get confused. I said, is it not time the organized labor, whether it's NLC, TUC, ASU, all those organized professionals, should we continue to talk about our salaries instead of advocating for the right thing to be done? Because why do we not have maybe the kind of salary we want to have? Or why is it that it's not enough for us to use it? After 2 years, you begin to agitate for increase. It's because something is fundamentally wrong. Can we go back to our drawing board? I've never seen NLC. I'm not accusing NLC, but I'm telling you my facts. I've never seen NLC after budget presentation at the federal level, at the state level. I've never seen TUC, I've never seen ASU, I've never seen NASU, I've never seen all these professionals and Nigerian Medical Association, all these people, saying we've looked at the budget to our sector and we believe that ABC is not correct. You don't do that. ASU don't do that in November, December when budget is presented. But you come in June during implementation and begin to ask for increments. Where do you want the government to get it from? I don't know whether it makes, I know some people will say, oh, you are making it technical. It is not technical. I have asked my colleague, I said, don't you believe that we need to start on time? Talk about plans, talk about policies, so that if all these things are captured in our plans and the policies are there to execute them, if they now come up with budget and we don't see them, we begin to say, no, our plans say you must do this, and I did not see it in your budget. But you keep quiet At the middle of the year, you begin to say that I did not say, you have not done this for me. Yet you want them to follow the rule of law. Yet you want them to implement the budget to the letter. Allow them to implement it the way it has been passed. If there is need for you to intervene, there is a time for everything. There is a time when budget is presented and is being debated by the National Assembly or State Assembly. I think all stakeholders should come and become interested. That's why you now see some states, you present a budget today, tomorrow it's passed.
Yeah, it happened last
It's because
last
nobody
year.
cares. And when even it's, but if they know that there are organized professionals that would, they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Where are ICANN? These are organized professionals who understands how these things are done. You don't act until it's late. So it now keeps us in a place where we are always complaining.
Right. Just to wrap it up, because we are out of time, do you think our every state's IGR can sustain them? Because there are people who have also
No. If you look
IGR
at, in
for
fact,
states.
let me not even, I don't want to forecast anything. Let's just go to the 2025 budgets of all the 36 states. You'll find out that the entire budget...
If we can do a few, like
Yes.
maybe to the southeast also.
Okay. Let me just look at the entire country. The entire country, 36 states, their budget is about 26 trillion, 26.616 trillion. Out of that, 12.012 trillion is coming from FAC, the forecast, and only 5.49 trillion is coming from IGR. What does that tell you? 68.64% of the entire state budget is coming from FAC. Only 31 is coming from IGR. Then when you look at some states, you find out that some states, there are some states that are dependent on FAC up to 90%. Yeah. In fact, from what I am seeing here, from my chart, from the forecast, not actual, from what the states projected themselves, they will get from IGR, they will get from this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 states will get more than 30% of their projected revenue from IGR.
Wow.
More than 30. So others,
less than
70% and above are from FAC. So everything. So when 70% of your revenue is coming from FAC, then you know you are. So those are Lagos, ENUGU, Ogun, Niger, Oyo, Rivers, Osun, Abia, Kaduna, Wara, Nasarawa, and Jigawa. These are the ones that will get up to 30% of their revenue from IGR. So that means that other states projected that less than 30% of their revenue will come from IGR. How can you say that? So that tells you that most of the things we call states are not viable.
Wow.
So without FAC, 36 minus 8, without FAC, 28% of the states cannot operate based on their projection. These are not actual figures. Which you know that in the actual, you may find out that maybe out of these 8, 3 or 4 may even drop off and join the other.
Absolutely.
So those are the things.
We just have to leave it here. Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, I mean, we can talk about this even a lot more than another program. We'll talk about the effects, and how the budget so far has affected Nigerians and how they can, engage with it. But we have to stop here because of time. Thank you so much for your expert analysis on the budget.
Thank you.
We truly appreciate you.
Thank you.
He's a senior research fellow, Institute of Development Studies, UNEC. Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, giving us an insight into the budget. We're back shortly after this, so stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And so, speaking on the budget, we have with us a second guest who would expand on the discussions earlier. Dr. Ben Wosu is the Director, Institute for Development Studies, ENUGU. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. And thank you for having me.
Right. A lot have been said about budgets, really. What for you are the implications of a budget, especially for this year? Because, again, this is the one that everyone is actually talking about. What are the implications of having the budgets done well and having the budget not done well, too?
I think the question answers itself. If you set out to achieve a target and you have not made your plans well, you are badly headed. The overall idea of making a budget is to achieve development targets. And when you start wrongly, when the budget is wrongly footed, what it means is that the development targets of the budget would not be achieved in all the sectors, including the critical sectors of the economy. Whether you are talking about education, whether you are talking about environment, whether you are talking about health sector, and the entire critical sectors that bear on poverty, social spending, and all that. So if you have a badly done budget, that means we're going to have not only poor implementation, but also outcomes that do not bear relevance to development, which is the ultimate target of budgeting.
A budget is supposed to make lives better.
Yes.
A budget is supposed to actually improve the lives of the people. Does it mean that what we have had in the last decade, maybe 5 years, that has not made life better for Nigerians, badly made across board? Is that what it means?
You can put it that way, but one other way to look at it is that budgets are not made with clear focus on the problem, on the needs. The whole idea of budget making begins with needs assessment. First of all, you assess the needs of the people and make the budget in line with those needs. So when your needs, for instance, in a home is food, beverages, and drugs, and then you make a family budget that targets furniture, clothing, and probably some other frivolous things that do not directly address the immediate need of the family. At the end of the day, you are solving problems, but the problems you are solving is not the essential problem of the family. So when you extrapolate to the macro level of states on national budgeting, it is to say that yes, budget is made annually. So much noise is made at the both national and state legislatures for budget approvals and all that. But the question is, to what end? What is the problem of a particular state and what is budgeted for? If what is budgeted for does not directly address the problem of the states, then we are having budgets that are not addressing the problem of the people. And I tell you, if for instance you come to a state with very high rate of out-of-school children, and then you have a budget that is not addressing the fundamental reasons why children are out of school, the budget is of the tangent. And you have high mortality rates, maybe, how do I put it? The way they put it is the number of rates per 1,000, of, number of children who die out of every 1,000 beds, and it's very high. You are making a budget that is not going to address this problem. You are wrongly headed. Then you have infrastructural deficit, for instance, bad roads, particularly the ones that bear on economic growth. The ones that when you provide, they have trickle-down effect on the economy. And you're investing in things that are completely off this direction that would have, lifted people out of, conditions of poverty. Then the budget is not being rightly made, and the implementation, whatever, no matter how nicely done, is not addressing the issues of budget. And in the last decade, like you have asked, what we need to ask is to go back and ask, what have been the major problems of the country in the last decade? And in what ways do the budgeting take them on board when they are being prepared? As best as I can recall, I do not know any systematic efforts to find out from people what the government should be spending on. Though they do this in principle, but it is not done in such a way to integrate people. I'll tell you this. There are 4 important pillars of a budget. One is budget preparation. The other is approval. You have implementation, and then you have audit. In principle, at all these levels of budgeting, there are openings on where the citizens should make input. But the opportunities for the citizens to make input in these openings is not generalized or properly promoted. In state government budgets, for instance, when the call circulars for budget are made, it's a requirement that they must be uploaded on the internet. Then, when also the draft budget is made and presented to the House, there is something they call people's budget. That is, the budget is broken down in pidgin English that is accessible to everybody, because the budget is a highly technical document that most people cannot read and make meaning out of it. So the people's budget is one that anybody can read and say, oh, this is what the government is spending in this area. And based on this, that's they now make input and say, you are spending in this area, but this is our problem. You are not addressing it. When you put this on the internet, how many people go to the states? I don't know the last time you went to your own state government website to find out what is happening there, to find out what they uploaded, and then make input on what is to be done. So there is no systematic effort to widen the civic space for engagement with the budget, and that is part of the problem with the budget.
Wow. So if the government is deliberately doing this, do you also blame the citizens for not doing anything? Because again, if something is deliberate, there's largely there is limited with what you can do. If somebody says, I don't want to talk to you, you can be shouting and shouting and he doesn't want to listen to you. But if there's an engagement, a situation where the government can open up their space to talk to you, whether through social media, I mean, it's becoming easier every day. So what then does a citizen do in this regard?
Interesting. I think the deficit is a two-way thing. The government sees it as a technical business that you really don't have to involve the people much. But what makes it sustainable for government in terms of doing it so is because people are quiet. You have an inactive citizenry.
In Nigeria?
Yes. You have a docile civic space. And that is essential for poor governance to thrive. You don't expect the government to organize the civic space for you. You don't expect the government to organize you to engage what they are doing. The civic space should also organize and find ways of systematically making input into governance, and also legitimately insisting that certain things have to be done certain ways. For instance, the budget is made. Certain areas of need for the citizens are not properly addressed. It's up to the civil society, the broad civic space. When I say civil society, it may narrowly begin to look at organizations that are NGOs. No, it's broader than that. The civil society comprising both trade unions, both NGOs, both all of them can come together or in their individual spaces make articulations to government and say, the budget you have made is not serving our need. And if the government increasingly gets this kind of feedback from the citizens, it will be constrained to sit up. So the failures of the poverty of engagement with the budget is not an exclusive failure of the government. It also has to do with the poverty of the civic space, which incidentally has to be organized by the citizens themselves, not the state.
When you say that there's some sort of docility amongst the people, I mean, you cast your mind back at 2020 and SARS. It was a reaction from the citizenry, and we know how that ended. We'll talk about hunger and hardship protests that happened late last year. You also look at that space as well, and you see how government respond to those things. Sometimes they act in accordance with what the populace want, and some other times they really want to shut you down. I mean, people were even killed at the 2020 NSAS protests that happened. People were also killed and were arrested. Minors were arrested, during this bad governance protest. So you see that what's the cost of trying to engage the government?
You're absolutely correct. And let me put it this way. NSAS was great, and bad governance was great. But the reason the government came down heavily on the people is that this is not what it is used to. It is not used to having people engage it and in very decisive manner. Now, I tell you that the cost of getting the government work is persistence in keeping the civic space active, robustly engaging the state. This is a struggle. It's simply a struggle, and for there to be a balance, The weaker party must persistently struggle until it achieves a certain level of power parity. You know, so when, for instance, the government suppresses one episode of engagement and the people simply withdraw into their spaces, it widens the space of tyranny. It widens the space of, poor governance. But if people reorganize, understanding that this is what defines, this is the only way to achieving good governance, the only way to achieving democracy, the government would not have any option than to listen to the people. By the way, how many people are in government vis-a-vis the citizens? You know, so it's an agitation. And when people arise in episodes of, eruption, and the government suppresses them, if they give up, the space shrinks further. But if they persistently agitate, the government, remember that during that ENSA, some state governors were already coming to apologize that they are sorry, they are going to start making things right and all that, before they now heavily descended on, the people at the Lekki Gate. So it's important to continually make it robust, but very importantly, peaceful. Because once it goes violent, it gives an alibi for the state to descend, heavily and, violently on the people.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw the trajectory of 2020. I keep going back to that because the protest was peaceful until the government wanted them out. More like there was this sponsor of people who went there to attack those who were protesting, and then the government used that as a yardstick to now wade in. So you tend to think through again, is this worth it? I mean, is your life, on the line regarding this developing? But I understand your part, where if you stop engaging the government, you tend to widen the gap of poor governance, quite frankly. But again, in this situation, especially like we are in Nigeria, you have linked the budget to the docility of the people. And so because of that, most people don't really care about what the government does. I mean, what is it in for me? If my life is not being bettered, why should I care about what the budget is doing? So that's why year in, year out, life gets worsened. Our healthcare system, poverty level keeps increasing, and then the people do nothing. I mean, when you have this kind of situation, what happens? Do you see matters get worse? Do you think that at some point maybe an angel will come and help us in terms of governance, and also do the budgeting in such a way that it will affect the people more?
Now, why the budget is very important to me is that each time we look at people physically engaging or agitating or demonstrating, however you want to describe it, the budget is a concentrated expression of all the struggles in figures, or the effort to make life better for the people, or otherwise. It's expressing figures. And the people come out physically to say, hey, look, the way it is doesn't serve us. When it is bad, unfortunately, I've listened to my colleague discuss frivolous items on the budget. That's bad budgeting. When it's bad, obviously frivolities serve some interest. Frivolities in the budget serve some interest. It takes those who are the losers, including those who do not even constitute the direct losers, to say you have to make this good today because we don't know who is going to affect tomorrow. It may not directly affect me as an individual, but if I travel down to my village, I see poor people who probably come to say, help us do this or help us do that. You have to help. And when you're unable to help, you're also not secure. If you understand what I mean. Yeah. So overall, the whole idea of engaging with the budget in spite of its cost is squares with the idea of eternal vigilance being the price of liberty, and increasingly, we consistently look at what the government's budget, what they put at various sectors of the budget, and relate them to the existing problem in the society. For instance, if you look at the 26 trillion budget of the state governments, for the last year, you see more than 10% budgeted for running government businesses. That speaks to the cost of governance. And when you have massive cost of governance in the presence of poverty, that's a problem. And when you have massive cost of governance, or when you have the cost of governance running beyond 10%, and you go and look at social spending, it's less than 2%. It speaks of a problem. And you go and look at the education budget. Overall, some states are doing well. But you look at some states where you have very low literacy rates, the government spending on education is low. That's also problematic. So, and why it is problematic is that when you see education as a kind of social spending, that in the long run could leave people out of poverty. And the government increasingly spends very low proportion of its budget on education. It's making a statement about the future in that particular state or in that particular society. But when you begin to see, oh, government spends 33%, it projects to spend 33%, and it actually does. Because sometimes these projections, they veer off, during the implementation. Absolutely. And it actually does. You can expect that probably over a 10-year regime or 15-year regime, you have a state that increasingly produces qualitative and productive manpower. And it has, a spillover effect on development and productivity, wealth creation and poverty alleviation, so to speak.
Right. So for you, do you think budgets are done deliberately to increasingly get people to be poor? I mean, in other climes, you see budgets, there is more like an analysis of a budget after a year and see how the budget has performed. And then the result is out and you can really verify the things that the budget say that they have actually done. But do you think in Nigeria, the elites, especially the political class, deliberately do the budget in such a way that it's increasingly make people poor?
I don't think they gather to hold any meeting to make budgets that produce and reproduce poverty. Like I told you, it's a struggle. Each time you look at a figure, if you look at the main allocations, you see what interests the budget serves. They may not sit back to say we want to produce poverty. No, they don't do it. But when you finish the budget and simply look at the content, it tells you the direction. Now, let me mention this. There is one component of the budget that we seem to be missing a lot, and that again could be grounded on that docility of the civic space. That component is social audit. Social audit of the budget. The society or critical part of the civil society can pick up a budget in a year and say, let's just pick critical sectors of the budget and find out the extent to which the government implemented what it said is going to implement. You do this study, you go to the government and say, you promised to do this. This is the appropriation for the budget. This is the extent to which you did it. And you do it 4, 5, 6 to 10 critical sectors and show the government and publicize it. That's a major, engagement on the budget. That's a major way of saying the budget you have made is not serving the interests of the poor. Huh? Because it's possible to also make a poor budget and not implement it.
True.
So, and again, you can make a budget and decide to follow it. But the way to also know what the interest the budget serves is to see what allocations you make to the various sectors. Yeah. And these things do not work. It cannot work until the people become active. Okay. Let me mention this to you once again. In more advanced societies, when people come and tell you we're voting for Labour Party or Republican Party or Green Party or this, they are voting for the programs that these parties have. And surprisingly, what will surprise you is the extent to which the common man on the street understands the issues that these parties pursue. And when they want to vote, they vote for these parties knowing that they're voting for these issues. And they automatically begin to watch what government puts into budget in relation to these issues. Once they are not serving these issues, once they are not addressing these issues, they begin to raise alarm. You know? But we don't do that. We seem to operate as the Spirit directs. You know, we operate as the Spirit directs. And that broadly, could be related to one, not understanding the broad reason for the existence of the state. And then not having broad ideas for solving the problems for which the state exists. At that point, I'm talking about ideology. And then groups abstract from this ideology and use them to say, this is how our party is going to work. And each party now formulates its own manifesto. Drawing from these broad principles.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Now, at the level of the state, they gather and say, okay, we are making a plan that draws from what the state should largely do. For instance, in the United States, broadly, the whole idea is to expand and extend the frontiers of liberalism. Yeah? Then political parties abstract them. Republican Party has a way of pursuing the realization of the American dream, liberalism. Democratic Party does the same thing. And they reduce them to their party programs, party constitutions. At each point in time, parties evolve manifesto based on how they want to solve these problems. And then when each party gets into government, now says, in looking at this dream, we are making a large plan. We're not good at making long-term plans here. Or even when we do, we don't work with it. When you go to a place like Malaysia, you see them working very strongly with long-term plans. At each phase of implementing this long-term plan, they audit their performance and use it as a basis for moving into the new phase. Unfortunately, we don't do it here.
Wow. Thank you for this insight. Dr. Ben also, thank you so much. We truly appreciate your insights. Director, Institute for Development Studies at ENUGU. Many thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're speaking about the budget all through today. It's a Monday at least, and we're setting the tone. The first quarter is ending, and a whole lot of persons are looking to engage more on the situation. So the docility of the people have been one of the things identified as one of the reasons why the budget really doesn't work for you. So if you want the budget to work for you, why don't you try to join hands with civil society organization to engage your local government, start from there and move forward to the state and then to the federal. All right, many thanks for being part of the program today. We're connecting to Abuja, where my colleague Njoku is waiting on the other side for the continuation of the morning show. I'm Charles Pius.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, thank you, Charles, and welcome to the Abuja Center. This Monday morning, which incidentally is a public holiday, and I hope you there are enjoying your public holiday. With the heat in the country, I think we need as much rest as we can get. But we never stop this conversation because there are issues arising all the time in the Nigerian polity. Now, I want to remind you of a story we did on this program about 2 months back, when we asked the question, when does a minister take responsibility? And that story arose from the number of Nigerians who are dying from boat accidents. No standardization of boats that are used, no regulation on the number of people who enter the boat, no ban on timing, no facilities. Our people just move into the rivers blind, as it were, and we have a harvest of both accidents and the dead. Now, in the course of that conversation, one of those we spoke with raised a very critical question. He asked, how does Nigeria, what priority does Nigeria place on its different modes of transportation? And he asked me the question, why is it that Nigeria seems to be neglecting the rail transport? And so this Monday, we are going to look at prioritizing Nigerian railway or prioritizing rail as a means of prioritizing development. And my guest this morning, you get to understand why I invited him to this conversation. Enable me to read just a little bit of his resume. My guest is Roland Ocholi Atagoba. Now, Roland Ocholi Atagoba is the managing director of Bethlehem Rail Infrastructure Limited, a dedicated railway project management consultancy in London, that is in the United Kingdom. Now, he is a member of the Nigerian Railway Corporation Unbundling Committee for the Federal Ministry of Transport and is the author of the memorandum for a constitutional amendment to the transfer railway from executive to the concurrent legislative list. Now, much more, I wouldn't read the whole thing, projects he's taken part in. In other words, the point I'm trying to put across is he's been in this business of creating and managing the rail system, the rail transport business, for a very long time. Roland, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Roland, you can hear what I said. This is an offshoot of another conversation in which somebody asked me, how does Nigeria prioritize its modes of transportation? And why is it that a critical mode seems to be pushed back in consideration? Let me ask you a simple question. How do you feel about the state of Nigerian railway transportation?
I feel sad. It is a pitiful situation we find ourselves. A railway at the time of our independence, which was the leading mode of transport. It controlled 60% of the transportation sector. It's down to less than 1% today. So, and it's accountable for where we find ourselves in terms of our underdevelopment, in terms of our inability to grow our economy as it ought to. For 200 million people, and with such a vast country of great distances and of so much movement of material, that we have missed a trick with our railway system is telling.
It is telling. Now, but why do you think we have missed it? Is it because we don't have the capacity, the competence in terms of skill, manpower, knowledge, or that we just don't understand and prioritize what a rail ought to be doing for us?
I couldn't tell you the reason. I think some of it is that we don't really know. What we know is the outcome that we have to deal with. And what is really scary is we're not doing enough about it. In fact, we're neglecting to do anything seriously about it. And that's the great tragedy.
Let's look at that tragedy. Is it because we don't have the manpower to think, the technical capacity to execute, or is it just because we're fools?
I don't know.
You should know.
Maybe I do, and maybe I shouldn't be saying it publicly. But we need to get serious, because I think we've messed about with our railways for too long. And my experience of Nigeria tells me that at the leadership level, we still are not taking it as seriously as we ought to.
Now, I want you to look at even proposals for developing the railway in the country. Each time that issue is raised, we look towards either India or we look towards China. Once upon a time, we used to look towards UK and US. The current thing today is looking towards China. Now, is it because we don't have the appropriate manpower and capacity to do this ourselves, or we just want to import everything? Are we capable of building, managing, sustaining, and running a railway system that can service our needs?
Certainly we can do it ourselves. Yes. Certainly we can do it ourselves. And when you think deeper, we've actually got all the resources we need to do what we need to do. Go across the world. Nigerians are excelling. In the UK, where I live and work, Nigerians are all over our railway industry, from guardsmen to train drivers, to infrastructure managers, to operators. Go to America, we're all over the place. Go to Asia, and we're all ready to come home. I'm here. But do you get the patronage? We have a certain, or shall I say, there is a certain inferiority complex that we think that everything that is imported is better. We bring technicians from abroad, and we overlook our engineers. And we work with these people. We work in their environment. They're subordinate to us, but they come to Nigeria and they're made superior to ourselves. So who is zooming who? Unless we're able to fix something that's innately wrong with the way we think, in the way our leaders perceive themselves, because it's down to their own sense of self-worth, then we will continue to go round and round in circles. And think about it. We've been trying to build railways since the new, shall we say, is this the Fourth Republic, since 1999. What railway system have we built? In 2006, Obasanjo awarded a contract, $8.3 billion from Lagos to Kano for 4 years. It's not 20% yet. 2006, this is 2025, nearly 20 years. China builds 5,000 kilometers of high-speed rail every year. High-speed rail. We're trying to build bog standard gauge railway. The contract from Lagos to Kano is 1,000, shall we say, 2,344, because it's double track, which means 2 tracks. The total length, 2,344 kilometers. 20 years, we haven't achieved 20%. Are we serious? Do we really want it built? And I'll place that question right at the doorstep of our leaders. So that's the question.
Let me plead, let me speak on behalf of our leaders, just to be able to understand really what the challenge is. Building a railway requires some technical competence. The surveyors determining the quality of tracks and laying them, and that is quite a good job to be done. It's an engineering job to be done. Determining the quality of coaches to run on them, whether I'm going to import, I'm going to assemble locally. Then the manpower to run them efficiently and without accidents and all that. Look at the Nigerian education system. It doesn't produce that kind of manpower.
That's now. I grew up in Nigeria. I went to Ahmadu Bello University in the 70s. It was a world-beating institution. So was Nsukka, so was Lagos, so was Ibadan. The fact that they've been run down now only means that we're not producing the resources that we need for the future. But the resources for now, we've got them. People like me, we exist. We do it for the foreigners. As I said, I live in the West. We build their railways. We work on their railways. We sustain their railways. But the Nigerian government is not interested in us. They would rather bring in technicians from India, from China, to tell them what to do. And the result is what we see. The result is the fact that we have a broken system. We've been building one railroad for 20 years. What does that say about us? What are those people thinking about us? They think we're stupid. They think we're foolish. And we borrow the money from them. Money we don't see. Because the money is paid in China to a Chinese contractor by a Chinese bank. The money never comes to Nigeria. All that happens is the repayments flow out of Nigeria there, further underdeveloping our country. And what about the bits that are built or that have been built? What is the utility? They're suboptimal. They're not in optimal use. So it's just a waste.
Yeah, but that's
throwing money away.
Yeah, that seems to bear out my own fear. And my fear, which I've expressed twice in trying to couch and recouch the question, is even the bed that has been built, we are not able to manage optimally.
Yeah.
Doesn't that question our capacity in human resource to manage, to even build, since we cannot manage the one that's been built for us?
Well, if I were to play conspiracy theorist, take the Lagos to Kano railway I talked about. They've been built in bits. Abuja to Kaduna, Lagos to Ibadan. They are not connected. It's broken. So you couldn't pick a journey from Lagos on that railway all the way to Kaduna as of now, 20 years on. But we're repaying huge millions of dollars every year.
Borrowed to build that complete distance.
Yes. And you see, the nature of railway is that its sustainability relies on its business efficacy. Every time our ministers talk about railway, they talk about moving people. Well, moving people is never sustainable. You must have deep pockets for you to be able to, because you can't pay for it. You need a sustainable freight service as an underlay. And it is on the back of that freight rail that you run passengers. But we start by trying to build railway for passengers. And so we end up, in 5 years' time, the railway is broken down. Why? Because there's not enough money to keep it running. Whereas if you had a freight system as its foundation, the freight service will keep that railway open, and you can continue to do all your experiments with passengers. If you like, lose money, break down and discontinue it, but you would have that freight rail. And I'll tell you what the benefit of that freight rail is. You get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of tons of freight off the roads. So those Dangote trucks that are damaging your roads go on rail. They cause fewer accidents. The roads become safer for passengers to travel in comfort. And you have less emissions because railway is more environmentally friendly. And so on and so forth. Lagos is a city that sits on no movement. It is a congested city. And why? Because of its transport difficulties. And a lot of it has to do with the traffic out of the port. Put that on railway, and you have a cleaner, more beautiful city. And you would have, guess what? A city that would never sleep. So there are many things we're missing by our abandonment of railway. We seem to talk about railway in, for want of a better term, in political terms. Our politicians are very good at hailing railway. But the benefits are not flowing. We don't feel it in the economy. The common man on the street doesn't feel the impact of the billions that are being sunk or reportedly sunk into railway. And it is time for our leaders to think again about their approach and for them to have a more constructive approach to how we operate our railway system.
You know, as you just spoke about passenger movement not being really the sustaining transportation, the sustaining part of railway transportation, but freight. And that brought my mind to the many accidents on our roads moving petroleum products. You just mentioned Dangote. There are other very high tonnage freight moving on our roads. Now, help me. If I was the Minister of Transportation, and I had a conversation with you, and I said, please, I want to harness the potentials of rail and run it, establish it and run it as it ought to be run. Because as I said, the topic of this conversation is prioritizing railway and prioritizing national development. You advised me on step-by-step actions to take. How should I begin? Because the railway I knew as a child was the single track thing running from Port Harcourt down to Kano.
But it worked.
Puffing along the road, but I enjoyed it.
And it worked. Where is it today?
Tell me. Because, before we began this conversation, I said to you, before the British came here, they already had the rail technology. Even before they made up this country called Nigeria, they had a rail technology. And they used it effectively to service their own needs. So the technology has been there. Kindly help me, if I were to be the minister, step by step, what ought I be doing?
First off, our current Minister of Transportation is effectively Minister for Railway, because the Transportation Ministry has been split. The blue economy, the marine side of things has been moved. For a long time, aviation was also taken out of transportation. So essentially, the major component within Ministry of Transportation right now is railway. So we should have a minister that is rail focused. Whether he has the support from the top is another matter, because that's a political thing. But what does he need to do? The most important thing that he needs to do is unbundle the NRC, because that's the key parastatal in his ministry.
Let me understand what you mean by unbundling.
Now, one of the reasons why the railway corporation in Nigeria has been failing. And it started to fail since 1964. It's not something that happened. Yes. It's been failing since. It's been bankrupt twice. And we keep pouring money into it, and in an unsustainable way. And one of the reasons why it is a failing corporation and has failed to keep up with the times is, number one, its structure. It's a civil service administrative parastatal. And its business is to compete with the mostly privately run road sector. So you can see where the anomaly lies. A government agency competing with private. The private sector guys thrive on competition. They thrive on profits. They need to make money. The NRC doesn't know how to spell the word profit. It's not in its lexicon. It doesn't know how to make money. It's peopled by civil servants, bureaucrats, who know how to write long memos on how you can't do this and you can't do that, and so on and so forth. And we have continued to sustain that. They take, I think, roughly about 10 billion naira every year in their recurrent budget, which comes directly from FMF, the Exchequer. And they earn probably 3-4 billion, which they essentially keep and spend. So in a nutshell, they spend about 13 billion every year and only make 3 billion. If you're a private business, you'll be out of business. And this has been going on forever. So it's not sustainable. And the reason why it operates as it does is, one, its inability to compete is key. You can't be in business if you can't compete and win. Secondly, why can't it do that? It's because of its structure, its bureaucratic nature. It's not as versatile as the road sector. And so you need to separate, plus, of course, a key element as well in its failing is the fact that it's self-regulating. I mean, which means that even the bosses don't know what's happening. And look across the world. The world has moved on from government-run railways. The government certainly has a major role to play in railways, but it's not in running them. Leave the running, leave business to be run or operated by businessmen. They know how to take risks, and they know how to make money out of these things. Government can regulate, and government also has some key capacities in asset management, because government has a lot of money. It can put that money to use by helping to build infrastructure. But the operations of the business, the running of the business, you must leave to private sector.
I remember, I'm as a minister, I'm saying, first step, you said unbundling. I was waiting to say, look, break this thing into pieces, 10, 20 of what? Not that many pieces. And pieces is pretty uncharitable. I'd say there are 4 main components of the NRC at the moment. You've got the regulation part. Then you've got the operations, and then you've got the asset management. Then you've got what we've called the non-core businesses. It's into property, it owns vast assets, some of it in prime locations across the country, city centers and so on, which are suitable for building hotels and shopping malls and stuff like that. And again, you see, these assets have been wallowing. They own printing presses, they own factories and foundries, they own shops, they own a whole lot of assets which are not core to the operations of the railway. Those assets will thrive and do better if they are privately run. You sell them off to those who have the competence to make money out of them.
But the core railway business, which comprises of the regulation, you keep within government. Government is good at regulating. You see what NCC has become. You see what NERC is, i.e. the electricity regulator. And the regulator that railway would need is modeled on this NCC and NERC type models. But the business element in the railways is the operations, and that's the bit that will compete. And the model that has been suggested is government retains ownership of the asset, i.e. the track, the stations, and the depots, and so on and so forth. But it would then concession them to a private operator who would bring rolling stock, i.e. the trains and locomotives and what have you, and personnel, and run this business whilst maintaining the asset, i.e. the fixed assets. And that way, you would have a sustainable business. But not when government is trying to do all of those by itself. It will continue to fail. And time again, we see these things, and we've been at it for 60 years. And it's, idiocy is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It will never happen.
Now, can I draw your attention to a national experience? And from that national experience, can I raise a fear? Nigeria's electricity sector was privatized. The private sector came in, not just mere ownership, but to run, leaving Nigeria, leaving the government to keep to the transmission company, the infrastructure. Mm-hmm. But the truth of the matter today is that our electricity sector is a disaster. If you transplant the same model onto the railway, do you expect a different outcome?
No. And it's not a problem with the model. It's a problem with the implementation. When you bring your cronies who don't have capacity because you believe that there's some
money to be made.
Yes. Then you bring some incompetent hands. Don't expect a miracle. The fact that they're private sector doesn't mean that they will make money or that they know how. They're there to asset strip. They're there to own the asset. And hopefully they expect that they can sell it on at some opportune moment and make their money. So it's not the model that's at fault, it's with the implementation. You didn't go through a rigorous process. We see this across the world, even in Africa. We see serious countries sit down and actually do things in a manner that reposes confidence. Because you see, money chases opportunity. People will come when they know you're serious. People will come when they know your process is transparent and with integrity. Well, in Nigeria, we seem to lurch from one, how shall I say, from wanting to do the right thing but doing it the wrong way. So we end up with the kind of mess that we've got. And we're not going any places quickly. We're not.
Well, I'm not happy this morning. The prognosis are not quite attractive, but we're facing the reality. And the conversation this morning is, if we prioritize our railway, we will be prioritizing our development. And the information coming out from this conversation, to somebody who is serious, they are comforting in the sense that there could be light at the end of the tunnel if only we do the right things. But for a despondent person, some of the information can even make you feel hopeless. But we won't stop conversing, and we'll continue after this short break. Well, I'm still in the studio with my guest, Roland Ocholi Ataguba, somebody who has lived the railway for most part of his life, deep in the projects, in the management. And before I went on this short break, I had raised the question about having the manpower capacity to execute some of these things he has put on the table. I want to return it to it. Now, I love that name, Ocholi. Why do I love it? By the way, what's the meaning of Ocholi?
It means unbreakable.
Unbreakable. Great. In other words, we're not going to be broken no matter the difficulties.
Yep.
We'll trudge on. Great. You know, I raised fears about manpower. And you said, we have them all over the world. But many people don't have confidence in government, in running a business as well as the one we're conversing on. What can be done to attract them to be involved?
Well, there are signals you can send out that indicate your seriousness. One, the way we procure services, the way government procures services, doesn't encourage anyone. There's a lot of cronyism in our public procurement systems. I'm not sure what else. I can't say, for instance, that there's not a great deal of confidence in our judicial system. And therefore, even the foreign contractors that come to sign agreements with our government here would always domicile jurisdiction in foreign lands, either for arbitration purposes or even for the governing law that governs the
operations,
the contracts they enter into. Again, you see, we continue to undermine our own system as well, because if you bring somebody from abroad and he says, I don't have confidence in your governance, you should be asking him, so why do you come here? Not saying, oh, we will go to your country to settle our disputes. Why should we do that? Why are we accepting inferiority? Is it because we actually feel
that ours?
And if you know that yours is inferior, why don't you bring it up to scratch? What is so difficult to do? Why is it that we have difficulty in doing things the right way? Why?
Now, if I present this conversation to the president, one of the red flags he will raise, a flag of difficulty we raise is we don't have the money to execute these things. And that is why we approach some of these other foreign countries to give us money. But this conversation seems to be around our capacity to do it ourselves. It involves money without borrowing from China, from UK, from US or Germany. If you bring home these gentlemen who know, how do you raise money to enable them to operate if you don't go borrowing?
You can borrow. You can borrow intelligently. The private sector that comes to invest borrows money, but it borrows money on the back of a credible business plan. Our governments are borrowing money on the basis of oil, not because they're executing projects that make money and that can repay these loans. So there's a difference there. Afrexim lent us money, advanced money to the Buhari government against forward sales of oil. That money was used, to support the Naira or to do something totally unconnected with, the oil it was selling. And so, you see, if I wrote a good business plan, I could bank it. And money chases opportunity. It doesn't have to be Nigerian money, but I can assure you that there's a lot of money in Nigeria that can be invested in infrastructure. It's just finding it, locating it, and giving those who have it confidence. I can't see why Dangote cannot build the railway from Otukpo to Ajaokuta that would connect the central line that goes to Obajana, where his plant is. He's mining huge tonnage of coal from that sector to fire his
furnaces and factories.
Yes. But his trucks are ruining those roads. I don't know why government can't pull him by the collar and tell him to do that. And he's a businessman. He would see the imperative of doing that.
Oh,
because
even
he
the
can make
extra
money.
cash that can be made from it.
Absolutely. You know, but again, Dangote can't do everything.
No.
He's building, now he's refining petrol. He used to bring us salt, sugar, and very many basic commodities. Now he's also into tomato paste. We need other entrepreneurs to rise and do things. And for 200 million people, there's enough talent in Nigeria and enough resources. They're just not being directed appropriately.
You know, when I was going through your resume, I noticed that you wrote the document, the memorandum, based on which the National Assembly, in the Ottoman people, decided to remove the railway from the exclusive over to the concurrent list. In other words, states can also build their railways.
Yeah.
You know, I said to you as a minister, not just looking at this big, vast country, you know, linking the whole thing up, there are portions of it that can also thrive on railway. What should some of these state governments be doing to also profit from what we are discussing this morning?
Well, Lagos is showing the way. And Lagos has some advantages that many other states don't have. One was the federal presence in Lagos for a very long time. It helped Lagos to build certain infrastructure like the ports, some of the roads, and so on and so forth. But Lagos is such a huge city now. And therefore, it makes sense to have a metro. But the Lagos metro will never make money, in terms of profit. Can
I hear that again?
Yes, it will never. The blue line, the red line, the green, purple, they can't make money. They're moving people. If you charge an economic rate, the operator has to charge an economic fare, then you're better off going in a helicopter. That's the comparative. And it doesn't make sense. Now, this is a social service, but there are benefits and that is why government funds these things. But the government will need to have deep pockets. The multiplier effects from greater mobility for people and so on, the more productive economy, are the reasons why government will invest in those kind of infrastructure. And it makes sense in a place like Lagos. But if you come further up north, where there's less dense populations and so on, it really doesn't make any sense to build metros. But when you're talking about distances, and you're talking about distances of about 600 kilometers and above, then you start talking about rail freight. It starts to make business sense because then it can compete against trucks. Don't forget that your railway can't get you from A to B in terms of where you want to go.
Yeah.
It's node to node, which means that you still have a first mile and a last mile. You still need a truck to bring those goods to the depot and to pick them up at destination and so on and so forth. So you need that integration between roads and rail. What's happened is rail has disappeared and roads is doing everything. And so as far as states are concerned, states can band together. So we see the Southeast Development Commission. There's a lot of noise about that kind of thing happening. I pray that they get their act together and are able to. But again, political noises tend to be louder than the real activity on ground. And it's because these things cost money. And it's also because though we parade lots of professorships, lots of doctorates, and so on and so forth, we are indeed quite shy of intellectualism. We don't want a study. Most of the railways we've awarded to the Chinese have no feasibility studies. Railway is nice to have. Can you build it? How much will it cost? And the contractor gives you a price. Most of the time, it's not even competitively tendered. He's giving you a price, and because he says he can source the money for you, you say yes. And so we're building overpriced railways or contracting for overpriced railways that sometimes never get built. And so we're where we are, not going anywhere fast.
I'm almost getting cold. I feel uncomfortable.
Sadly, it's our reality. And we can do a lot better than what we are doing and where we are.
You know, I had raised the matter of money when I was talking about that the president could raise a difficulty flag. Can I ask you, does the Nigerian economy, the way it is, can it really sustain the kind of railway we're talking about?
Yes, it can.
Tell me.
Yes, it can. I just told you.
It can.
Rail freight. Yes.
Yeah, because if everybody says Nigerian companies are collapsing, a number of them are exiting, and the volume, the activity within the economic sector is rather shrinking instead of growing. And if the rail is going to ride on the back of freight, which is the outcome of economic activity, and that economic activity is shrinking, won't the opportunities in that rail investment also be shrinking?
It may be shrinking, but Nigeria is a huge country. A vast amounts of freight moving on our roads, within our economy. Between Lagos and Kano, and by implication, extended to Maradi in Niger Republic. We're talking about 250 million tons of freight per annum. To sustain rail, you only need about 5 million tons of that per annum. And that could keep that railway open. So how much in terms of percentage of market share is that? Infinitesimal. But our politicians are still talking about moving people by road.
Let us leave our politicians.
Or moving people on railway.
I want to look at those who ought to play to have a successful rail transport system.
Okay.
I want to look at the oil and gas sector. I want to look at bulk production, like the Dangotes of this world. Getting the railway to work that way will also mean talking them into seeing railway as a viable alternative. Because many of them have invested so much money in trucks and things. And talking somebody out of a habit can be quite a tall order.
Well, the trucks, number one. As I said to you, railway cannot exist on its own. It needs integration with roads because you've got the first mile and last mile. You've got to bring the goods to the railway and you've got to take them away from the railway when they arrive. So those trucks still have utility. But let me also correct something you said earlier. You talked about petroleum. Petroleum is best moved by pipeline. That's its most optimal mode of movement. Petroleum, gas, they move best through pipelines. But we know what the problem of pipelines have been in Nigeria. In North America, they move petroleum and gas on railway. And that's because of capacity issues with their pipelines. Their pipelines exist, but they're full to the brim. And that's why, and then there are environmental concerns with building new pipelines. So that's why railway takes the slack. But these are dangerous products. And when you have accidents, as you do from time to time, the effects can be catastrophic. So we look at petroleum products with care when we talk about railway. But having said that, there's huge opportunities of what you can do with railway, especially in a country like Nigeria. And we're just not harnessing it.
Can you look at agriculture?
Huge.
And railway?
Huge. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mining is another sector. In fact, most railways in the world have been built. The Nigerian railways were built because of mining. Coal in the east, tin in the north. Those were the things that spurred the growth of solid minerals. And then, of course, the agriculture, the cocoa in the west, and all of that. And it's not just for export. I hear people talk a lot about exporting this, exporting that. You export those things that you don't need,
Excess.
not the things you need. Absolutely. We have 200 million mouths to feed in Nigeria. Are we feeding them? So why are we talking about exporting? We need to be self-sufficient. We need to add value to the raw materials we produce, the raw materials, the solid minerals that we produce. How much of it is also being produced to the knowledge of our government? Meaning, are we losing out on tax revenues because of the illegal mining that's going on, or the illegal mining that officialdom turns a blind eye to? These are questions, and they're pertinent questions that we must answer, if we must save our economy.
Now, Roland, for how many years Nigeria has been battling to have a working iron and steel industry? The beautiful Ajaokuta landscape that each time you travel in that direction, even in rainy season, you will see vast land acquired for that dream, which has remained a dream. Can you see a viable Nigerian railway system without a viable Nigerian iron and steel industry?
Yes, it is possible, but then again, a thriving iron and steel sector would only be possible the existence of a viable or credible railway system. In fact, one of the handicaps of the Ajaokuta Steel project has been the fact that our railway system has not kept up. There was a gap in the central line that was built.
Chicken and the egg, which one comes first?
Very much so. The conspiracy theorists would tell you that, external forces and so on and so forth. And maybe they're right. But again, why do we let them? How do we, when you hear the history of how 2% of a plant or of an industry was just left and uncompleted. I mean, we built a railway line between Warri and Itakwe via Ajaokuta. And the last 20 kilometers were just left unbuilt. Why? Why do we let such things happen? It went all the way, I think, to Agbaro in Delta or Abraka or somewhere there. And just the last 24 or 20 kilometers for nearly 20 years just stayed like that. Why? These are questions that those governments, those who were in government at the time, would need to answer for.
Well, I was at the inaugural lecture of Professor Uche Owaleke, the first Nigerian professor of stock market. And he raised an interesting paradigm. He said, for Nigeria to develop, one of the areas that Nigeria should focus on. He mentioned areas, but I just want to take one. One of the areas Nigeria should focus on is engineering. But he says something very interesting. He said that Nigeria needs to fund those 4 priority areas. But in funding them, it's not for government to invest money, but to identify universities that will offer those courses and package those universities to take money from the stock market. Huge money from the stock market. And I asked him the question, how would the university pay back money from the stock market? He said that I was looking and I was not seeing. I said, how do you mean looking without seeing? He said, look, Nigeria needs to build railway. Nigeria needs to build roads. Nigeria needs to build its transportation system by water. That the manpower that needs to be produced to do those things and the practice to gain the skill and expertise are all here locally. What does it mean? The engineering department, for instance, you're a product of Ahmadu Bello University. The engineering department from Ahmadu Bello University is so well equipped when it comes to rail technology that the government can award a contract to build the rail from Kaduna to Lagos to that university. It becomes part of the training of the students of that department. And so when they leave the university, they are plug and play. I raised the matter of manpower for running the railway, and we looked out. Yes, we have them out. Does this paradigm shift make meaning to you? As first a man in the industry, then as an economist, looking at it from an economic point of view.
Absolutely. That's how the other countries have developed. And there's no reason why we can't do the same. Railway particularly is very basic in technology. It's when you start to get into high speed and heavy duty propulsion systems that it gets a bit complex. But the engineering has remained very much the same as it was from the time of the steam engine. And Nigerians have, I said, we're everywhere. In fact, it's been said that if you visit anywhere and you don't find a Nigerian there, and it means there's no money to be made there. So we have the knowledge. A lot of us just don't find the opportunity back home. This is how the Japa syndrome has grown amongst our young people. We have a way of promoting mediocrity. Those who don't have the knowledge somehow find themselves on top. And those who have the knowledge don't get the opportunities to do those things or to show us what they're worth. And so they find solace by going elsewhere, where people take them seriously. People utilize their talents. I mean, I watch sports, I watch the Olympics, I watch international athletics and so on. And I see Nigerians flying the flags of other countries. These are Nigerians who weren't given the opportunity at home, and they had to go out and fly somebody else's flag. And what is so curious is then we start to celebrate them. Nigeria starts to celebrate them.
And begin to claim them.
So, you know, it's sad, really sad. And we need to wake up, because these things are low-hanging fruits. It's not rocket science. Others have done them. Why can't we?
Why can't we? My producer just gave me a signal. He said, you told me before we began that you ask for his last word. But I want to recouch that last word. I want to believe that there's a way out. We're not in a hopeless situation. Can you please address those who ought to help us out? And then your last word. Who ought to be helping us out now?
Heavens help those who help themselves. It's got to start with us. No one is going to save this country except us. And we have the capacities, we have the people, we have the resources. The human capital we have, and we can, and we have the ability to develop the others that we need. And the physical resources, the financial, and the technology we can steal. When I say steal, we're all over the world, working at, go to NASA, there are Nigerians working there. So that knowledge, what we have learned, we can bring home to do the things we need to do. But you have to give Nigerians the opportunities. And our legislators need to start legislating to stop this inflow of foreign things. We need to start banning things. I don't know about, maybe the language of banning is outdated, and, but you use tariffs to create advantages for people to domicile their production here. We need to start producing things. We need to start adding value. Nigeria is the proverbial Garden of Eden. Everything you need to make a very successful life is here. Name any solid mineral that's of value. It's here, it can be found here. So why are we in want? Why are we struggling? Some of the problems we have may be contrived, may be opportunistic, but that is neither here nor there. If you're weak, it's your fault. You can be, especially if you can be strong, especially if you were strong at a point. So my last word will be, as far as railway is concerned, there are things for government to do. There are things government must do. We must unbundle the railway. We can't get away from it. We have been dilly-dallying with this. New sets of politicians come and they have this sense that, oh, we can make money from railway. You can't make money from railway unless you're going to steal money. You can't, government people can't make money from railway unless they want to steal money. Railway is a business, and you need serious business people running it. You can't run away from that.
Well, railway is a business, and you need serious business people running it. Nigeria has got everything it needs to succeed, even in the railway transport sector. This morning, I've been speaking with Roland Ocholi Ataguba. Somebody, as I said from the beginning, who's lived railway. I didn't read the entire resume. He's made effort to get things done in Nigeria, including pushing for legislation for us to help ourselves. I hope somebody find it reasonable to understand that developing the railway is developing Nigeria. A huge population, a vast country, just looking for interconnectivity. Let me just on your behalf this morning thank Roland for coming. I hope that you're home to stay and that I will call on you another time soon. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. My pleasure.
My name remains Mwagos Njok, and I want to thank you for investing your time with us. Good morning.
welcome to another edition and episode on E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy New Week to each and every one of you out there. And of course, today is the last day of March. Happy Mother's Day in arrears to all our mothers out there, and of course, aspiring mothers like me. And again, happy Salah to all the Muslim brothers and sisters out there. This is the entertainment show where we get to give you art, pop, and culture, and of course, drama from the entertainers and content creators that we have right now. So we have an interesting guest. He's a visual artist. We'll be talking about the behind the scene and of course the arts behind their brushes, right? I am your host, your baby girl, Queen Wokunt, and I'll be taking you through this 1 hour alone. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Big Brother Naija is returning to in-person audition for its 2025 season, which is season 10. Organizers announced on Saturday via Instagram. This marks a departure from recent seasons, which primarily utilized virtual auditions. This time, it is about showing up and being you, ready to shine, get set. Your moment is closer than you think. Season 10 is coming. The announcement stated emphasizing the return of physical interaction. Previously, Big Brother Naija introduced virtual auditions in 2019 during its 4th season to accommodate those unable to attend in person. This format continued in subsequent season. Details regarding the premiere date and specific audition locations for season 10 are yet to be released. I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm so excited. I'm a fan of reality TV shows, honestly. I may not have the time to, watch it, every single time, but trust me, whenever they upload on social media, I'm part of the first people that tend to go there to watch. So I'm looking forward to this season 10. There's this whole vibe where it's 10th edition, 10th anniversary, and the likes of them. So I'm looking forward to this particular edition and what you're bringing to the table for us. The truth is the auditions are ready, are ongoing. So if you're interested in going to Big Brother Naija, you have the room to. And you don't need to really come to the location. You can do that from your home and with your phone. I can't wait. I can't wait. I saw this earlier on during the weekend, I think Friday, when of course Ebuka Uchendu had to come up and tell us what's entailed for this season. So let's see what they've got for us this year. Now let's move to more interesting stories. Streamer Pella alleges he's received death threats following his plea to Nigerians to halt the 30 days rant challenge on TikTok. Pella's call to end the online campaign, which criticizes perceived poor governance, sparked widespread backlash. He argued that president criticism could result in TikTok ban in Nigeria, jeopardizing his income. During a recent live stream, Pella asserted that he was threatened with being shot, referencing the murder of his colleague Oloba Salo in Lagos last year. So, I watched his live session. In fact, I joined his live session on TikTok that very day when he was making such comments that we should stop this whole rant. This whole rant started from Riot, the copper girl, and she had to say, let's make this trend, hashtag 30 days rant challenge. So a lot of content creators, a lot of celebrities like Davido, Wizkid, even some Nollywood actors have come to give their own rants, and where it's itching and paining them. Now, the thing is, whether it's gonna jeopardize your career, because I know most people tend to get money from this TikTok or not, the fact is we have to say how it is hurting us. We have to make it known. Of course, like people always say, would they listen? But it's better you speak than you don't speak at all. So I think that's why people are coming at him, because if you go to the comment section, there was a whole lot of backlash. Nobody was taking it from him at all, because for somebody like Pella, I mean, you got to the limelight pretty soon of recent, and of course we have other celebrities that have been giving these rants, and you're coming out to say we should stop it because it's going to jeopardize TikTok and make the president to ban TikTok because it's a source of income. You are not the only person that TikTok is his source of income. There are so many people, but the thing is, they are here to give their own truth of how they feel in the whole government system. Now, the case of him being threatened, I think that's a very wrong move. It's really not necessary for we citizens of Nigeria. What is the point of threatening? Why? Why do you want to kill him? What is the point? The truth is, whatever you do, people will say something, either good or bad. He just came to, I mean, we have freedom of speech, isn't it? So he came to air his own point of view that, please, oh, this is where he gets his money. So this rant you are doing is going to make our president to remove TikTok, and he doesn't know where his source of living is going to come from again. I think his complaint is reasonable, but that in a second thought, is not really reasonable for we that are feeling the pain. Because other people are saying, okay, I saw a video that says these content creators are not even doing the rant the way we want it, you know, because it's as if they are not feeling the pain, but they are. I don't know why some of them are a little bit, they are not into it really. I don't know why. But there's this particular guy that his rant is also trending. I think his name is Bobby or so. So the fact that they are coming at him to shoot him, it's a no-no for me. It's really not necessary. It's not necessary at all. It's not necessary. They would have just left him. This thing has its time and phase. Maybe at the end of the day, he might see reasons to it or not. Because even in the midst of this 30 days rant, Pella bought a Benz. He bought a car, you know. And of course, trust comment sections. They will always say, this rant thing is like it's not touching you. The economy of Nigeria is not touching you. Or maybe you enjoy it. Maybe, you know, with the fact that he came out to say, stop this rant thing. So I think maybe that's what prompted whomever that must have threatened his life. Okay, that's by the way. I think I've overemphasized on this particular story. So, still in the spirit of Mother's Day, we'll just analyze two Nollywood actresses that actually piqued our interest to, you know, wish them a very good, happy Mother's Day and the roles they play in some of the trending movies. The movies are trended in previous years. So Nollywood has constantly delivered powerful portrayals of motherhood, capturing its multifaceted nature with raw emotions and authenticities. From the resilience of single mothers to the strength of matriarchs navigating challenging circumstances, these on-screen figures have left an inedible mark on audiences. This Mother's Day, we honor the unforgettable mothers of Nollywood, whose performance have evoked laughter, tears, and a profound appreciation for the irreplaceable role of mothers. Let's celebrate the iconic motherhood portrayal that have resonated deeply with viewers. First, we have Sola Sobowale Eniola Salami in an unforgettable force in King of Boys, balancing maternal devotion with the cutthroat world of politics and crime. Though she is feared by many, her love for her children is evident even when they challenge her power. Sobowale's portrayal of a mother who commands respect while battling her inner vulnerabilities is nothing short of legendary. I'll speak a little bit about her. So she is one mother that whenever I see her in a movie, forget it. If you're going to be her either daughter-in-law or mother-in-law, I hope you're very strong and ready, because she will portray that strong, resilient mother energy. Now, if you've watched King of Boys, you would agree with me that Sola is that strong mother, single mother for that matter. First, she was the one that was handling the boys in Lagos, you know. Okay, let me not use Lagos, any state in particular. You know, these people that have guys that go for walks for them and the likes, and it turned out to be that what she was doing, she was not getting enough benefit or pay for it. She had to venture into politics, which actually affected her life politically. But there was a part I actually loved where I think it was her daughter, because Adesowa was part of that movie and Adesowa was her daughter. So I think it was at that point I had to understand, because I was like, what's the point of all these things you're doing? She had to give them a very broad story of why she had to do this King of Boys thing, you know. And she had to tell them that she's doing this because of them, you know. So we have Chioma Akpota. Chioma Akpota brings warmth and depth to her role in Gangs of Lagos as Mama Ife, a mother not only trying to shield her child from the harsh reality of street life, but also deeply grieving his gruesome murder. Her performance highlights the deep emotional connection between mother and child, showing that even in the face of adversity, a mother's love remains a guiding force. So if you watched Gang of Lagos, you would agree with me. In fact, Chioma Akpota's role, especially that point where they were about to bury her son, which is Chike, got a lot of us emotional. So we are using these two women and the role they played in this movie that trended. It's not like they're the only mothers, but because of the role they play in this kind of movies, we're wishing them a very big happy Mother's Day. Now let's move to the foreign scene. Kanye West defended his recent controversial social media post about Jay-Z's children, questioning DJ Academics whether it was too far or one of his best. In a recent interview with the DJ, West discussed his increased activity on X, formerly Twitter, claiming it allows him to express unfiltered thoughts without immediate suspension. Now, earlier this month, West's post about Jay-Z and Beyonce's 7-year-old twin, Rumi and Sarah, raised concerns as he questioned their public visibility and mental capacity. The post drew significant online criticism, with Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, seemingly responding with an Instagram video expressing her difficulty in remaining positive and classy in the face of ignorance and evil. West's social media activity has been marked by numerous controversial posts in recent months, including anti-Semitic remarks. Despite past collaborations with Jay-Z, he appears to stand by this particular post. Okay, let's listen to what he had to say.
Like having money, like me, it's like having money for real. It's like freedom to talk. You know what I mean? Because they'll be like, okay, that's enough. Your Grammy Award speech is up. Don't say that. You said that. You know what I'm saying? So now you're experiencing someone who just say everything they want to say, and a lot of people can hear it. And I won't give that up for my life. I give up my life before I gave that up. And then what makes it so funny is like the Jay-Z tweet, Jay-Z's kids tweet makes the shit not even seem so bad. Every week, it's like...
Yeah. I feel like people feel like that was like probably the worst tweet you've said.
Or the best. Or the strongest.
So the thing is, he's not seeing anything wrong in whatever he's doing on Twitter. That's the problem. That is the problem. So if you're not seeing anything wrong in whatever you're doing, because if you see anything wrong, you're not supposed to ask, how is it? Did he go too far? Or what sort? You're talking about people's children, for crying out loud. And it's not just people's children. There's a whole lot that have been going on Twitter. In fact, trended throughout this month on Twitter. Every single day we have a comment concerning Ye, and it was as if, oh my God, that's the point that we got to find out that he traveled to Tokyo, and Tokyo is his place of peace, because when he was in Tokyo, we didn't tend to see any posts concerning Ye. Ye did not post anything, and he's saying that's the only place he can be able to express himself. Nobody is saying you shouldn't express yourself. I mean, social media has given us that room to express ourselves. But how are you expressing yourself? I mean, think about that. All right. A Texas drag show banned by Texas A&M University made it to stage on Thursday after a federal judge lifted the ban. Dragonland 2025 crowned its queen to a cheering and almost sold out crowd, according to the Texas A&M student news site, The Battalion. The annual event came under scrutiny in February when the A&M System Board of Regents banned on-campus drag shows, The Battalion reported. The university's Queer Empowerment Council sued, and U.S. District Judge Lee Rosenthal issued a ruling on Monday that temporarily lifted the ban. Let's take a look at that.
In recent times, the show has represented this resilience through its organizers refusing to back down when faced with our infringement of our First Amendment rights. Even after previous case law of involving queer life here was established and used to support us before, hurting drag you in this way can hurt other student organizations here, which is not ideal for anyone. Maria!
I just want to say first, if you believe in God, thank you God for blessing me with this talent and allowing me to be on the stage. And to any queer black people out there, baby, open up them doors, because I didn't even know this door wasn't even open. But baby, I busted it wide open. So
our first finalist is
All right, that was incredible to watch, but I don't even know why you're dragging the crown, because at the end of the day, I would still pick that lady that wore the crown. To me personally, you know, because why are you dragging the crown after the court has actually cancelled the ruling of banning that particular show? And at the end, you will want to create more problems. Why? That's, by the way, that was quite interesting, that was creative, and that was fun to watch. So,
when faced with
South Korean actor Kim Soo-hyun
even after previous case law of involving queer life here was established and used to support
when she was underage, saying in tears that he could not admit what is not true. Brands including Prada have cut ties with the actor amid the controversy over his relationship with Kim Soo-hyun, who was found dead in February in a suspected suicide, and she was 24. The 37-year-old actor said he dated Kim Soo-hyun 5 years ago for about a year, but not when she was underage. 5 years ago. Okay. And that a YouTube expose released earlier this month cited testimonies and evidence that were false, including screenshots of messages that could not be from the actress. Kim Soo-hyun was born in 2000. The age of consent in South Korea is 16. Lawyers representing Kim Soo-hyun and his agency said on Monday they have sued people involved in the YouTube expose for a total of 12 billion yuan in damages and reported them to the authorities for defamation and violation of the Information Protection Act. A lawyer representing the relatives of Kim Se-yeon could not be immediately reached for comments. Kim Se-yeon rose to fame in South Korea and China over his role in hit South Korean drama series My Love from the Stars and Queen of Tears. So let's listen to what he has to say.
First of all, I apologize. It seems that so many people are suffering because of me. I did not date the deceased, Kim Se-yeon, when she was a minor. And it is also not true that the deceased made a tragic choice because of me turning a blind eye and because our agency pressured her. I'm willing to admit to any wrongdoing on my part. If there's something I need to take responsibility for, then of course I will. But I can't admit to something I didn't do.
아시다시피 김수현 배우가 최근 이슈에 대한 입장을 직접 말씀해 주셨습니다.
Actor Kim Soo-hyun and his agency, gold medalist, have decided to take legal action, both criminal and civil, against those involved in order to clarify the facts.
없기 때문에 기자님들께서 공통적으로 궁금해할 만한 팩트를
I had to calculate 5 years ago, and she was 24 years. She died at 24, so I think she should be 18, 19, and they said that's a minor. Of course it is actually, because from 20 you're an adult. But thank God it was settled, and of course they have to pay $12 million for that, because that's a defamation on his celebrity lifestyle. I mean, that was huge. Anyways, let's move to the last story. This one is quite interesting. Greenland's most prestigious dog-sailed race, which is also the official national championship for dog-sailed sled drivers, was held in Sissimut in southwest Greenland on Saturday. The race, which takes place in different towns in Greenland each year, came to worldwide attention last week when it was announced that a United States delegation led by Usha Vance, wife of Vice President J.D. Vance, would attend the race. The visit was later called off amid local protests. This year, the 37 dog sled drivers, or mushers, and their almost 450 dogs raced a 40-kilometer long route with several demanding sections along the way. The start and finish were located on a lake just outside Sissimut, which is the second large town in Greenland, and halfway through the race, the sleds reached an altitude of about 500 meters. Take a look at that.
Keripa. Anak, nagkacepat! Tes
Jiwa, sama jiwa. Penyusak safi lah sebut apa ni? Ikut situ velu. Gua masak situ apa situ? Kau tu mikir cilik.
Tapos petungat inisisimasok salt siutot masakut inisis mga latok pero petungani una kanino skamem tagosin na apun tawado иллуутунгаани саамиатунгаани инissisimasoq soorla
иллаартулерпат иссалу таата ясагуу кингусерсаарфилаартааярсаа
артумик аннораалик инга аам тунгиортумик отиуллиунгаллартоо аапалуттумик антонс
паниллivitsinнаг пулернангиларта инуттаати инертертуссаава тас аллуна корнуерсуингиннissars тассалу таанна исигалутигу такуниартуссаассагуут утииннартоқ ималуунни
тас унакааллаффик checkpoint атнераани пункт номер 3
иммут тавеқаат нуисеққиссариарпас таанна аммоqaатигумаарпарпут тасса мааннаккут
унгасиккуннаарпун апууккиартортуссап
имуна паасақарпиппит
массакнаам сули аллартумик тасса аннораалик тасса тааннаавақ
тутриилу имминеқаниттуараарсууппут тааккуак кина туунгуссалерсоқ писсеқалерпас
тикиливиппоқ наақано тикиливиппоқ синни пиллуангааратси норм итсингортоқ пууллуинналерп аама саатунингааннерсоқ Anton Street аама апууппоқ Kalippa. Ana, nakatipat. Des an.
25 kungusersaarfilaassapput avani ikkut siuttuuffialu kua massak siuttorpasittut haortumik kiatilik
Takusinnaasa piatungaat inissisimasoq soorsiullertut massakkut inissisimangallartoq.
Not me clapping for that particular dog that took first from the initial sport. So I'm sure you had fun in this news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, you don't want to miss the conversation we're going to have with our guests. So stay right there. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In this particular segment, we'll be having a conversation with my guests. We'll be having a conversation with our guest today. He's a visual artist from the painting line, actually. So we're talking about the behind the scene of how they feel when they use their brush. I don't want to call the topic careful. So thanks for joining us, Nabwike Ofo. I got the name right? Yes. So how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Should I start from pleasantries, or we should just delve into this conversation now?
Any angle you can start.
Any angle, right? So talk to me. Why did you pick virtual art?
Visual arts.
Yes, visual
Why
arts,
I
rather.
virgin visual arts. Number one, art is a self-expression through the skillful use of art material.
Okay.
So for you to express maybe an idea, you must go through either painting, sculpture, or graphic. But I choose painting because I found painting as an easiest way to express through the art. So I find painting more easiest part
And
of
interesting.
art. Yes.
Apart from it being easy, it's interesting to you
Yes,
too,
yes.
right?
Okay,
Okay, so
fun always.
okay, something to do for fun. You
Yeah.
said it's a way to express yourself.
Yeah.
Through
Skillful use of art material like paints, brushes, and so on.
Okay, so I want to ask, right? How exactly do emotions come in place when it comes to visual art? I don't know why I keep calling you virtual artist. Visual art, especially the painting aspect.
Repeat your question again.
How exactly did emotion come to play when it comes to visual arts in the painting aspect?
You know, in paintings, we deal with strokes of brush. When paintings, you will be seeing the strokes of your brush. That strokes of each stroke of brush.
Wait, sorry. Strokes of brush, that's different size, different shapes.
Assuming we are in studio now and painting. When painting, the texture, you will be seeing the strokes, as in the lines of paint, one after the other. Each line depicts a meaning.
You know, I'm still trying to figure out the line you're talking about. Like this thing now, the size of the brush, is it the size of the brush?
Not mainly the size.
What you paint?
You know, the brush is in thread.
Yes.
Each strokes.
You make?
Yes.
On that board?
Yes, depicts a meaning.
Okay. What kind of meaning? Because personally, I love art naturally, all right? And I give my own opinion and preference when it comes to some artworks, okay? So right now you're telling us that each stroke in that artwork
depicts a meaning. And also colors.
Okay.
Like assuming here, the color you are seeing here now is what color?
Green.
Green. Do you know
there's white, there's black.
Okay, do you know what the green means? Try. Nature, and also what?
Leaves, green leaves, plants.
That leaves depicts what? Life.
Okay.
Life. Also white. White has its own meaning, peace. And also we talk of black or purple or blue. All of them depict different meaning in artwork.
All right. So we'll display some of your artwork, right? Like you just said, a particular each
strokes.
Yeah. Let me use the right term right now. So this particular artwork here.
This is a portraiture. A portrait painting.
Of somebody.
Yes.
All right. Let's see the next one. This is also a portrait paint.
But this one is on the wall. We call this one mirror painting. Painting on the wall. Any paint done on a wall is a mirror painting.
Mirror painting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, it's a portrait. Hope you know this guy.
Who's the guy?
This is Negaro.
Oh, my bad. All right, let's see the next one. This is also a portrait painting.
Yeah, a portrait painting. But this one is on canvas.
Okay.
While the other one is on a wall.
Okay. So do you do more of portrait painting? Okay, this is on a wall right now.
Yeah, this is on a wall too.
And this is the whole nature life thing you were talking about.
Yes.
So is it okay? No, it's not just portrait painting and wall painting you do. Do you do, like you said, it's a way of expression
Of one's idea.
of one's idea? Do you do paintings like that too, apart from portraits and wall painting like that, like this?
How do I do what?
Art paints, like artworks, like you just said, expression of
One's idea.
one's idea. You have a board and you're making an expression on the board, and not just the portrait and the wall paint.
Yes, there is one we known as abstract art.
Okay.
That abstract art is not a portraiture, it's not a landscape. It's just something that you created from your mind. Unless I explain the work for you, you may not know the meaning. That is another part of that art.
Okay.
Unless I explained the work for you.
I may not know the meaning, but on a natural term, I can see the artwork and
Or you can define it from your own perspective.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you can define it from your own perspective.
But of course, the artists have the final say, right?
Yes, yes.
I thought artwork is, anyways, it's fine. You're making me feel like my descriptions of some artworks are not good. So you said such a mirage and mirage paintings, right? Differentiate it for us, please.
Okay, mirage painting simply means painting on the wall. Why portraits is just painting of a human being from head to bust.
Okay.
Just anything mirage is painting, making an artwork on a wall. It's mirage painting.
What of mural painting?
That is mirage painting.
What of mirage painting? Am I getting the word?
No,
already?
no. Mirage. No, we don't have mirage painting.
All right. Okay, so apart from painting, yeah, what else do you do to rewind? Because I know it's a way of expression.
I do sculpture.
Okay.
I do graphic work. I design.
Why did you give us your sculpture distance?
Sculpture. Maybe next time.
Very bad.
Next time.
So in sculpture now, of course, sculpture is not a way of expression too, right?
It's an artwork. It's a way of expression.
I know I'm not an artist.
This one, the painting is way of expression through the use of paints and brushes.
Yes.
Why sculpture is also the means of expression through the use of wood, clay, and metals.
My God. That's quite interesting. I understand you. But I thought maybe those sculptures are maybe things like chair right now. And you just feel like you want to do something with clay, making a chair with a clay or something. I don't know, it's something you do from expression and all, because most of the statues we have here in Enugu, those are sculptures, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So I feel maybe you see a picture and you just mold it and keep it there as an artwork.
As monuments.
Yes, something like that. I don't know, it's something you have an expression with. So do you like you said, those strands have a meaning. Of course, clays do not have a meaning to each.
No. In a sculptural work, we have some patterns in a sculptural work. Like this chair now, this table now, those design on those chairs. Each one has its own meaning. Yeah. We have uli design.
Okay.
We have different patterns on that uli design, which they have their own meaning too.
Facts. Now I understand what you mean by they have their own meaning, which is each design has its own meaning.
Yes.
Exactly, because I was confused. I was like, each strands have meaning. Like how? What do you mean by that? But that's quite interesting. Let's talk more about your personal life. Okay. Apart from, I know you have the whole interest in painting, but what drove you to do it? What inspired you to go into it?
Okay. During my school time, my secondary school time, I majored in science course.
You're a science student?
Yes, in my secondary school.
Okay.
But going through that, I'm art inclined. During my school days, I used to draw. During my secondary school days, from JS1 to S, I used to draw very well. I used to sculpt very well. So at a time, when I wrote JAMB to study microbiology in UNN, after the JAMB, it came out well. But during the aptitude test, there is one test they used to
Screening.
Yeah, screening test. I missed that one. Instead of waiting for another year, I just went and took a poly jump for Fine Applied Arts in Institutional Management of Technology in ENUGU.
So that didn't make you feel some type of way or anything? Did you feel in a way, oh, God is directing me or something?
Yes, that I should go
into your talent.
Yes.
So I want to ask another question here. You know, we have awards for artists, music artists, actors, and the likes. Do you think they should have awards too?
Visual artists.
Exactly. For artists in general, those that paint, those that make sculptures, and the likes.
Normally, we do have a art competition every year in this ENUGU, which I have participated, both here in ENUGU and outside ENUGU, even international. There is one we have in ENUGU, we call it Life in My City. They used to award 1 million, a million to the first prize, So we are looking forward to have
making
more.
It grand.
Yes.
Like the way we have Hedis Award,
yes,
AFVCA,
which I hope
Grammy Award and
is
the
possible with our man, the Martin Stilo.
No. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so do you have blushing?
Which we hope that he can help us because he's a art lover.
Yes, yes. That's right. So in what way do you think governments should play a role in making this award grand? Because honestly, I know we have this Grammy Award. We always see, it's always a trend for music, for movies and all, but it happens, but it's not as loud as
other ones.
Yes. So what role do you think government should play in this? Because it's as if artists are left out.
Yes,
in
exactly.
This whole thing.
Number one, I'm not in their pocket. The next thing we can do, we artists in ENUGU can do, is to advocate for it. Number one, at least meet the government stakeholders on it. I think that is the first step.
Issue, okay.
After that, we can now think or check another thing to do to foster it more.
Because the only thing we tend to see is art exhibitions, they tend to sell their art and all that. That's what we tend to see most times. But that's nice, that's interesting, that's wonderful. So I'm going to play a very quick game with you.
Okay.
We have just a few minutes left here on stage. So I'll ask you a very general question. What do you think children do immediately they come back from school? Give me 5 things they do immediately they come back from school.
Number one, they eat, they play, or watch cartoons. Some tend to do the assignment, but not all.
Okay.
Then sleep.
You gave me 4, remaining 1.
No, it's 5.
You say they play, they eat, they do the assignments.
They sleep.
They sleep. That's 4 now. Okay.
I'm coming. Let me start afresh.
All right, start afresh.
They play.
All right.
Eat.
Okay.
Do the assignment. Then go to sleep. Okay. Some may take their bets.
Don't worry. Don't worry, that's all over fine. All right, let me ask you another question. Name 4 fruits that has just 1 seed.
4 fruits.
That has 1 seed. Your time starts now.
For fruits. What do you mean within the fruits?
Fruits.
Within the fruits.
Yes.
Inside the fruits.
Yes.
4 seeds.
Seed, is it not inside the fruit? See outside.
Okay. Pawpaw.
Pawpaw does not have only one seed. Stop looking at my cameraman. He will not tell you the answer.
I'm gonna mango.
Mango, correct.
Pear.
Pear, correct. How come you now suddenly
Okay.
got the answer?
I'm now understanding your question. Fruits that has only
One
one.
seed.
Okay, I thought one fruit that has
No.
different. Okay.
Fruits that has just one seed.
Okay, mango, pear. I'm not a fan of fruit, so wait.
That's not an
Mango,
excuse.
pear. You know, we have 2 types of pear, many species. The one
The ones
we
we
use.
know, the one we know, the one we used
You
to
know
eat corn and the one we used to eat
Yes,
bread
yes.
has one seed.
Okay.
All right, you failed that particular question. Very bad of you. Let's go to social media abbreviations. Quick. What's the full meaning of TTYL?
TTYL. Thank God.
You say thank God, ke.
No. Wow. Move to another one.
Talk to you later. They've given us warning. They say we should leave the stage. You made them chase us out of this place.
Wow.
You did not get my games, apart from the first one actually. But you
I tried.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're
I
welcome.
got to learn a lot,
You're
you know,
welcome.
from arts. I think I need to take more classes too. But you
You're
broke my
welcome.
heart. Said, anyways, that's by the way when we leave here. All right, thank you guys for joining us this hour. Thank you guys for watching the E-Vibes Entertainment Show. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms, and of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen It's Wokunta.
and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, the way they serve the food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food, asked the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without washing them. And then she would take it home, inside the soup. Even if the soup, she may say it's half done, even vegetable soup, half done. Don't know the organisms inside it. And she will serve all this food outside. And people will buy and eat. Tomorrow they'll tell us about stomach pain, this, that, and we all label it typhoid. Typhoid has really suffered. So all tibo that all this food, including food poisoning, they will go back to typhoid. And people keep drinking, honestly, taking a lot of drugs. And then the servicing or the serving of the food. Do I tell you that most of the plates used in serving these foods are reused, maybe not washed, or even just clean with tissue or something, even if it's clean tissue, just to serve food. Why are these things happening? People only want quick money. Money is their own reason. They want to get money. I don't think they care about the health of the humans. I heard one of my colleagues saying that the tomatoes used to prepare the food was rotten. The food she ate, at the point of eating the food, in fact, she couldn't continue because the tomato was not cooked. They hurry to bring out food to sell. Their aim is to make money. Even those peeling fruits on the road, you see all these fruits packaged. Please, I didn't say don't buy it, but before you buy, make sure it's washed. Some people don't even wash the fruits, including vegetables, or they use dirty water from the gutter, water from any source, and they will use it to wash the fruits. Some don't even wash it. All their concern is to make money, and we are all buying. After which we end up in the hospital. Cholera is there. This is one of the consequences. Diarrhea, and these are causes of food poisoning, or they are from consequences of food poisoning. Then the worst of it all is that most of these people who sell this food, they don't want waste. They don't want to lose their money. The next day, if they do not finish the stock they have, the next day they continue. They don't even care about our health. It pains me. One of my cousins died in December. What happened? After eating food served at Lagos, says purging, vomiting. Today she's no more. What caused the problem? She ate food served by the vendor on the road. Then there are so many people who want to make money quick. They add a lot of things. People say they add water from cups. Some people say they wash something, put inside. Please, before we eat outside, let us verify the source of the food, because 70 to 80% of the food served by these vendors on the road are not healthy, and a lot of consequences that I've said, starting from gastrointestinal problems and so many others, and then mortality. If you come to the hospital where I work, a lot of food poisoning, E. coli, a lot of problems, including children. So we should be careful when we want to buy food from outside.
Roadside food, if anybody can help it, please avoid it. The reason is this: look at the environment, the dust in the environment itself. Most times this roadside food is not cooked in a good environment. The preparation process is poor, and the people preparing it are not educated enough to handle food. They don't wash hands well. You know, the commonest disease we have in Nigeria after malaria, which is typhoid fever, it is a fecal-oral disease. In other words, it comes from the anal part, where we put out what we have eaten, where we defecate, that's where it comes from, and it goes into the mouth. What do I mean? Somebody goes to eat herself, she defecates, then she cleans. After cleaning, how do we wash our hands? These roadside food vendors, how do they wash their hands? Do they use soap? No, they simply put their hand in water and just do and bring out, and they use that same hand and prepare the food. And this food, you take it now, put it in your mouth, and the organism begins to, that is the chain. So you see, typhoid fever is multiplying. We are processing it because people who are not well informed are preparing food for us. And where do we meet most of these people? At the roadside. I'm not talking about the dust that gets into the food. Yes, have you seen suya in the open place? Your vehicle is passing, you splash dust. Inside that dust, you have people who have spat out their phlegm, their cough, any kind of cough. I don't want to mention the tuberculosis and all that, which although tuberculosis, you can just, by inhaling it from the food, you can have that. So it is not advisable as much as possible. They don't cover the food well. You see akara. Only few people put their akara in a glass case. Others will keep it in an open basket. Anything that can fly around goes into it. And that same akara, how you will know how clean the food is? Take a piece of a white handkerchief and keep beside that, on that table where the akara is, and give it 10 minutes. That hanky will turn brown. It is the same dust that fell on the hanky that has been falling on the akara and the yam that is fried there. So roadside food is not the best, but the poverty in our country cannot help us because they appear to be cheap. And the reason they are cheap is because they don't go through the normal process of processing that food, of cooking that food.
I don't consume roadside food. The reason is the way I was brought up by my mom and my family. We don't, because if as a student now, you know how to cook, and maybe you go to the market and buy foodstuffs and ingredients and cook, you find out that you eat more healthy than roadside food, because most of the ingredients used in cooking roadside food are not actually that healthy. Because all these, if you go to market now, there's a video I watched once about a tomato that used to have frogs on it. The man in the video said that tomato was made by snakes. That if thing punctures it, the venom enters, and if you use it to cook, thing can be really dangerous to the health. And the money you use that you could have used to buy the more quality tomato, now you add more and start using yourself of some illness you don't even know about, or that you just cost upon yourself by consuming roadside food. And you can't actually blame the vendor or the people that produce roadside food, because everybody's trying to make a living. So if they see something cheaper, of course, definitely they have to go for it. And that everybody's trying to make a living. I won't say what they're doing is right, but the country is just getting hard by every day occupied. So everybody's trying to make a living and survive. So I believe that the ingredients used in cooking of roadside food or preparing roadside, I feel that they're not, should I say, they're not quality products. So you can just, you don't know, and the environment in which they cook, the environment and everything, you don't know whether it's clean and everything. So you consume of roadside food can be really very dangerous to the health.
My name is Rose,
and I sell akara. The reason why I sell akara is to help people out, because akara is the only common food that anyone can purchase with at least 500 naira. Even with the smoke and stress that comes from it, I choose to sell akara because I use it to help people out.
Thank you so much for joining us on another interesting episode of From the Correspondent on Signature TV. I am Emmanuel Tewasi, bringing you interesting stories and conversation with our reporters and correspondents across the country. Today's lineup has very interesting stories lined up for your viewing pleasure. First, we'll look at the House of Representatives Committee on Reformatory Institution seeking partnership with the ENUGU state government to relocate the ENUGU Correctional Center. Then the ENUGU State House of Assembly had a public hearing to amend the landlord and tenancy law aiming to address deficit and high rent for low-income earners in the state. Now, up next would be the governor's pledge to surpass its 600 billion internally generated revenue target for 2022, talking about Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State. Then a research fellow, Dr. Uzochukwu Amakon, has urged Nigerians to actively engage with government budget to ensure they reflect citizens' need, speaking at an IDS event analyzing states' budgets. Then we look at Signature's TV partnership with the Institute of Development Studies, ENUGU, on impactful development. Next would be a decline in livestock demand at the new artisan market, likely due to Christian and Muslim fasting, followed by prominent Nigerians gathered in Abuja to honor Professor Humphrey Nwosu, remembered his dedication to fair elections, followed by new leadership has emerged in the Enugu State branch of the Association of Medical Laboratory Science of Nigeria. And lastly, we'll look at the new Kebbi State Comptroller of Custom has pledged to fight crime and enhance border security in that area. We have all these and more for you when we return from the break. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
The market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. This is where we bring you stories behind the headlines by having a first-hand testimonial from our team of correspondents. The House of Representatives Committee on Reform Institution is soliciting assistance of the Enugu State government for a smooth relocation of the Enugu State Correctional Center to a new site. The chairman of the committee, Chinedu Oga, made the appeal when he led members of the committee to visit the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, at the Enugu State Government House.
The federal government recently announced plans to relocate 29 correctional centers across the country to new location due to urbanization of their present location and other factors. This relocation is part of a broader effort to address the challenges faced by correctional centers in the country. Among the centers slated for relocation is the ENUGU Correctional Center, presently situated near the bustling and heavily congested ENUGU Motor Park, where it shares boundaries with the ENUGU North Local Government Headquarters, the ENUGU Central Police Station, and other private and public establishments. The proposed permanent site for the ENUGU State Correctional Center is at Amechi Dodo, located in the Nkanu East Local Government Area. Leader of the delegation and chairman of the House Committee on Reformatory Institutions, Chinedu Oga, commended Governor Mba for ending the sit-at-home phenomena and other security challenges that hindered economic growth in the state. He expressed satisfaction with the governor's development initiatives and urged him to support the relocation of the correctional center and provide vehicles for transporting inmates to court.
And this is something, as you also have observed, that we have been advocating, that we have to, move the prisons, as it were, to outside the city. And so I think you have a ready partner in the state. You have a partner that we have a coincidence of objective. The objective of moving the prison to a site that would also provide all the facilities the current center has, including training. And so we're going to anxiously waiting to hear from you how you want us as a state government to engage. The good news is that based on the Fifth Amendment, the state can now play in all the value chain of correctional center provision. So that is something that gives us the latitude to also include that in our budget.
Governor Mba welcomed the federal government's approval to move the correctional center out of the state's metropolis and promised to assist.
Our duty of being here today, Your Excellency, is bound by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, amended in 1999 Constitution, that empower the governor of a state to establish, construct, build, train, and retrain an inmate. We are here because the federal government have approved the relocation of ENUGU Correction Center. Because ENUGU Correction Center is the heart of the town, and it's something I've been clamoring as a governor. That is why we are here to do our foresight as a shrine by the order of the National Assembly that empower us to oversight and equally to see the relocation site. Your Excellency, we are here today to see most of other things we have had, we have felt the impact of your good administration. For accommodating mostly 90% of your administration are youth, and that is my constituency. And I feel the impact. Today you can pass ENUGU at any time, any day, without recording any crime. It's kudos to you, Your Excellency.
The governor sought clarification on the nature and level of assistance needed for the state government in that regard. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebunam for Signature TV News.
Still from ENUGU, the ENUGU State House of Assembly organized a public hearing on a proposed amendment to the landlord and tenants law of the state. The hearing is seen as a bold step by the House to address the house deficit and high rents in the state, especially as it affects low and middle income earners.
Please, every agent, whether you are a owner, surveyor, you're under housing, you're under everything, I think you all need to come under one body. If you are going to add, if you are going to add in this bill, or you shall know whom your tenant is. Because if you go to somewhere like Canada, if you don't have work permit, and you don't have any place you are working, no landlord will give you a house to live.
It was a gathering that gave voice to key stakeholders from ENUGU State, including members of staff of the ENUGU State Housing Development Corporation, estate surveyors and officers from the State Ministry of Housing. Others are legal practitioners and members of the Nigerian Bar Association, members of National Association of Nigerian Students, landlords, tenants, civil society groups, and human rights activists, among others. The proposed amendments aim to reduce sharp practices in the sector, define the role of agents, and accord recognition to estate surveyors, landlords, and tenants. The Speaker of the ENUGU State House of Assembly, Uche Ogun, represented by the member of Nkanu West, Iloabuchi Aniago, emphasized the need for a uniform payment system and the amendment of agency and estate development fees.
If you say you are an agent or estate developer, you have to register with the state, pay certain sum of money to the state, and the state will be aware that you are operating in the state. So if anything goes wrong, the state can easily get rid of you.
Chairman of the House Committee on Housing and Foreign Investment, Okemba, noted that the astronomical and unregulated increase in rent and other charges posed a serious problem to citizens of the state.
Sure that people pay so much in order to procure rent. So, and because of the agitations, around the state, and personally, the members of this honorable house deemed it very, very necessary and important to meet this problem at the board. We cannot allow our people to continue to suffer this magnitude of arbitrary charges because of procuring rent.
Secretary and legal advisor of the ENUGU State Housing Development Corporation, Anna Ayede, said the corporation should regulate housing agency issues rather than the Ministry of Housing. He argued that as a body created by law, the corporation is better equipped to handle regulation, which would ultimately reduce fraud.
Law is everything this House of Assembly. And we are saying that because we are a question of law, the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, will create an audience to please permit any state housing development corporation empowered by law to take charge of this agency fee to regulate the avoid fraud and illegality as being committed by some agents.
Other stakeholders, including representatives from the Ministry of Housing, estate surveyors, and legal practitioners, also made presentations on the proposed bill.
I'm thinking that the 5% earmarks for agency, the 10% earmarked for the agency as recorded in the video is much. I suggest it goes back to 5%.
To ameliorate the sufferings of the people, with respect to what they pass through, all big and high who parade themselves as estate agents. I want to let us know that the Estate Surveillance and Dollar Restriction Board of Nigeria is a federal agency, and it was created by a federal law known as Estate Surveillance and Dollar Registration Act, CAP, E13, Laws of Federation of Nigeria, 2004.
So you are working for your landlord and I'm paying you. It is not done like that. If you want something to work, it has to be on the ground that everybody will be treated equally. And then you expect students to go to court with money. Where do you get that money from? To go to court to challenge your landlord. So it is not done that way. So the lawyers should be paid by landlords. They should go and settle their issues. Our own is let us come, settle the landlord. The landlord should go and settle their lawyer because students they are working for the landlord. So there is no point for the tenants to pay lawyers.
The discussion highlights the complexities of housing regulation and the need for effective collaboration among stakeholders to address the challenges facing the sector. The bill has undergone its first and second readings, and the public hearing marks a crucial step towards its passage. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
See from ENUGU State, the ENUGU State government says it would surpass its projected internally generated revenue target of 600 billion for the year 2025. The state governor Peter Mba made this commitment during his investiture, as the president of the ENUGU State Sports Club, during which he inaugurated the newly remodeled clubhouse.
This remodeled clubhouse, which is designed for the recreational needs of ENUGU. We commissioned this for the benefit of ENUGU and to the glory of God.
The ENUGU Sports Club has a rich history dating back to 1929, when it was established as an exclusive European club. And for a long time, it catered to the sporting and recreational needs of the civil service of Eastern Nigeria, as well as other government establishments like the then Nigerian Coal Corporation and the Nigerian Railway Corporation. Today, it stands as one of the oldest sports clubs in Nigeria, boasting of a nominal membership of over 1,000 families from across the country and beyond. As a private non-profit making elite and family membership club, ENUGU Sports Club has become a hub where governors play key roles in its management. Speaking during his investiture as the president, Governor Mba described the club as an important partner of his administration, which has a key role to play in the development of the state. Mba expressed confidence that the state would surpass its projected internally generated revenue, IGR, of 600 billion naira.
In catering for the recreational needs of ENUGU, the ENUGU Sports Club serves as a functional location that promotes health and social cohesion, and indeed also foster an environment that also promotes the well-being of our people. So you can see that the ENUGU State Sports Club is an important partner of my government.
The governor said his development strategy and inclusive growth has integrated all parts of the state in a unified economic plan and promised to asphalt the entrance road and address other pressing needs of the club. Mba, who commended the outgoing executives for remodeling the clubhouse, pledged to renovate Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium and Ogo Sports Village as part of preparation to host the 2026 National Sports Festival. Outgoing chairman of the club, Nnanna Atuonwu, commended Governor Mba for his support towards the successful remodeling of the clubhouse and announced Ifeanyi Nweke as the new chairman of the club.
Club leadership under my officer decided to take the bold and difficult option of a total renovation and refurbishment of the hall. It was obviously not an easy task to accomplish, given the prohibitive cost of materials and labor, as well as the very obvious work involved. We were, however, blessed to have a dedicated and enthusiastic member as both the governor of ENUGU State and president of the club. To him, we naturally had to come for assistance.
The chairman of the occasion and secretary of the Police Service Commission, Onyemuche Nnamani, praised Atuonwu for the remarkable transformation of the clubhouse during his tenure.
We decided to tell him about the hall first. Let's get it done first. Then we'll come back and tell him about the other problem. We pleaded with the governor, and under 2-3 minutes, he accepted to redo it.
The club trustee, Chief Nnianwu Obodo, suggested the recreation of a cinema or film house within the club to promote education, particularly for children and families of members.
If you make it possible for us to have a film hall there, which can show our children in the afternoon, so that they can be abreast with the traffic, the highway traffic of education and sophistry in development all over the world.
New patrons of the house were installed during the events, including Edna Erinne, Kingsley Eze, Dr. David Obodo, and Festus Ono. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. A research fellow at the Institute of Development Studies of the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, has charged Nigerian citizens to show more interest in the annual budget of the federal government and the subnational. He said that the budget should represent the wishes, hopes and aspirations of the citizens and not just annual presentation of figures. Dr. Amakon spoke at the Ideas Policy Engagement platform on the analysis and evaluation of the budget of the 36 states of Nigeria held at Nigerian University campus ENUGU.
The Institute of Development Studies of the University of Nigeria was established in 1963, primarily for research into social, economic, and sustainable human development issues. Its main focus is to carry out research and profile solutions to some societal problems and development issues. It is in an effort to fulfill part of this mandate that the Institute organized a forum to present the findings of a comprehensive analysis of the budget of various state governments in Nigeria. It provided an opportunity for valuable insights into the fiscal priorities, challenges and opportunities for improvement in Nigeria's subnational government. The resource person, Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, presented the findings of the rigorous analysis of the budget of various state governments in Nigeria, combining quantitative and qualitative data to provide a comprehensive understanding of Nigeria's fiscal landscape. Amakom said Nigerians must begin to ask questions about the monies presented in the annual budget and how they are eventually utilized.
You look at their idea of where they are going. Let's use ENUGU, for example, that says tomorrow is here. You should be able to look at the budget and see how this budget can usher in tomorrow today. Because if you can't do that, then you don't have to blame him at the end of the day if nothing is achieved.
Director of the Institute, Dr. Ben Wusu, emphasized the importance of the budget analysis and presentation.
Often, I like to note, we focus on federal budget. That is what allocations to the various sectors by the presidency or from the federal level, without taking into account what is happening at the various state levels. Interestingly, we want to look at today at what the various state governments are doing, how they are allocating funds to various sectors, to see ultimately how they impinge on what we are studying here, which is development.
During the interactive session, some of the participants urged the governors to ensure full implementation of their budget and address the needs of their citizens.
Is it possible to show a trend of states in Nigeria that seems to have done well over time in terms of education, social security, or perhaps health, so that we can actually know if there are indicators that could actually measure their performance part? Because we can't talk about development without looking at the core foundations of health, education.
We are talking on 2025 budget of states across the country. Budgets are just mere estimates. I plead that we look back at the actual expenditure at the end of 2025 and see how far we have gone.
Former director of the Institute, Professor Osita Obum, charged the citizens to hold their governors accountable at all times.
But the central point is that for as long as our politics is wrong, budget and budget implementation will be wrong, development will not occur, because the budget you are discussing is a product of a political process. And no government, as far as we know, has been re-elected based on performance of the first term.
President of Signature TV, Vim Martin Irlu, thanked the organizers for the event, which he described as quite rewarding.
I think that if those of us that are students, maybe at the master's level or PhD level, when we get exposed to experts in this area, it will help in their confidence, it will help in expanding their contact, and I commend the leadership.
The presentation not only gave an insight into the intentions of the various state governments as captured in figures, but made recommendations on how they can improve their budget processes in future in order to deliver better services to their people. In Enugu, Ugonne Owalo for Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Glad to have you back on From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Prominent Nigerians who are committed to authenticate democracy convened in Abuja to participate in the funeral rites for Professor Humphrey Nwosu, former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. It was a day of tributes for a man who is said to represent the best in the conduct of Nigeria's election.
The final rites of passage for the late Professor Humphrey Nwosu, former chairman of the National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, became a commentary on Nigeria's electoral process. The judgment was that Professor Humphrey Nwosu was exceptional and that the expectation was that the system should evolve in his footsteps.
Professor Nwosu is a celebrated person who really produced the option A4 to arrive at this very, very critical junction of how to have elections that are not only peaceful and orderly but credible. It was excellent, produced one of the best results of elections in Nigeria, celebrated, highly honored, but to our surprise, the best elections were annulled. That was the most difficult day in our lives.
If a laborer is worthy of his wages, then a man of integrity deserves all the honor. Speaker after speaker, in pouring tribute to the late professor, called for appropriate honor for his hold in delivering the most transparent, free and credible election in Nigeria.
Professor Humphrey was deservedly regarded as one of the main heroes of June 12. For us as a commission, we will forever cherish the enduring legacy he left behind. There will be no independent National Electoral Commission as it is today if Professor Humphrey Nwosu had not done what he did in between 1989 and 1993.
Scholars and academics also paid tribute to the late professor. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala acknowledged Nwosu's impact in Nigeria's political landscape and affirmed his symbolism as a beacon of hope. Additionally, Professor Simon Okeke suggested renaming the INEC headquarters office in his honor as a fitting tribute.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu created possibility. In many ways, it is like showing a generation a vision of light. And so we came to know that it is in fact possible for an election that is free and fair to be conducted in Nigeria.
A sad irony of history is that heroes are not always recognized in their lifetime. But the family and friends of Professor Nwosu can take some comfort from the well-documented courage and sincerity with which he served. A service that is now openly acknowledged by Nigerians from all walks of life.
We have heard from the Secretary of INEC that it was Humphrey that saw to the building of the current headquarters of INEC. Why not name that headquarters Humphrey?
The Events Planning Committee, chaired by former Imo State Governor Emeka Ihedioha, underscored Nwosu's influence. Former INEC Chairman Professor Atario Jega praised his unwavering integrity, stating that his contributions to leadership and governance should serve as a model for future generations. Chief Osita Chidoka, co-marshal of the event, called for a commitment to preserving Nwosu's legacy, urging Nigerians to reflect on the nation he worked tirelessly to build.
It was necessary to reach the point where we say, you played a significant role in the annals of our history, and you taught us early enough how to do things right. And you also bequeathed courage to generations that will succeed.
Unfortunately, in our country,
we seem very slow and hesitant in rewarding national heroes, and I consider Professor Nwosu's contribution and the courage to withstand what I can call the intrigues of military rulers trying to stay and perpetuate themselves in power really something that is very heroic and that deserves to be appropriately appreciated and recognized and honored in our country.
We gather to pay tribute to Professor Humphrey Nwosu, scholar, reformer, and patriot whose life and work exemplify the rare courage it takes to do the right thing in a country that too often punishes virtue.
Beyond his public service and academic journey, Professor Nwosu was also celebrated as a family man. His son-in-law, Osita Irono, described him as a guiding light and mentor, whose wisdom and kindness left an indelible mark on those close to him.
He was more than just a father-in-law, he was a guiding light. He was a mentor and a true patriot. We held dear by those who loved him, those who benefited from his generosity, but also indelible mark that he made on all of us.
As Nigeria continues to grapple with electoral reforms and governance challenges, the contributions of Professor Humphrey Nwosu, who conducted the 1993 election, remain a beacon of hope and a reminder of the need for integrity in leadership. The calls for his recognition serve as a testament for his lasting impact on Nigeria's democratic process. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
The newly appointed Comptroller of Customs in charge of Kebbi Area Command, Chukwumerize Nwokorie, has pledged to combat crime and strengthen border security in the area. Nwokorie made the promise while briefing press at the Customs headquarters in Birni, Kebbi, the Kebbi state capital, along with sister agencies.
According to Comptroller Nwokorie, the command generated a total revenue of 13,378,002 naira. He also highlighted the impact of collaboration, cooperation, and intelligence sharing with sister agencies, which led to significant seizures, including 145 bales of second-hand clothing, 13,750 liters of premium motor spirit, 114 bags of 50 kg foreign parboiled rice, 30 cartons of new light cigarettes, 70 cartons of expired Biggie vanilla wafer biscuits, 27 cartons of expired Sunwatt AA batteries, and 40 bags of 50 kg foreign sugar. The comptroller revealed that the duty paid value of the seized items amount to 84,219,654 naira. Additionally, in its effort to curb the smuggling of petroleum products, the command confiscated 13,750 liters of petroleum motor spirit, valued at 5.5 million naira. He stated that the seized fuel will be auctioned to the public, with proceeds remitted to federal government coffers. The comptroller emphasized that the command's duty is not limited to the seizures made in the last month, stressing that customs also work with sister agencies to seize and destroy illicit drugs, firearms, and other dangerous or prohibited items.
In anti-smuggling, your suppression and decimation of smuggling as one of our core mandates is one of the key reasons why I'm here. And in showing our seriousness so far in fighting smuggling, we have met with our stakeholders and have reawakened and rejuvenated the key units of the command, alongside engaging our sister agencies in intelligence sharing and concerted efforts towards useful and meaningful synergy, knowing that nothing gives energy to strategy like synergy. This synergy has undoubtedly aided in curbing the activities of smugglers and their syndicates. Though smuggling, considering the peculiar nature of our borders, cannot be completely eradicated, all the agencies are working so hard to reduce it to the barest minimum.
Representing the NDLEA, Deputy State Commandant of the NDLEA Kebbi State Command, Benjamin Agaji, commended the new Custom Comptroller for his efforts in the past month. He reaffirmed the NDLEA's support in assisting customs in combating crime in state.
For the effort and the relationship that is existing between NDL and the customs. So I wish you well. For the past 1 month, to have not rested. At the end of the day, this is the result of what we do. But I will thank you. I want to thank you for all the effort. And promise that the relationship between NDA and custom.
The state coordinator NAFDAC Muhyiddin Suleiman also praised the Custom Command for its continuous effectiveness. He commended the comptroller for building on the command's mandate and pledged NAFDAC's cooperation for better results.
All we can do is to further give him our cooperation, is to further assist him, give him the confidence to continue to drive. Don't forget that NAFDAC, just like custom, also controls, among other things, the importation and exportation of regulated products. When I say regulated products, they are all sectoral. We are in the food, drug, cosmetics, chemical, and whatever sector. But while they take the lead at the border posts, we follow them suit.
The Kebbi State Custom Area Command remains committed to the enforcing trade regulation, curbing smuggling, and generating revenue for the federal government with continued collaboration from sister agency. The command aims to strengthening border security and safeguard public health. Comptroller Chukwumeziri Uwokori assured that the command will sustain its efforts in tackling illegal trade activities while enhancing legitimate business operation in the state. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin reporting for Signature TV.
The livestock market, New Artisan Market, is a key economic hub with a thriving livestock business. Our correspondent Ugono Walu, who visited the market, reports that there is a decline in the demand of livestock, which may not be unconnected with the recent fasting among Christians and Muslims. Let's look at that report.
This is the New Artisan Livestock Market in ENUGU, where the sound of commerce and community fill the air. But a surprising trend is currently playing out in the market during this fasting period. Vendors are struggling to attract customers as a result of declining patronage. Market leaders attribute the low patronage to several factors. How has the market been?
Well, the market is slowly now because of the fasting. There's no even animal. Animal is not much now because of the fasting. Some people will go to a bush and it's very difficult for them to go and buy this because of the fasting. Depends, everything has size by size in animals. You get a cow of 1 million, you get a cow of 800,000, you get a 1.2, you get 1.3, depends the size of the cow. But everything is very low price now. More than Christmas time is more higher than now.
This year we have experienced a true fasting period. Muslim and Christian. Christian are doing their own Lent, we are doing our own. So we have a low patronage of the market now, for now. I don't know, later, maybe after the fasting, we'll see. Best price of the cows range from 1.8, 1.67, 1.5. That is the highest. So the lowest is from 450, 500, 600, 700. That's average to 800. That's the average.
Several buyers share their experiences purchasing goods at the market.
Yeah, before we normally buy at least at the cheap price, at least 60, 50 something to 70. Then there is the ones of 100, that is size by size. But now, gold put money, gold add money now. Whether because of the situation of the country or the fasting we did do, I don't understand. The price is so high now.
I don't know if you check the Nigeria economy generally. Nigeria economy is very bad, so and it has affected everything, from food to animal to everything. So that is because of fuel, because of dollar, it's affected everything.
Overlap of Muslim and Christian fasting this year presents a unique opportunity for interfaith understanding and cooperation. In ENUGU, Gonne Owalo for Signature TV News.
You're still watching From the Correspondent and Signature TV. Like I said earlier, this is where we bring you stories behind the headlines, the efforts reporters put in to ensure that news is written and packaged properly for our viewing pleasure get us informed and entertained. With me in the studio today is Ugone Owalo, one of our reporters who have been on the field for some time now, and today we'll be discussing high experience on the field with emphasis on the challenges of navigating news writing and reporting in this digital age. Ugone, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, so you kind of are you feeling cold? You're sitting. Okay, so I think it's better like that. So first of all, I would like to start. Can we know your mental preparedness to first of all going out for a coverage? If you are assigned for a coverage, how do you go about? How has it been? So far so good being a reporter?
So far so good. It hasn't been easy though, because at first you'll be told what to go and do. You'll be assigned to a bit, and when you are told, you have the story in your head. Of course, you're supposed to have an imagination of where you are going to, but sometimes when you go there, you'll be so shocked that what you expect is not what you are seeing in the field. There are challenges though, because I've gone for a report where I went to people's homes for interview on a particular issue, and they were like, okay, now you are here, what do you have for us? Like, they expect me to come with goodies.
Okay, for you to interview them, you must give them something?
You must give them something, and if you don't do that, they'll be like, nothing for you. We won't give you the information you're asking for. So tell the people that sent you to give you something for us. And even when you try to tell them that what I'm doing is to help you have a voice, to help you get what you want to get, the thing that you have been crying for, they'll still refuse. So some, even if you call, if you want to, based on still the interview part, when you call them and be like, please, I want to have an interview with you on so topic and all that, they'll be like, okay, then at the end,
but regardless, you've been able to churn out a couple of reports. So in this kind of situation where the person you want to talk to is not, you want to interview is not willing to give you that audience, how do you go about it? Because at the end of it, your report must come out. So how do you go about it?
You improvise.
Okay, how?
You improvise. Sometimes there are some reports that there are some stakeholders you want to talk to, but they will not give you audience. And you will have to, should I just use the term common man, to still talk about what you expect from the stakeholders to talk about. So improvising is when you go out, you use the common man on the street to get what the stakeholder is supposed to talk about, instead of coming back without a report.
Okay, so I understand there have been this time where you were away for 3 or 4 days on a particular report. Can you just take us through the journey? I know you went for work. Was it that interesting? Was it worth it in the first place? Just take us through the journey on that coverage and any other experience.
Yes, it was a 3 days coverage, and it was quite interesting because, well, there's a places you go to and you have top of government officials all coming out for the event, and you end up not you'll be shocked though. You'll be so shocked because you'll be like, who will I talk to? Who will I talk to? The environment will be so busy and all that, but it was interesting though, because as a reporter you go out, you meet different people in the field, and the 3 days was quite interesting. You had to interact. Going out to the field is very interesting, because when you talk to these people, talk to another person, you see how people reason, and you understand how you can flow with them.
All right. So we've been speaking to Ugone here in the studio. Meanwhile, Lilian Wale is standing by She's currently in the field getting us report on the Mothering Sunday. And to that regard, happy Mothering Sunday to all the mothers out there, and happy Ramadan to our Muslim brothers who are marking the end of the Ramadan fast. Lillian, hello, are you there with me?
Yes, I'm right here. Good afternoon.
All right, Lillian, good afternoon. Welcome to From the Correspondent. It's a pleasure having you. All right, so we understand that you are on the field getting us report concerning the Mothering Sunday. How is it going?
Well, so far it's going well. It's going well. We've been able to establish some visuals, also get a few interviews done. We observed a few challenges too.
Okay. Can you just take us through the process and the preparation for this report? Because I have it on good knowledge that you went for another report, then came out for this one early this morning. So how has it been?
Oh, to be honest, I am stressed. That's just the simple truth. It hasn't been easy, if I'm being honest to myself. So yesterday I went out for a report. On coming back after wrapping up, production, editing, and everything. I was in the office till. Okay, I think I went home and then I came back to the office to work on the report. I was awake up till 3 a.m. working on this particular report.
Oh, wow.
And then I slept just for 2 hours. I woke up again, did a finishing touches. Then I went home to shower and rushed back to the office for this particular report of Mothering Sunday. So it wasn't planned, but I just had to step in. Okay, this is just part of the sacrifices that we made, no sleep. I'll just say sleepless night. I've had sleepless nights because of this, the other report, and today I am looking worn out, I'm looking tired, I'm still, sluggishly, still patting myself on the back and telling myself that I can actually do this. So we came to the church and they weren't that receptive, The person that we met did not give us the good directives. We entered, we were embarrassed at first because they were like, oh, we don't know you. Why are you carrying camera? A whole lot of persons were scared and afraid to even come in front of the camera. It was just a few confident ones that were able to do that. So in the Anglican church, we went there. One of the ushers actually embarrassed the cameraman and was like, who are you and why are you here? If you need any assistance, talk to our media. Our media will give you all the visuals and the videos that you need. It was like, no, we already spoke to the media team, and they are the one that approved that we should go on and record everything that is happening. The man insisted they had to go and get their superiors, even their pastor's wife had to come in front of the church. It was so embarrassing. I didn't know what to do at that point. We just had to, take everything in, swallow it because we're on duty. And other challenges is that most of these people, like yesterday that we went for reporting about the markets in the streets, I was scared because some of those touts, I don't know if I should say touts or bus drivers, they will come to you and tell you that, find me something, you must give me something, or if not, you cannot do anything here.
Exactly.
Like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You want it? Have you personally never chopped food? Those kind of embarrassment.
All right, thank you so much, Lillian. We would like to know, okay, first of all, I feel sorry for the situation you faced out there. Can we know how the celebration is going briefly in just 1 minute?
Okay, so far it's going very well. Everybody's excited. There is so much activities going on: football, poetry, dance, songs, church service, pictures, launching, and every other thing. We've done a few interviews, and people are really, really happy today. Even families inclusive.
All right. Also, but at the end of it all, you were able to achieve what you went there for.
Yes, against all odds. I am able to do that. I am, but I am tired. I am hungry, and I am very much thirsty. And this is almost 3 p.m. I will have to prepare this script.
All right.
Still go home and come back to work tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much, Lilian. So much sacrifice to keep us informed about happenings in our society. That is how far we can go as journalists to ensure that the community or the society is informed and up to date with the happenings within and around us. All right, so back to Ugone. Before we call it a day on the show, please can you just summarize your thought about how to, you heard what Lilian said. She complained about difficulties and even getting people to talk, like you mentioned earlier. So we are in a digital age where reporting has gone past a question and answer, where we are trying to improvise and adapt other mechanisms to ensure that we improve news reporting. So how have you been able to adapt technology in ensuring that reporting is fast-paced and up-to-date?
Well, we have to move with the trend. The truth, you just have to move with the trend. You see, she talks about with the fast. She's been tired, and she must still do the job. So these are the things you have to sacrifice and make sure that the job is done. Now, with the technology and trying to move and make sure everything is done, once you are doing an interview, start writing. Write immediately, because you don't know if you're going back to the office, you don't know the next thing your boss will tell you to do.
Okay, all right. Because of time, will not take much. But before we go, we understand you were with the Muslim brothers to mark the end of the fasting for the holy month of Ramadan. How did it go?
It went well. It was fun.
Okay.
Very interesting. Seeing the Muslim family come together to end their fast. It was a difficult time for them. It wasn't easy for them because they had to sacrifice a lot. They had to sacrifice their food, their strength.
When you say sacrifice food, Ramadan is a season of reflection, love, and all of that. So sacrificing food, you mean?
No, what I mean is they will not eat, yet they will still go out to do their daily duties.
Okay.
And it's a must.
Okay. All right. So just take us through the activities from the beginning. What were the procession of the ending of the fasting? What you witnessed? How did he turn out?
Well, we went to Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium.
Okay.
And when we got there, the Muslim brothers and sisters were already at the praying ground. And of course, they don't stay together. The women were separate and the men were separate. But because we are the media, they allowed us to stay where the men were, just to cover, because we were to cover the whole thing. And the preaching, they were told in Arabic,
okay,
to imbibe the spirit of love, considering the fact that they are not in their religious states.
Okay. Okay.
You understand? So this is Igbo land, and it's usually northern states, and because they are here, they should just imbibe love.
Okay, they should be law-abiding and obey the laws of the
love
states.
Each other. And
preach love. So it's all about love, caring for one another, and making sacrifices so that humanity can get better, especially in this time where it's more like the love for many has grown cold. And because of time, we would like to drop it here for this segment of From the Correspondent. But I believe you had a nice time like we did here back in the studio. And until we come your way next week, I am Emmanuel Tewasi. Bye for now.
Welcome to Southeast News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The headlines: Imo government to reform IMSU. For these and more stories, stay with us. Governor Hope Uzodimma of Imo State has condemned the moral decay at Imo State University, urging the governing board to find practical solutions to the institution's deep-rooted problems. Uzodimma made the appeal while receiving the chairman and members of the university's governing board at Government House Owerri. They cried the high level of corruption, which he said must be checked. He criticized the practice of admitting students who struggle to graduate within 4 years, calling for an investigation and a more structured admission process. Uzodimma further urged the board to develop a work plan to encourage investment in the university and tackle moral decadence by prioritizing student welfare. The governor stressed that a well-functioning system would attract investors through public-private partnerships, boosting revenue and benefiting all parties. Uzodimma advocated the automation and computerization of the processes to improve accuracy in student enrollment records and staff payroll management. Governor Alex Otti of Abia has commissioned the 4.32 kilometers Opet-Umuafai Lodu Ayeke Road and the 3.79 kilometers Ayeke Okuta Bende Road for reconstruction. Speaking at the ceremony in Umuahia, Otti said that roads form part of a broader effort to expand the Umuahia ecosystem, support local businesses, and create new economic opportunities. The governor also said that the Abia Urban Mass Transit Initiative, which aims to modernize public transportation in Umuahia and Aba, will be launched soon. He said that the scheme, driven by private sector operators, would introduce clean energy-powered transit vehicles, reduce commuting costs, and improve passenger safety. Otti assured residents of the capital town that the contractors handling the projects are expected to deliver the highest quality work while minimizing traffic disruptions and environmental impact. He directed the Ministry of Works to ensure strict supervision of their projects and to access the Ofeke Ayeke Ndume Road in the area for possible inclusion in the state's infrastructure plans. The delay in the